Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome back to the channel. I'm back with part 5 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto and Became the Sage of Six-Path Successor. Let the tale begin. Chapter 42, Exams Part 2. Gaara landed in a swirl of sand in front of his siblings. You know about me? Mother is calling for your blood. But that has to wait. I am Sabaku no Gaara. The red-headed boy said in a gravely voice. Naruto smirked. Uzumaki Naruto. Kurama says hi and a complimentary fuck you to Shikaku by the way. Gaara's eyes widened and he took a step back. Temari, Kankuro, we're leaving. He said as he began to turn and quickly walk away. The two other Sand siblings were too shocked to move. Not only had the blonde kid been completely unaffected by the killing intent Gaara was radiating at him. He knew about the Ichibi and insulted it. And the worst part, Gaara seemed afraid of him. Once they got over their shock, they hurried after their younger brother, stealing glances behind themselves to make sure the blonde wasn't following. Temari decided to ask Gaara what was going on. Gee Gaara? What happened back there? She asked, fear tainting her voice as she wondered just how the boy got to Gaara like that. Gaara turned to look at her, but it wasn't his usual hate-filled glare. It was a look of utter fear. And Mother said to stay away. His existence is too much for me, Mother said he would take my blood. He then put his hands to his head and crouched on the ground. He started to shake and then disappeared in a swirl of sand. It was safe to say that the Sand siblings were downright terrified at this point. They had never met anyone who could scare Gaara like that. Hell, he made it sound like Shikaku was scared of him. They continued on to their hotel to tell Baki the news, still looking behind themselves to see if the boy was following them. Once Naruto was able to ditch Konohamaru, he made his way to where his team would be meeting for the pre-exams send-off from Kakashi. Once he got to bridge he saw his team, minus Kakashi, waiting as usual. Sasuke and Sakura didn't look any different, but Naruto decided a change in wardrobe was in order for the occasion. Instead of his mesh shirt he had on black shirt with the Uzumaki spiral in the front. He switched his trench coat out for a shorter gray sleeveless jacket that had a high pop-up collar. He still wore his orange bandages on his arms and legs with his black pants. He also wore an intricate belt with 7 different straps that each held 3 different scrolls. He was also carrying a huge scroll on his back that was nearly the same size as his torso. Sasuke and Sakura noticed all the scrolls and raised their eyebrows. The hell is with the scrolls, dope? Sasuke asked, trying to hide the interest in his voice. Naruto grinned and held up a V for victory. Oh, just showing off the fact that I've become a registered Fuinjutsu master, he claimed happily. While Sakura looked impressed, Sasuke just scoffed. I bet if a dobe like you could master it, then it couldn't be either that hard or useful. He said, trying to deny the fact that the second best was better at anything than him. Naruto huffed at him. Like to see you come up with a perfect sealing matrix that could hold back a pocket dimension filled with demonic chakra. He mumbled to himself. Sasuke and Sakura heard him but just shrugged it off, not knowing what the hell he was talking about. They waited there for Kakashi, each doing their own thing. After about 10 minutes Kakashi showed up. Yo, he greeted the team, waiting for Sakura to yell at him. When that never came he blinked a couple of times as the others looked at her. Kakashi cleared his throat and just went with it. Alright, you guys ready to head off to the exams? He asked. The 3 members of his team looked at him with determined eyes and nodded. He gave them his trademark eye smile. Alright then. Go and meet at room 303 at the academy, he said before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto smirked and turned towards the direction of the academy. Well, let's get going then. When they got to the academy they started making their way to the meeting room but stopped when they saw a crowd being stopped by 2 older genin in front of the room. Naruto stopped his team. Genjutsu, let's go around, he whispered as he began to walk towards the stairs to the 3rd floor. Sasuke only scoffed and looked at the crowd. Hey, drop the Genjutsu, he yelled at the 2 older genin. Naruto turned to him with his right eye twitching. Seriously team, what the fuck? The 2 older genin smirked. So you saw through it, huh? Well, if you want to get past us you'll have to take me down, the one on the right said as he rushed and kicked at Sasuke. Sasuke went to block the kick with his own, but they were both stopped by a boy clad in green. YOSH. This behavior is most unyouthful. Let's save the fighting for the exams, the boy said as he dropped both of their legs. Sasuke just grumbled and walked away. A girl and boy walked up to the boy in green. Damn it, Lee! What happened to not showing our strength? The girl yelled him. They continued to yell at the boy while Team 7 continued up the stairs. They were walking down the hall when they were stopped. The same boy from before had stopped them. YOSH. You are Uchiha Sasuke, correct? The boy asked. Sasuke smirked. Yeah, what do you want, freak? The boy just struck a nice guy pose and acted like he didn't get insulted. My name is Rock Lee, and I challenge you for the affection of Sakura-chan. Lee exclaimed with a salute and a wink towards Sakura. She shivered at the thought of going out with a guy like that, with his weird outfit and bushy eyebrows. Not to mention the horrid bowl cut he had. Yeah, no thank you, she deadpanned. Sasuke smirked at the green-clad boy. Fine, I'll fight you. I've been wanting to hit something stupid ever since I saw Naruto today, he said, simultaneously insulting both Lee and Naruto. Naruto growled and looked at Lee. Kick his ass for me, will ya? The two Genin walked into an open space and faced each other. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and smirked. I hope you're ready to be beaten down by an Uchiha, he said as he charged. Naruto shook his head. Unlocking his Sharingan just put him back to the arrogance he had before. Hope Lee can knock him down a peg or two before I have to, he thought to himself. As Sasuke charged, he brought a fist back and launched it at the still unmoving boy. At the very last second, Lee twisted his hand around Sasuke's fist and flipped him into the air. Sasuke was able to right himself and land on his feet, but couldn't dodge Lee's kick, which buried into his stomach, sending the last Uchiha sliding across the floor. Naruto snorted. Seems like the almighty Uchiha has bitten off more than he can chew, he laughed mentally. Kurama even joined in on the laugh. Yeah, can you think up some popcorn for me? I want to enjoy the show. He laughed as he watched the beatdown. After about 4 different attempts to hit Lee failed and Sasuke decided to use a ninjutsu. He went through the hand seals. Katan, Gobayaka no Ju dash. Before he could finish his technique, he was kicked into the air by Lee. Lee jumped into the air and wrapped Sasuke in what looked like the bandages on his arms and was about to use his technique when a green blur separated the two. Ah, hell no, there's 2 of them. That's it, I'm out, Naruto thought as he turned and left. Naruto walked down the hallway and saw Kakashi waiting outside of room 303. Yo, Kakashi-nizen, Naruto said as he gave him a lazy wave. Kakashi looked up from his porn and quirked an eyebrow. Where's the others? He asked, confused. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Fighting some weirdo in green spandex. He was getting his ass handed to him and I felt like it was time to leave when another one showed up, Naruto explained. Kakashi audibly gulped. I feel bad for him. Guy and Lee, quite the pair, he said as he sighed. A few minutes later, Sakura and a bruised Sasuke showed up. Their eyes were wide and they were twitching every few seconds. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. The hell happened while I was gone? He asked his team. The only answers he got were a complied grouping of statements that didn't make sense. Things like, "and my eyes," and couldn't dispel it. Kakashi walked over and flicked them both in the forehead. They were instantly snapped out of whatever illusion they were caught in. So are you all ready? He asked his team. They all nodded and I smiled. Well then, I wish you luck, he said as he opened the door for them. Chapter 43, Cheating is Allowed? Kakashi walked over and flicked them both in the forehead. They were instantly snapped out of whatever illusion they were caught in. So are you all ready? He asked his team. They all nodded and I smiled. Well then, I wish you luck, he said as he opened the door for them. As soon as Team 7 walked into the room, they were hit with a blast of killing intent so potent it made Sakura freeze and made Sasuke shake in excitement. Naruto was unfazed by it, however. He just smirked, sent his own blast of killing intent at the older groups of Genin. Of course he was assisted a little bit by Kurama, but it got the point across. Many of the older genin stepped back and a few froze on the spot. He kept it up until he felt someone tug on his sleeve. Naruto, be nice, Hinata said in a half-joking half-scolding tone. Naruto dropped the killing intent and turned to smile at his girlfriend. Ah, come on Hinata, I was just having a little fun, he said as he looked over at the older genin with a sadistic grin causing them to huddle together slightly. Hinata giggled and playfully slapped him on the shoulder. Sure, a little fun was all that was. Anyway, I'm happy to see you guys came, she said smiling at the rest of Team 7. Sakura smiled at Hinata and Sasuke just scoffed. Like we'd not come if a weakling team like yours could compete, he said as he turned away from the group. Hinata frowned and before Naruto could go off at him Kiba stepped in. Hey asshole, I'm pretty sure she lasted a hell of a lot longer than you did against that Hunter Nin back in Wave. So why don't you pull the stick from out of your ass and act like an actual person? The feral boy growled. Kiba knew by now that Hinata was off limits, but he didn't take too kindly to his pack being called weak. Sasuke glared at him but didn't respond. They glared at each other for a while before they heard a new voice break the silence. Oh hey Sasuke-kun! Ino yelled as she glomped the boy. She looked him in the eye with a seductive look. You miss me? She purred. To give the boy credit, the most he did was lightly blush. His confused shock turned to mild anger. Get off, he growled at the blonde. Ino pouted and gave him puppy dog eyes. Ah, come on Sasuke-kun. It's been so long since I last saw you. She pouted while trying to cling to him while Sakura was pulling on her back. The pinkette was audibly grinding her teeth. He said get off pig. Why don't you listen to him? She growled. The blonde just stuck her tongue out at her. Shut it billboard brow. I'm having a moment with my Sasuke-kun, she said in a childish tone as she went back to clinging onto the Uchiha. Naruto sighed and turned to the rest of the newcomers. So, she's still troublesome I see, he deadpanned as he greeted Shikamaru and Chuji. Shikamaru just sighed and nodded his head. Really troublesome, he replied. Chuji munched on a potato chip and reached out with the bag. Want one Naruto? He asked in his usual friendly tone. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Nah, not right now, maybe later. So, how have you guys been? He asked his friends from the academy. Shikamaru shook his head in another sigh. It's been really troublesome. Ino always nags us to work, and because of her we're here. Man, what I wouldn't give to be asleep right now, he whined. They continued to talk until an older genin walked up to the group. Hey, you guys should really keep it down. The other genin are starting to get pissed, the older white-haired genin said. Naruto turned to him and frowned. He knew who this was. Yakushi Kabuto. His father warned him to be wary of a white-haired boy in glasses. He was not who he seemed. Oh, sorry about that. Hey, you seem like a generous senpai. Have any information on the exams for us newbies? Naruto asked cautiously. Kabuto smirked. I sure do. I'm Kabuto by the way, he said as he pulled out a deck of cards. These here are my ninja info cards. I pump a little chakra into these and I can get the information I'm looking for. So, anyone in particular you want to know about? He asked as he started to shuffle the deck around. Sasuke was the first to speak up. Give me what you have on Rock Lee, Sabaku no Gaara, and Uzumaki Naruto, he told the white-haired boy. Kabuto fake pouted. Ah, you already know their names. This is no fun, he said as he drew 3 cards and pumped chakra into the first one. Okay, let's see here, Rock Lee, a Konoha genin. Teammates are Hyuga Niji and Tenten. Completed 65D rank missions and 5C rank. Says here he was the dead last of his class and has no ability in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but is highly remarkable in taijutsu, he said as he read off Lee's card. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I haven't seen Tenten since she graduated, wonder how she's doing if she's on that guy's team, he thought with a slight shiver. Kabuto continued to the next card. Next up is Sabaku no Gaara, let's see here. Ah, Sabaku no Gaara, Asuna genin. Teammates are his siblings Sabaku no Kankuro and Sabaku no Temari. Says here he is the Yondaime Kazekage's son. Wow, we've got foreign royalty here this year. Let's see here, 12 D ranks, 18 C ranks, and, wow, a couple of B ranks as well. As well as an added note that he has never been injured on a mission. Now that's impressive, he said with his eyebrows raised. Kiba was going to call bullshit when Sasuke cut in. What about Uzumaki Naruto? He half-asked, half-ordered. Naruto smirked at him. If you want to know more about me team, I'm right here, he said in a slightly challenging tone. Kabuto paid no mind to the two's banter and started reading the next card. Okay, Uzumaki Naruto. Adopted by Uzumaki Senaru, who is the Uzumaki clan head and is also the only current S-rank shinobi in the village besides the Hokage. He said as he started to read. Naruto scowled at him. Kabuto just slipped. That was a public knowledge. The rest of the rookie nine, save Hinata, gave him a wide-eyed look. Yeah, I'm adopted, what? He said in a challenging tone. Hinata calmed him down before he went apeshit by grabbing onto his Han and giving a light squeeze. He let out a sigh and let Kabuto continue. Let's see, he's completed 25 D rank missions, 1 C rank, and, wow, an A rank. How'd you rate that? Anyway, is above average in Taijutsu and slightly below average in Jinjutsu. Is an advanced learner of Kinjutsu and, holy shit. You're a registered Fuinjutsu master. No wonder you're carrying all those scrolls, he said, clearly impressed. Before they could get into that little subject, they heard a loud and commanding voice. All right, maggots. Quiet down. It's time for the exams to begin. Marino Ibuki yelled and got all of the genin into their respective seats. Luckily for Naruto, he was seated next to Hinata. Naruto smirked when he saw who was the proctor for the exam. Old scare face, huh? Looks like this is going to be something psychological, he thought while continuing to smirk at Ibuki. Ibuki snarled at him. Do I have something on my face, maggot? He asked in a harsh tone. Hinata let out a quiet eep, but Naruto just grinned even wider. No, but you do still owe me money from that poker game my dad had last week, he replied, reaching out a hand to ask for the bills Ibuki owed him. Ibuki blushed lightly. That's just a weird image to think about XD, and grumbled while he dug out his wallet. He pulled out a wad of bills and put them into Naruto's hand. Here! But next time I ain't gonna lose to you, brat, he growled at Naruto while he chuckled. Yeah, maybe. Now why don't you get back to scaring the poor babies before they figure out the test? Naruto said in a hushed tone. Ibuki looked around the room and noticed a startlingly large lack of fear in the air. He went back to terrorizing the class while Hinata gave Naruto a questioning look. Naruto grinned at her. My dad holds a poker night every Wednesday. The last time Ibuki came over I cleaned house and got a pretty good chunk of cash, he said, chuckling at the memories of him beating everyone out of their money. However, his father ended with more money by the end of the night. The man could hold a damn good poker face and had luck to back it up. Once they started the test, Naruto looked at the questions. Kid, these aren't normal questions. Save your answering for the 10th question. Kurama informed. Naruto nodded. My thoughts exactly. This must be a test of how well you can cheat and get away with it. He responded, looking around discreetly to see how the others were doing it. Hinata was using her Byakugan to see the other tests while not looking away from her own. Kiba was letting Akumaru sit on his head to read the other tests and relay the information. Shino was using his bugs to get the answers. Sasuke was looking around Sharingan ablaze, and Sakura was being the walking textbook she was and answered all the questions without fail. Naruto spotted Tenten and noticed she was using mirrors moved by ninja wire to see the other tests. Naruto just chuckled and looked down at his own test. He got a serious look on his face and started writing something. After about another 45 minutes, Ibuki stopped them, telling them something about a 10th question and being a genin forever. Naruto wasn't paying attention. He was too busy eyeing Kabuto to try and figure out what his deal was. He had zero trust for the guy. After a while, people began to file out of the room, giving up. Once all the quitters left, Ibuki looked around the room. All right, everyone left in the room, you all pass, he said. He got a few what the fucks and intelligent hus from the room. Naruto just snickered as Ibuki explained the importance of gaining information and how much of a risk it is to get it. Once he finished his speech, he was about to congratulate them when a black mass shot through the window. A sign held open by Kunai unfurled. Naruto paled when he saw what it said. The sexy and expecting Uzumaki Anko has arrived. Chapter 44, Training Ground 44. After a while, people began to file out of the room, giving up. Once all the quitters left, Ibuki looked around the room. "All right, everyone left in the room, you all pass," he said. He got a few what the fucks and intelligent huss from the room. Naruto just snickered as Ibuki explained the importance of gaining information and how much of a risk it is to get it. Once he finished his speech, he was about to congratulate them when a black mass shot through the window. A sign held open by Kunai unfurled. Naruto paled when he saw what it said. The sexy and expecting Uzumaki Anko has arrived. Anko proceeded to crash through the window and land on top of Ibuki's desk. "All right, you snot-nosed brats. It's time for the second exam," she yelled with a sadistic grin. Ibuki sighed and facepalmed. "You're early, Anko, again," he said while shaking his head. Naruto stood up and pointed at his mother. You're not supposed to be here. You're on maternity leave," he roared. Anko froze when she saw Naruto. She took a second to find an excuse to be there while Ibuki raised an eyebrow and looked at his coworker with a critical eye. Anko's eyes darted around the room a couple of times before she stammered out an excuse. "Oh, Naruto-kun, the doctor said that if I'm not doing any physical labor then I could keep working," she said, obviously nervous. Naruto just gave her a deadpan stare. "You mean like you were just doing?" "Mom, I'm pretty sure busting through a window and being a proctor for the Chunin exams is physical labor." "Go home," he ordered her while pointing back out the window she came from. Anko hung her head and slowly walked to the window and crawled out of the room, all while muttering things like mean sons and stupid rules and something about no torture. Naruto shook his head and sat back down. The entire room of Chunin hopefuls were looking at him like he was crazy. He looked back at them and scowled. "What? I don't want my mom to do anything stupid while pregnant." "Got a problem with that," he said, letting out a little killing intent. There were nose and head shaking throughout the room. He turned back around and faced Ibuki. "Wait, she's actually pregnant?" Ibuki asked in a questioning tone. Naruto nodded. "Yup, twins," he said with a grin. Ibuki just raised an eyebrow and let out an amused hum. He cleared his throat to get the attention of the Chunin hopefuls. "Well, that little interruption aside. Follow the proctors to Training Ground 44. You will continue to the second portion of the exam. And one last thing. Good luck," he said with a smile, scaring the absolute shit out of everyone. About 30 minutes later, all of the teams were in front of a large fenced-off forest. They waited there for a few minutes before a tall and pale Tokubetsu Jonin walked up in front of the group. He wore a bandana that covered his brown hair. "Hello, cough. My name is Heiei Gecko. Cough cough, and since Uzumaki Anko can no longer be in charge of this portion of the exam, cough, I have taken over. So, let's go over the rules. Cough, this forest is Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. Cough cough, your mission is cough to survive for 5 days cough in the forest while searching cough 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 for other teams and taking their scroll. These are the scrolls you need to pass," he said as he held up the Heaven and Earth scrolls. "Your team will cough be given one of these 2 scrolls, and your objective is to make it to the tower cough 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 in the center of the forest with both by the end of the 5 days. If one of your members die or are incapacitated when you arrive to the tower, you will be disqualified. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. If you open the scrolls before you arrive to the tower, you will be disqualified. Anything else goes. Cough 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 cough." Every one of the Chunin hopefuls' sweat dropped at the sickly shinobi. "Man, hey, see a doctor," Naruto thought as he saw the poor guy struggle for air for a moment. As soon as he got his breath under control and held up a stack of paper. "Here are the waivers to saw that if you die in the forest it's not the fault of Konoha. Please sign them or drop out," he said as he almost got into another coughing fit, but was able to keep it under some control. Each team went up and signed their release forms and walked over to receive a scroll. Sasuke was handed a heaven scroll and walked back to the rest of his team. Team 7 waited in front of one of the many gates that lined the fence around the forest. "Hey, Sasuke. Once we get into the forest, hand me the scroll." "I've got an idea," Naruto said in a hushed tone. Sasuke gave him a questioning look for a moment but just shrugged it off. They waited for a moment and then heard the speakers turn on. "Okay, cough cough in 3, 2, 1, begin." "Hey 8" said over the speaker. The fences opened and Team 7 spared no time. Dashing in. About a quarter mile into the forest they stopped. Sasuke turned to Naruto and tossed him the scroll. "So what's your idea, Dobe?" he asked in a halfway mocking tone. Naruto just grunted in reply and took a scroll off of one of his belts. He opened it and laid the heaven scroll on it. "Fuinjutsu, Kai. Sealing style, release," he stated as a puff of smoke came from the scroll. Once the smoke cleared, there were now 4 heaven scrolls sitting there. Sasuke and Sakura's eyebrows shot up. "What did you do?" Sakura asked. Naruto smirked and tossed one of the scrolls to her. "I made some replicas. We'll openly carry these 3 fake scrolls while I seal the real one into one of my storage seals on my wrist," he said as he tossed a scroll to Sasuke. He took the last fake and strapped it to his belt and sealed the real one into his wrist. Sasuke smirked. "You know, Dobe, that's not a bad idea." "But what keeps someone from killing you and taking it out of the seal?" he asked. Naruto smirked right back at him. "The items in almost all of my seals can only be released by my own chakra. No one can get into these puppies without my chakra," he said as he tapped his scrolls on his hip. "So, I found us a good decoy plan." "Sasuke, what's the offensive plan?" Naruto asked the Uchiha. Sasuke thought for a moment. He crossed his arms in thought and then sighed. "I guess we could head straight for the tower and set up a base there. We wait for other teams to come and take them out with any traps possible or just ambushing them," he said. Naruto hummed thinking about it. "Not bad. Sakura, your thoughts?" he asked the pinkette. Sakura snapped to attention, not thinking he would ask for her opinion. "Oh, yeah, what Sasuke-kun said," she said a little nervously. Sasuke nodded and tuned to the tower's direction. "Alright, let's go." The dash he started to say but was interrupted by a powerful gust of wind, which was focused mainly on Naruto. "Shit!" the blonde yelled as he was launched away from his team. "Naruto!" Sakura yelled. She started to go after him but stopped in her tracks when SH saw Husin in the wind. "Oh! You can leave if you want, little girl. All I want is Sasuke-kun after all," a tall raven-haired kunoichi from Kusa. When Sakura tried to move, she froze. The amount of killing intent the kunoichi was giving off made her sake and fall to her knees. Sasuke wasn't faring any better. He stayed standing but could move. Cuckoo, so the prey is already caught? "Oh, I expected more from you, Uchiha Sasuke. Goddamn sneak attack." Naruto roared as he got his bearings. He looked around and noticed he was sent far away from his team. "Kid, jump!" Kurama warned. Naruto heard a loud hiss from behind him and channeled chakra into his legs to jump high into the air. Right as he got out of the way, a massive snake snapped past where he was. "Holy shit, you're big," he said as he landed on a high tree branch. "That's no ordinary snake, kid. That's a summons," Kurama informed his host. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "The only snake summons holders in Konoha is Mom, then who could? Orochimaru." Naruto mentally screamed. He's the only other known snake summoner in the world. But what the fuck is he doing here? He ranted in his mind. He looked down just in time to see the snake pounce at him. Naruto jumped to a different tree. "Oh no, you don't. Take this. Kitsune no Hikari. Fox's light," he yelled as he summoned the Kitsune no Kiba. He unsheathed the blade and shot a slice of pure red chakra at the summons in one fluid motion. The chakra slash cut right through the snake, cleaving it perfectly in two. Teach you to try to eat me," he said as the summons disappeared. "Alright, time to get back to Sasuke and Sakura." Chapter 45, Snake Among the Leaves. He looked down just in time to see the snake pounce at him. Naruto jumped to a different tree. Oh no you don't. Take this. Kitsune no Hikari. Fox's light, he yelled as he summoned the Kitsune no Kiba. He unsheathed the blade and shot a slice of pure red chakra at the summons in one fluid motion. The chakra slash cut right through the snake, cleaving it perfectly in two. Teach you to try to eat me, he said as the summons disappeared. Alright, time to get back to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke was crouched on a large tree branch while Sakura sat shaking next to him. He was looking around frantically with his Sharingan activated, trying to find where the crazy Kunoichi was. His leg was bleeding from the self-inflicted wound to get himself out of the Jinjutsu the woman put him in. Sakura shakily looked at the last Uchiha. Sasuke-kun, well what the hell is she asked in pure terror. Sasuke didn't answer but kept his eyes open and constantly moving. But they both froze when they heard the Kunoichi's deranged laugh. Kuku, I am the predator little girl. And you are my prey, she yelled with a sadistic tone. She rose out from the tree branch they were until her torso was completely out of the tree. Sasuke stiffened but put himself between Sakura and the monster he was facing. The self-proclaimed predator smirked at Sasuke's evident fear. I can just smell the fear coming from you, Uchiha Sasuke. I'm not going to kill you, oh no, that would be a waste. She said as a sadistic grin grew on her face going ear to ear. I'm going to give you a gift, now, sit still for me, she said as her torso elongated and stretched as her head came straight at Sasuke with significant speed. It looked like she was almost slithering around the branch to advance towards the Uchiha. Sasuke froze. He didn't know what to do. He just stood there waiting for the Kunoichi to attack him. He was frozen in fear. She got within 5 feet of him when they heard someone yell. Kitsune no Hikari. A wave of red light passed between Sasuke and the snake-like woman, cutting the branch in two. The snake woman shot out of the falling branch and landed in a different tree. She looked around to find the attacker but couldn't find him. It seems there is another predator in the area trying to steal my prey from me. Kuku, this could be interesting, she said aloud. Sasuke fell onto his ass and looked around frightened. What the hell, he yelled to himself. They waited for a few more seconds. To them, it seemed like hours, but in actuality, it was just long enough for someone to take a few breaths. The snake woman's eyes widened as she jumped from the tree she was in, just before it exploded. She landed but had to quickly jump away again to avoid another explosion. This time when she landed she had to duck underneath another ray of light, but when she did a pair of hands shot out from the branch and latched onto her ankles. A figure appeared above her and a faint glow appeared in what seemed to be its hand. Her eyes widened as she recognized the jutsu about to hit her. Rasengan! Naruto yelled as he drove the blue orb of destruction into her stomach. She let out a loud scream of pain as she flew out of the tree and fell over 50 feet into the ground, forming a small crater from the impact. Sasuke stared at the blonde with disbelief in his eyes. How? He whispered to himself. How could a dope like him do something like this? I could even move. He continued as he sat on his knees. Naruto looked over to the awestruck Sasuke and still cowering Sakura. Hey team, he yelled at the Uchiha. Sasuke snapped out of his stupor and looked at Naruto. Get the fuck out of here. A move like that won't keep this fucker down for long, he roared in a furious and commanding tone. Sasuke only stood there, but fear filled his eyes again. Behind you, came a surprising shout from Sakura. Naruto quickly ducked on instinct, and a little heads up from Kurama, and felt a powerful kick go right over his head. Naruto balanced on his hands and locked the snake's still planted leg with his own legs. He quickly spun around and flung her through the air. Shit, so you're up already, he said to himself. He quickly summoned one of his black katanas and held the Kitsune no Kiba in a reverse grip in his right hand. The woman landed effortlessly in a different tree and eyed her new target. Kuku, so the Uzumaki lived from an attack from one of my pets? Impressive, she said in mock appraisal. Naruto sneered at the woman in front of him. Shut the fuck up you snake, he said with ice in his voice. What's with the sex change, Orochimaru? Didn't like being gay as well as a pedophile? He asked with a grin on his face. The woman sneered at the blonde. How did you know? she said as she brought up her hand and started peeling off her face. The female voice was replaced with a deeper, more androgynous one. My, the little Uzumaki is smarter than he looks, the no-shonen said in a fluid, almost melodic tone. He started to chuckle as he saw Naruto's obvious disgust. So little Naruto-kun. How did you find out I am the great Orochimaru of the Sannin? He asked with a smirk. Naruto spat. You're not great. You're terrible. Only a psychopath would do what you have done. And for as how I knew it was you, the only person in the world who holds the snake summoning contract other than my mother is you bastard, he yelled as he let loose another wave of red light. Orochimaru dodged and watched the beam's path. It cut through everything until it slowly began to dissipate. He looked back at the blonde and chuckled. So, 30 meters is the maximum distance for that little attack of yours, he said as he lunged towards the blonde. He blurred out of Naruto's sight and reappeared in front of him with a heavy punch to Naruto's jaw. Naruto went flying through the air but was somehow able to land on his feet. Once he did, however, his vision swam and he fell to one knee. Damn, he hits hard, he said to himself. This isn't a fight you can win, kid, Kurama informed the staggered blonde. Yeah, I'm gonna need a tail or two, he replied as he slowly stood back up. No, kid. This is a fight you can't win at all. He is way over Zabuza's level. You would need full control over a version 2 cloak to fight him. I say release a large burst of my chakra and warn the village with it, Kurama reasoned. Naruto nodded and silently agreed. He resealed his swords, how he was able to hold onto them he didn't know, and let loose a large wave of chakra. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he watched what the blonde was doing. Red, malicious, chakra rose and bubbled around him. The chakra made a sort of second skin around him and what seemed to be ears and two tails formed. Naruto's bodily features also began to change. His whisker marks became more rugged, his hair became spikier, and his eyes transformed from the pools of cerulean blue to the heart and rage-filled red eyes of the Kyuubi no Yoko. He reached for the large scroll on his back and unrolled it. He placed his chakra-covered hand on it and formed a single hand sign. Fuinjutsu, Kai. Kurama no Danatsu. Sealing style, release, Kurama's oppression, he growled in his deeper, more demonic voice. Red chakras started to pour out of the seal and fire straight into the air like it continued to rise above the trees and part the clouds above. Cole was waiting for his signal. He was outside of the forest of death waiting for the moment when he would be called into action. When he saw the tower of Kurama's chakra part the clouds above, his expression steeled and he placed on his mask. Time for the oracle to take on the snake, he said as he leaped into the forest and took off to where the fighting was being held. Orochimaru's eyes widened till they couldn't open anymore. He froze in the sight of the malevolent chakra. It was even more potent and evil than his own. Sasuke fell to his knees from the pressure and Sakura fainted. Orochimaru continued to stare. Once the tower faded, he looked back to where the blonde was, only to see a clawed hand take a swipe at his head and send him careening back out of the tree and through several others. Orochimaru slowly stood up from the crater he was thrown into and popped his jaw back into place. Well. Not only does he have control over it, he utilizes it for signals and distractions, he said to himself. He sneered at the blonde in front of him and put a hand behind his back. Each of his fingers lit into bluish-purple light. Come boy, fight an apex predator, he said and raised his other arm. Sanjashu, he exclaimed as snakes came from his sleeves and rushed at the blonde. Naruto just brought a clawed hand up and batted away the snakes. He continued to rush at the Sannin with speeds the man could barely keep up with. However, even with the boy's extreme speed, the old snake still had more experience and skill. He used his greater flexibility to dodge and plant his glowing hand into the blonde's stomach. Gogyu Fuin! 5-element seal, he exclaimed as he sealed away all of Naruto's chakra. Naruto doubled over as he felt his connection to Kurama fade and fell over unconscious from the pain. Orochimaru smirked and kicked the boy while he was down. You're not bad, little boy. If you had a Keki Genkai, I might have given my little gift to you as well, he said as he took off to where Sasuke was. After planting a bite on the boy's neck, Sasuke let out a pained scream and fell over writhing on the ground till he too fell unconscious. Well, Sasuke-kun, you will one day seek me out. And when you do, I will groom that body of yours into perfection. Orochimaru said as he dashed away before anyone could investigate the explosion of Bija Chakra. Orochimaru was about a mile from where he had fought Naruto's team and stopped. He had a bad feeling about continuing. He looked around and sniffed the air. Nothing. Not even the scent of the forest. His eyes widened as he made a quick hand sign. "Ki," he exclaimed. He released the Jinjutsu he had been placed in and looked around. He was still in the same area, but with one exception. There was a tall man standing 10 feet behind him with his hand raised towards him. "Shinra Tensei," the man yelled. Not even a second later Orochimaru felt a pressure force him off his feet and flung him into a tree. Hard. He coughed up some blood and turned to the mystery man. He scowled at the man's mask. "Who are you?" he asked with venom in his voice. The man just chuckled at him. "I am the Oracle. And I am here to kill you, Snake." Chapter 46, Oracle vs. Orochimaru Part 1. Orochimaru was about a mile from where he had fought Naruto's team and stopped. He had a bad feeling about continuing. He looked around and sniffed the air. Nothing. Not even the scent of the forest. His eyes widened as he made a quick hand sign. "Ki," he exclaimed. He released the Jinjutsu he had been placed in and looked around. He was still in the same area, but with one exception. There was a tall man standing 10 feet behind him with his hand raised towards him. "Shinra Tensei," the man yelled. Not even a second later Orochimaru felt a pressure force him off his feet and flung him into a tree. Hard. He coughed up some blood and turned to the mystery man. He scowled at the man's mask. "Who are you?" he asked with venom in his voice. The man just chuckled at him. "I am the Oracle. And I am here to kill you, Snake." Sakura woke up and thought she was in a nightmare. The first thing she saw was an unconscious Sasuke. She rushed to him and checked his vitals. He was alive, but she wondered what in the hell the mark on his neck was. She decided to put that thought aside and brought Sasuke down to the base of the tree. Luckily there was a small cave-like cutout in the tree's base, so she put Sasuke down and started treating his wounds. Once she had him clean, she leaned back and let out a sigh of relief. Her relief was quickly ended when she heard a voice from the entrance of the tree cave. "Figures," a exhausted Naruto said as he limped into the tree. "I do all the work and you can only think about that team." He sighed and he fell against the wall and slid down until he was sitting against it. "That damn snake really did a number on us," he mumbled. I hope the signal reached him. A mile from Naruto's location and stare down for the ages was taking place. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at the man who stopped him from leaving the forest. "So you're here to kill me? Do you even know what I'm capable of? No no-name shinobi will be able to compete with me." He chuckled as he relaxed his guard. "However, that jutsu you used was interesting. What was the name of it?" "Oh, never mind. I'll just do a few experiments on your corpse and find out for myself." He then raised a hand towards Cole. "Sanai-jishu." Hidden shadow snake hands, he called as a quintet of snakes erupted from his sleeve. He smiled as the snakes neared their prey before it could move. Or so he thought. Right as the snakes got within a foot of him, they were batted away by a strong gust of wind. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "A wind jutsu with no hand signs?" he thought aloud. Cole shook his head no. "No, Snake, that was just some simple wind manipulation." "Why don't I show you a wind jutsu?" he said in a calm tone. As soon as he finished talking, he went through hand signs with blinding speed. "Futon, Fujin no Yari." "Wind release, wind god's spear," he exclaimed as wind spiraled around his right hand, gaining a greenish tint. He brought the now formed spear of wind and threw it as hard as he could towards the snake Sannin. Orochimaru scoffed and simply sidestepped the throw, only to receive a deep gash across his arm. "Ag!" he yelled as he clutched his arm. His eyes widened in fury as he looked back at Cole. "The hell!" "I dodged that pitiful jutsu," he yelled in absolute fury. Cole chuckled at the snake's anger. "That jutsu not only forms a spear of wind, it causes the air around the spear to act as an extended blade. making it have more range than what you can actually see, he said in dry tone. But enough talk, you damn snake. You will pay for your crimes on humanity, right here, right now, he roared as he charged Orochimaru, Teki no Hocho in hand. Orochimaru pulled the Kusanagi sword from his mouth to counter Cole's strikes. After a brief exchange of blows, Orochimaru backs off, knowing that whatever that sword Cole was using was heavy as hell and wouldn't be cut by the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru scowled at the man before doing his own hand signs. Mandara no Jin. Formation of 10,000 snakes, he said as snakes began to spew from his mouth. Cole cringed at the disgusting jutsu before weaving hand signs with blinding speed. Keton, Gokumekyaku. Fire release, great fire annihilation, Cole roared. On the final hand sign he took in a deep breath and released a massive wave of fire. The fire burned away all of the snakes, as well as a good portion of trees. Orochimaru was forced to shed his skin to avoid the attack. Once he landed away from the flames, he attacked Cole once more with Kusanagi. Cole's hand just ended the jutsu when Orochimaru was a foot away. Within millimeters of him being stabbed, he sent Orochimaru away with a wordless Shinra Tensei. Orochimaru landed on his feet and took in a deep breath. Futon, de Tapa. Wind release, great breakthrough, he said as he let loose a torrent of powerful wind. Cole stabbed his cleaver into the ground to brace himself from the winds and rode them out. Once done, he looked to where Orochimaru was and noticed he was gone. Cole searched the area with his Rinnegan. His eyes widened as he jumped into the air to avoid a snake breaking through the ground. He brought up his sword and cut the snake in two with a single clean cut. Once he landed, he continued to look for the Sannin. He was forced to jump again as Orochimaru came out of the ground swinging the Kusanagi blade where his neck once was. Cole got his distance and stared the snake Sannin down. Orochimaru chuckled. My. How has the old man hidden someone like you from me? You will make an excellent test subject, he said as a thought occurred. You know. Where is little Anko-chan? I'd have thought she would have been here by now. I have thrown around a lot of my chakra for her to notice, said in contemplation. Cole's grip on Teki no Hocho tightened as he snarled at the Sannin. If you go anywhere near my wife, Snake, I will get you so slowly you will be for death before a minute has passed, he roared at the androgynous man. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. A girl like Anko settled down? Wait, that's right, she's in the Uzumaki clan now. So you must be the clan head, Uzumaki Senaru. Kuku, why don't you take off your mask so I can see the face of the man I am about to kill, he said as he flicked his tongue out like the snake he was. Cole growled at the man and for his own stupidity of letting his emotions get to him. Fine then, but it is you who will die today, he said as he removed his mask. Orochimaru's eyes widened when he looked at Cole's face. Rinnegan. How, he stammered. Cole raised a hand to him. You are worthy of knowing. Bancho Tennin, he roared. Orochimaru was instantly ripped from his position and pulled towards Cole. He brought his cleaver up and cut clean through Orochimaru's midsection. The now bisected Orochimaru was forced to shed his skin for a second time, leaving him dangerously low on chakra. He fell to one knee and panted heavily as he looked at Cole. I will have those eyes of yours, Uzumaki. I will kill little Anko-chan in the most brutal way possible, and I will make that brat of yours watch. Then he too will die. I will kill you and all those you love, one day, he snarled and he sunk into the ground, his chakra signature disappearing sword after. Cole let out a roar of rage, which flattened the surrounding trees. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He roared over and over again. He let out a frustrated wail. He was about to charge off when he was stopped by 3 Konoha shinobi. Senaru-sama. What has happened here? Madogai said as Kakashi and Heiei landed in the new clearing. Cole sighed. It was Orochimaru. The snake was here and attacked Team 7. I drove him off, but the team's in bad shape. He's escaped. We need to go after him as soon as possible. Cole said as he walked past the 3. I'll go report to the Hokage. Kakashi said as he shined away. Cole grumbled as he started heading towards home. Damn snake, I will not let him have his way. Chapter 47, Sasuke's Curse. Naru-sama. What has happened here? Mato Guy said as Kakashi and Heiei landed in the new clearing. Cole sighed. It was Orochimaru. The snake was here and attacked Team 7. I drove him off, but the team's in bad shape. He's escaped. We need to go after him as soon as possible. Cole said as he walked past the three. I'll go report to the Hokage. Kakashi said as he shined away. Cole grumbled as he started heading towards home. Damn snake, I will not let him have his way. What do you mean by that? And what the hell was that red chakra? Sakura yelled frantically at the both physically and mentally exhausted Naruto. Naruto groaned and held his stomach. Well, I'm just saying you forgot that I was hurt too and all you've been doing is taking care of that team on the ground. And to answer your second question, classified. And now I have a question for you, Pinky, he listed off and pointed a finger at her. You have perfect chakra control, right? He asked and Sakura nodded. Good, I'm gonna need some help getting this damn seal off. Fucking snake just knows how to fuck with people, he said as he started to remove his jacket and shirt. Sakura blushed and turned away. What the hell are you doing? She yelled. Naruto scoffed. I'm just making this easier to look at. Now, get over here so I can fix this, he said in an impatient tone. He growled lowly until Sakura turned around and noticed the seal on his stomach, covering a seal she couldn't even comprehend due to it being so intricate and complex. What is it you need me to do? She asked. Naruto nodded down and pointed at the glowing purple seal on top of the complex one. Okay, I need this off, and soon. It's fucking with my chakra control and is making me weaker by the second. I'm gonna talk you through this, okay? He instructed. Sakura scooted closer and nodded. Okay, he started. First you need to focus chakra into your fingertips, he said as he grabbed her wrist and placed her hand so that each finger was pressed to the purple seal. She started to channel chakra into her fingers and noticed the purple glow lessening. Okay, now, put as much chakra into it and I'll help by transferring what I can to you, he said, still holding her wrist. She instantly felt his chakra flowing into her arm as she focused more and more chakra into the seal. Okay, time for the tricky part, he said as his grip tightened. Now, to break it. Focus all the chakra you can into your fingers and make it burst out into my stomach, he instructed. But, wouldn't that hurt you? She asked, a little frightened about what she was about to do. He nodded. Yeah, like a bitch, but it's how it is removed. I can deal with the pain, but you need to do it soon or we're both gonna run out of chakra, he said as a bead of sweat went down his forehead. Sakura shakily nodded and focused all the chakra she could. After a few seconds she let it burst out. Naruto noticed the effect immediately. The wind was knocked out of him and he had a slight burn where the seal was. He coughed up a little blood and kept coughing till he got his breathing under control. Huff man. At least it hurts less than getting the damn thing put on. Kami, he said as he felt his chakra rush back into his system. He let out a loud sigh of relief. Aw, that's so much better. You have no idea how it feels to have that much chakra bottled up, he said as he sprung to his feet. He stretched out his sore muscles and cracked his neck. 100% again. Sakura just looked at him wide-eyed. How did you get better so quickly? She asked, completely surprised by his sudden second wind. Naruto shrugged. The only damage I took was from the seal and then the fall after. Not much really hit me other than that, he said as he sat back down. He then looked over at Sasuke and his expression became grim. This is not good, he said and moved closer to the Uchiha. Sakura got worried and started to shake again. What is wrong? She asked. Naruto looked at the boy's neck and shook his head. This, he said, pointing at the mark on his neck. This is one of Orochimaru's cursed seals. It will provide Sasuke with a huge power boost, he started. Sakura got hopeful. Maybe this isn't too bad. But her hopes were dashed with the next part of the explanation. But it'll corrupt him. It will mess with his head and eventually cause him to follow or worship Orochimaru. It's a glorified mind control seal, he said as he gritted his teeth. We need to get to the tower and soon. I don't have the equipment or the time here to suppress it, he said as he went to try and move Sasuke. He was stopped in his tracks when they heard a voice outside the cave call out. "Come on out, Uchiha. Get out here so we can kill you," a male voice called. Naruto growled as he turned to the entrance. "Sakura, wait here. I have some idiots to crush," he said as he stalked out. Sakura followed him to the entrance and stood at the entrance to make sure no one could get in. Naruto sauntered out of the cave, his shirt and jacket still off. He saw there was 3 of them, and that they were from Oto. Naruto sighed as he remembered the 3 of them glaring daggers at Sasuke since they arrived at the exam. "Who the fuck are you?" asked the one in front. He had spiked black hair and a gray camo scarf. Naruto sneered at the older Oto Jinin, the Uchiha's teammate. "He can't fight right now, but feel free to leave a message for him from the hospital." Naruto mocked. He slid into a stance. His feet were staggered and he was bent at the knees. He reached his right hand over his shoulder to make it look like he was reaching for a weapon. His left hand reached for a scroll on his hip. He gave them a mischievous grin. "So, who's gonna be first?" The one in front scowled and then got a sadistic grin. "Dosu, Kin, let me take this little fucktard." He raised a single hand, palm facing Naruto. "Zankaha," he shouted as a pressurized blast of air shot at Naruto. Naruto just grinned and stood his ground. At the very last second he moved. "Kitsu no Hikari." Fox's light, he roared as he summoned his red blade and in one fluid motion launched the hardened light right through the Oto ninja's attack. The boy's eyes widened in shock as the blast kept coming straight at him. He would have been cut clean in 2 if he hadn't been just out of the attack's range. He ended up with a lightly cut cheek that didn't even bleed. His face contorted in rage as he brought both hands up. "Zankaha," he roared and sent a second wave of air at Naruto, twice as strong as the last. This time Naruto didn't use Kitsune no Hikari to stop the attack. He quickly unrolled a scroll on the ground and just before the wave of wind came in contact, a wall of pure red chakra burst from the scroll and halted the attack. Once the attack was stopped, the chakra dissipated and Naruto dashed forward. He swung a close-range blast of chakra which the other boy barely dodged before Naruto shot his other hand out and grabbed the boy's neck. He tossed the boy into a tree and pinned his arms to it with kunai. "Ah!" The boy screamed as the knives pierced through his arms and pined him to the tree. "Zaku," the aforementioned Dosu yelled. Kin shot a hail of Senbon at Naruto, who used a low-powered Daitapa to knock them away. Dosu charged at Naruto with his bandaged arm cocked back. He punched at Naruto, but that was a huge mistake. Naruto's sword turned bright red before he swung it to meet Dosu's arm. "Ai Gwaha!" Dosu screamed in agony as he watched his arm be cut from his body. Naruto's blade cut through it like a hot knife through butter. Naruto kicked the Nin away as he began to bleed out. He turned to the now shaking Kin. He gave her a hard glare before holding out his hand. "Give me your scroll and get these 2 out of here." He growled at the terrified girl. She quickly nodded her head. She went over to the now unconscious Dosu and took his earth scroll and tossed it to Naruto. She picked up Dosu and Zaku got himself unstuck. They turned and made a hasty retreat. Naruto sighed and turned back to the cave. "Hey, kid. You have an audience," Kurama said in a lazy tone. "Oh, hey, you're back. And who is it?" Naruto asked his tenant. "The lazy one's team as well as the weird one who kicked the team's ass." He droned. Naruto turned to where they were hiding and waved to them. "Hey, come on out. I know you're there, Shikamaru." "Lee," he called and heard a muffled screech. Team 10 and Lee emerged from their hiding places and greeted Naruto. "So, you guys just watching as I had to fight 3-on-1? Some friends you are," he said in mock anger. Shikamaru smirked at the blonde. "You seemed plenty capable. And it would have been too troublesome to stop the fight to barge in," he said with a shrug. Choji offered a chip and Naruto turned him down. Ino was giving him a curious eye. "I see forehead over there, but where's Sasuke-kun?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto shrugged and was about to answer when he felt a vile surge of chakra. "Naruto!" Sasuke yelled as he walked out of the cave. Purple chakra covering him as his curse mark spread across his skin. "Ah, shit," he gave in. Chapter 48, Preliminaries. Naruto. Sasuke yelled as he walked out of the cave. Purple chakra covering him as his curse mark spread across his skin. Ah, shit, he gave in. Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled as Sasuke charged past her. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes just screamed crazy. He blurred out of sight and appeared behind Naruto. Naruto had barely enough time to bring his guard up before a heavy kick sent him flying away from the others. Team 10 went wide-eyed and backed off on instinct. Lee took the initiative, however, and engaged the manic Sasuke. Konoha Senpu, he yelled as he sent a series of spinning kicks at the raven-haired boy. Sasuke smirked and dodged them all. Once Lee's combo ended, Sasuke got within his guard and delivered a devastating uppercut to the taijutsu specialist. Lee was sent careening into the air, but was able to shakily land on his feet. Lee got into the strong fist stance and gave a taunting wave to Sasuke. Sasuke snarled at the green-clad boy and tried to charge him again. But as soon as he moved, several arms came out of the ground and grabbed his legs. Sasuke fell to the ground as 3 Naruto clones pinned him down. He snarled again and thrashed around, trying to get them off. But his efforts were quickly stopped when the real Naruto came out of the ground in front of Sasuke's face. He placed a tag on his forehead and made a single hand sing. "Kai!" Naruto said. The seal on the tag glowed for a moment before Sasuke calmed down. When the seal stopped glowing, Sasuke was unconscious again. Naruto let out a loud sigh. Team 10 came out from their hiding place again and Ino pointed at Naruto. "What in the hell did you do to him?" she shouted with an accusing tone. Her teammates shook their heads at Ino and Shikamaru sighed an almost inaudible troublesome. Naruto dispelled his cone and looked at Ino. "Don't worry, it's just a chakra-suppressing seal. It will wear off in about an hour," he said as he turned to Sakura. "We need to move before our other teams get here," he shouted to break her from her surprised shock. She slowly nodded and walked to Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto made a clone to carry Sasuke and they began to leave. Naruto turned and gave a thankful nod to Lee before they jumped off towards the tower. Ino growled at them as they left. "I can't believe him! Not even a word of thanks for us being here," she yelled. "I don't care if he's daring Hinata. Next time see that jackass, I'm gonna kick his ass." Shikamaru only shook his head. "Why are things always so troublesome with you, Naruto?" As Team 7 made their way to the tower, Sakura got next to Naruto before giving him a worried look. What happened back there?" "That wasn't Sasuke-kun. He would never just attack you and leave like that," she said, trying to keep her voice calm and not let it shake. Naruto glanced at her before giving a tired sigh. "I don't know. My guess is he gave in to the curse mark's power for a moment and it caused him to go on a rampage," he said as he shook his head. He stopped talking for a moment and just kept looking forward. After a few seconds he started to pick up the pace. "Come on, it's the 3rd day and we need to get to the tower so I, or Kakashi-sensei can work on that damn seal." They arrived at the tower about 2 hours later. Sasuke had woken up. He didn't remember what happened earlier and just thought they were on the move after the attack from Orochimaru. Sakura explained that they were headed for the tower and that Naruto was able to get an earth scroll. Sasuke was surprisingly quiet the entire way to the tower. Once they arrived, they opened the scrolls and Irika popped out of the summoning seal. "Congratulations, guys. Good job on passing the 2nd exam," he said with a smile on his face. "You guys can head over to the rest area and get a room for the remainder of the exam," he said and pointed in the direction of the rooms. "Just go up those stairs and pick an empty room. Oh, and before I forget, the team from Suna and Team 8 are already here." "I'll see ya," he said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto turned to Sasuke with a serious expression. "Okay, come on team, I need to put something over that curse mark so it doesn't fuck with your head," he said in a no-nonsense tone. Sasuke's hand went straight to where the mark was and slowly nodded. After a few hours, Naruto was able to put a evil suppression seal over the curse mark. Sasuke passed out in the process and Naruto handed him over to Sakura so she could take care of him. Naruto walked out of his team's room and started heading towards the cafeteria when he was stopped. "Naruto-kun," Hinata called and giving him a running hug from behind. He laughed and turned around to hug her back. "You guys made it. Good job, by the way, he said as he backed out of the hug. Kiba walked up with a smirk. Yeah, and we beat you here. Must mean we are the better team, he said in a mocking tone. Shino walked up and remained silent. Naruto smirked at the Inuzuka. I beg you are the better team. Any team with the team on it surely lacks in the teamwork department, he replied. Kiba snickered at the jab at the king of brooding and shook his head. They walked down to the cafeteria recounting the happenings in the forest. Naruto didn't tell them about what happened with Orochimaru, but made a mental note to tell Hinata next time they were alone. For now, he would enjoy the 2 days he had to be with her before the third exam started. Those 2 days passed faster than he wanted. It was the 5th day and all the passing teams were waiting in the arena. All of the rookie teams made it, as well as Lee's team. The only other team that made it through other than the one from Suna was one from IWA. They were all older genin and were glaring daggers at Naruto. Naruto just brushed them off as the Hokage walked into the room. He was flanked by Heiei Gecko and his Umbu commander, Yuzuki Yugo. Hiruzen explained the real reason the Chunin exams take place. That they are just glorified war games. Once Hiruzen was done, Heiei started to explain the next exam. Okay, the third exam is one-on-one matches. But there are too many here for us to be able to hold the third exam right now. So, we are going to hold a preliminary round to thin the groups out, he explained. He turned to a screen on the wall and continued while pointing to it. That screen will display 2 names at random. Those will be the ones who fight. The rules are, anything goes. Just stop when I say so. You can forfeit if you choose to do so. I will stop the fighting if I deem a winner. But death is always a possibility. Now, for the first match. The screen flipped through names until it stopped on 2. The first match. Uchiha Sasuke vs Tsukuki Hataraku. It announced. Sasuke smirked and turned to his opponent from IWA. He was a tall, stocky man. He had short cropped hair and a large smirk. Alright kid, why don't you just drop out now while you have the chance? I'm not in to beat poor little kids into the ground, he said in a mocking tone. Sasuke sneered at the man and readied himself. Sharingan blazing. Raised his hand and looked between the 2 fighters. He got a nod from both of them and lowered his hand. Hajime. Naruto and Sakura were watching from the higher hallway when Kakashi walked up to them. Yo, how's it been? He asked as he gave his trademark eye smile. Naruto gave him a nod and Sakura didn't respond, she just continued to watch Sasuke's fight. Kakashi leaned against the railing next to Naruto. How is he? He asked in a hushed tone. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes. He's struggling. The snake got the mark on him and he fell to its influence once already. I put a seal on it, but I don't know if it'll do much if he chooses to use it again. Naruto informed his sensei. Kakashi nodded solemnly. Alright, I'll keep an eye on him. How's the fight going? Not to his favor. The guy from IWA has more experience. And has the advantage of keeping his emotions in check. Sasuke was not having a good time. He went for another attack but was forced back by a spike of earth. He snarled in frustration. His opponent hadn't moved from his position at all. He just formed the hand signs and placed his hands on the ground. Hataraku never let his smirk falter. Come on, brat. Can that little dijutsu of yours not help you through my Doton, Chikyu Yamarashi? Earth release, Earth porcupine, he mocked. Sasuke hadn't been just randomly attacking. He was judging the range of the man's jutsu. The range just happened to be 10 meters. Too much for him to get close. Sasuke snarled and weaved a familiar set of hand signs. Katan, go Byaku no Jutsu, he roared as he released a large fireball towards the IWA Jinin. The ball of flame engulfed the man and Sasuke smirked. He turned his back on the man in the fire and started to walk away. His confidence faltered though, when the man's voice called out. That all you got, kid? He asked. Sasuke whipped around to see his opponent behind a thicket of rock needles. Earth beats fire, kiddo. Learn your basics before you get confident, he said and ran through hand signs. With Sasuke's Sharingan deactivated, he didn't know what was to come. until he was hit in the back of the neck and knocked out. A rock clone stood behind the unconscious boy. Hey raised his hand. Winner! Tsukuki Hataraku. Up in the stand, Sakura and Ino were shocked silent. Sasuke lost in a completely one-sided fight. Naruto just sighed and Kakashi shook his head. I really need to work on his attitude. Just like Naruto said, he mumbled to himself. Before Naruto could say anything, the next match was called. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Chapter 49, Hinata's Fight. Up in the stand, Sakura and Ino were shocked silent. Sasuke lost in a completely one-sided fight. Naruto just sighed and Kakashi shook his head. I really need to work on his attitude. Just like Naruto said, he mumbled to himself. Before Naruto could say anything, the next match was called. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Naruto smirked and jumped down into the arena. Alright. I get to fight early, he cheered as he started doing a little stretch routine. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Hinata cheered from the viewing area. Naruto turned and saw that all of Team 8 was cheering for him and Shikamaru and Chuji were giving him a thumbs up. He smiled and turned to where Kankuro was now standing. The middle child of the Sand siblings was pale. He had a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he walked down to the arena. You've got to be kidding me. I have to fight the only guy I've ever seen scare Gaara. Fuck me, he thought. Once he made his way to the arena, he was met by the blonde who stopped him from beating up the grandson of the Hokage. He gulped and got into a ready stance. He looked sane enough. Naruto raised an eyebrow and pointed. Oh hey! You're that makeup guy from the other day. Hee hee, looks like I get to beat you up anyway, he said with a smirk as he got into a loose stance, lightly bouncing from foot to foot. They both nodded to Hey 8 and he raised his hand. Hajime. Kankuro was the first to start. He hurled a kunai at Naruto, who easily deflected by summoning a black katana. Naruto smirked at Kankuro. That all? He asked as he raised his sword in front of him, parallel with his body. Kankuro let out a shaky breath and raised a hand. Hey 8 raised an eyebrow. He fiddled with his katana and smirked. Huh, guess the Oracle brand blades are more popular than I thought. He thought with his own black katana resting on his back. Kankuro dropped his scared expression and smirked. Huh, guess it's my win. You weren't very good after all, he said as he flicked his wrist up. Naruto raised an eyebrow. His eyes widened in shock as he felt something sharp dig into his back. He reached back and pulled it out. It was the kunai that Kankuro threw earlier. Damn it, he said as he fell over. Kankuro smirked even wider. Hey 8 was about to call the match when the downed fighter exploded. He was able to react and get away at the last second. But Kankuro was sent flying into the wall. Kankuro landed in a boneless heap as Naruto raised out of the scorched ground. Kage Bunshin Daibakuha, exploding shadow clone, a little overkill but it worked, he said in a calm tone as he put his hands behind his head. His eyes widened when he saw Kankuro stand. The boy made strange clicking sounds and began to hover above the ground. Shit! Naruto said as he backed away from a hail of Senbon shot from the boy's mouth. Kankuro shot a blade out of his hand and charged Naruto. The blonde summoned a sword to defend himself. After a few blocks he noticed something. The odd object on the boy's back was sitting against the wall and slightly moving. Naruto smirked and sent chakra into his sword. He cut through the fake Kankuro, sending pieces of a puppet all over the arena. He then summoned a kunai and threw it at the white object. Once it hit, it started to turn red. Kankuro unraveled himself and jumped away from a second kunai. His was clutching his right arm where the first one hit. I give up, he yelled. Hey 8 raised a hand. Winner! Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smirked as he walked out of the arena. Hinata met him at the top of the stairs and gave him a hug. Congrats, she said softly. Naruto hugged her back. Come on, let's go see who's gonna fight next, he said as he walked her back up the stairs. Once they got back with the rookie 9, they looked at the screen. Naruto's eyes widened in horror when he saw the names. Next round. Hyuga Hinata vs Sabaku no Gaara. Hey 8 called. Oh, Looks like I'm up. Wish me luck, Naruto-kun. Hinata called as she jumped down to the arena. Naruto was shaking his head. No, 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 no. Shit, he said as he ran to the railing. Everyone was looking at him strangely. What's up with you? Ino asked. Naruto didn't respond. He just stared out to the arena. Hinata landed in the arena and noticed her opponent was already waiting for her. The redhead just gave her a once-over and let out a large amount of killing intent. Mother doesn't want your blood, he mumbled to himself. Hinata paled but got into her Juken stance. With a nod from both of them, the fight started. And only a few seconds passed before it ended in a blood-chilling scream. Hinata dashed forward to meet Gaara in taijutsu but was hit back by a wave of sand. She was able to land on her feet. But when she tried to move, she couldn't. She looked down and noticed her feet were covered in sand. The sand traveled up to her knees. It stopped and she screamed. The sand tightened and crushed her legs from the knees down. Gaara was about to send another wave of sand at the wailing girl when it was stopped by a bright red light. His eyes widened when then the light faded and the girl was gone. He looked around and saw the boy mother feared holding the girl. His eyes had turned red and he was growling at Gaara. He turned and rushed the unconscious girl to the medical team. Hey, Headberry saw what happened before he raised his hand. Winner! Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto was waiting outside of the ICU for any news on how Hinata was doing. Kakashi and Kurenai walked up and sat next to the lightly trembling boy. Any news? Kakashi asked in a light sigh. The only response he got was a shake from Naruto's head. Well, the preliminaries have ended and they called the rounds for the next exam. It will be held in a month. You are in the first fight against Sabaku no Gaara. Kakashi said. Naruto's shaking stopped as heard the news of the matchups. Kakashi continued to explain who was fighting. After his match it would be Lee vs Hataraku, Kiba vs Shino, Niji vs Shina from IWA, and then Shikamaru vs Temari. Naruto didn't hear any of this, however. The only thing he could hear was his own thoughts. I'll kill him, I'll kill him, I'll kill him. And a small voice he couldn't hear was fighting off Kurama's warnings. It was actively cutting the link between him and the fox. Soon I will have my turn. Hinata was let out of the hospital a week later. Naruto was pushing her wheelchair out of the hospital in silence. She was getting worried for him. She had never seen him so broken up before. She had never seen his eyes so lifeless before. He was completely without emotion as he wheeled her down the street. And Naruto-kun, are you alright? She asked, her voice heavy with concern. His face became a mask of emotion, and his voice told nothing was wrong. But his eyes gave him away. They were not the normal deep pools of cerulean blue that Hyuga Eris loved. They were faded, shallow, and empty. She put on a serious face. You aren't alright, Naruto, she said in a stern voice. Can you take me to your father, please? She asked in a no-nonsense tone. He silently nodded and led her back to his home. They entered the Uzumaki household and were greeted by Seinaru and Anko. Seinaru-sama, Hinata said in a serious tone. Cole's normal carefree look turned into his own emotionless mask. The one he used for all of his work as the Oracle. Hinata lost her serious look as tears pooled in her eyes. Help him, she quietly pleaded. Cole nodded and looked to his son. To the surprise of both of the females in the room, Cole dashed with incredible speed and placed his hand on top of Naruto's head and immediately entered his mind. Chapter 50, Dark Naruto's Reign. Chapter 50, Dark Naruto's Reign. Cole's normal carefree look turned into his own emotionless mask. The one he used for all of his work as the Oracle. Hinata lost her serious look as tears pooled in her eyes. Help him, she quietly pleaded. Cole nodded and looked to his son. To the surprise of both of the females in the room, Cole dashed with incredible speed and placed his hand on top of Naruto's head and immediately entered his mind. Naruto's mindscape. Cole walked through the dark and dank hallways that were once Naruto's mind. The mindscape that had been changed to a forest and cave were no more. It was again back to the sewers. He walked until he reached a shadowed room that housed Kurama. The fox himself looked weak and defeated. He lay there on his side looking out the cage. Hey there, Gaki, long time no see. The demon said in a quiet tone. His eyes were half open and his always swaying tails were stopped. Cole was stupefied by how weak the demon appeared. Ho! Was all he could say. Kurama sighed. That damn brat, let that thing, take over, it's killing the kid, help him. Kurama, he said before he fell asleep. Cole clenched his fist till he felt blood trickle down his fingers. Naruto, he roared at the top of his lungs. The room echoed his voice for a long moment before the silence took over. After a few moments later he started to hear a faint laughter. It grew louder and louder till it was almost painful. Then it left as quickly as it came. Well, if it isn't dear old dad. The voice called. It sounded like Naruto's voice, but it wasn't. It was darker, more spiteful. Cole's eyes narrowed. He growled and turned to face the voice. Give me back my son, he growled. Dark Naruto stood there with his arms crossed and a sadistic smirk on his face. Oh, but I am him, Pops. Can't you see? I am him. The real him, he said while spreading his arms to show himself. He slowly walked forwards to Cole. Cole snarled at the fake. He raised a hand and sent the fake flying across the room with an unspoken Shinra Tensei. Dark Naruto slammed into the wall hard enough to crack it. The fake was embedded into the wall, but just started laughing. You think you can beat me in my own mind, Dad? Fuck you, he roared as Cole was sent back by a wave of gravity all too much like his own Shinra Tensei. Cole used his own manipulation over gravity to correct his flight to where he landed on his feet. The dark form of the boy he raised and loved stood there cackling. Ugh, how I've waited to fight dear old dad on even ground. You can't understand how much I've wanted to beat that stupid face of yours till I can't recognize it anymore. The boy laughed sadistically as he charged Cole with the Kitsune no Kiba. Cole snarled and dodged all he could. You really think a shell of the boy I raised and trained could ever hope to beat me? Cole roared as he planted a fist into Naruto's jaw. The boy was sent across the room again. Cole blurred out of the boy's sight. Dark Naruto's eyes widened before he was sent across the room again. The half-awake Kurama chuckled weakly. He has a point. Without the main body your control over, this mind is weak, you can't even hope to beat him. Kurama drawled. Dark Naruto roared in frustration as he was blown back again. Kurama chuckled at its frustration. Hey, Gaki, beat him into the ground, then let the boy have a go. Cole smirked and continued to tear the fake apart. Bancho Tenin! Cole exclaimed. He pulled the fake off his feet and formed a chakra receiver rod with his spar hand. Once he got close enough, he stabbed him through the stomach. Cole pinned him to the ground with receiver rods and willed him to be still. Cole let out a loud sigh and turned to Kurama's cage. All right, son, finish this, he said in a slightly angry tone. Naruto walked out of the cage with a look of sadness on his face. I'm so sorry, D-Dad, I'm so sorry, he said as tears rolled down his face. Cole's gaze softened. Naruto, I know you are angry. I know that it is hard. Seeing those you love in pain is never easy. But we can fix this. We can move on, he said as he pulled Naruto into an embrace. And you, he said as he turned to face Dark Naruto. I know you feel unwanted, contained. I know you feel like you should be in charge. He turned back to Naruto and placed his hands on his shoulders. Naruto, he is a part of you. He is you. But you are in control. He is your darkness. But he does not control you. Never forget him. And never cast him aside. He makes you who you are. Don't cast him aside. Embrace him and find your balance. Cole stood away and faded out of his mind. Naruto looked down to his darker self as he stood and looked at Naruto pensively. I guess we have a lot to talk about. As soon as Cole touched Naruto's head, the boy fell unconscious. Cole caught him and picked him up. He let out a sigh and looked at the shocked onlookers. He'll be fine, he just needs to do some self-healing, he looked to Hinata and smiled fondly. You know, he really loses himself for you sometimes, said in a soft tone. Hinata looked down in embarrassment. He smiled and continued talking. But I think that's a good thing. Hinata looked up at him confused. How could making him feel like this a good thing? She asked in tears. Anko walked over and held the girl. She smiled at her and finished what Cole started. It shows he cares for you. Hina-chan. You are his most precious person. And when that person is in danger, that is when we find the strength to push beyond all limits and protect them, she said to the young heiress. Cole turned to take Naruto to his room. He looked over his shoulder and smiled at her. You are his strength, Hinata. Let him be yours. Cole laid Naruto into his bed and was about to turn and leave the room when someone made their presence known. You know, when I came back, I didn't know what to expect of this new Uzumaki clan. But what you just did to help the brat, and to calm that girl. I think I can trust you, Oracle-san, a deep and gravely voice said. Cole turned and smiled tightly. The man was a little taller than he was. He had long white hair that was tied back into a loose ponytail. Jiraiya-sama, it is a pleasure to meet Naruto's godfather. But one thing, he said with a sense of false kindness. Jiraiya frowned slightly before he doubled over from a punch to the stomach. He coughed a few times before he looked back up to Cole's eyes. I guess I deserve that one, those eyes, I never thought I'd see them twice in one lifetime, he said with a light chuckle. Cole continued to scowl at him for a long moment. But he eventually relented and let a light smile cross his face. Yeah, you did. And I think Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan would want you to keep up your word to Minato to teach his brat, he said with a smirk. Jiraiya let out a heartfelt laugh. Man, the old man was right. You are really freaky when you do that future knowledge crap against someone, he bent over laughing and Cole could help but join him. After they caught their breath Cole sighed. Jiraiya, he said in sudden seriousness. There is war coming. And your old friend is the one responsible. Jiraiya let his face become serious before looking up to him. What can you tell me? Chapter 51, Balance. After they caught their breath Cole sighed. Jiraiya, he said in sudden seriousness. There is war coming. And your old friend is the one responsible. Jiraiya let his face become serious before looking up to him. What can you tell me? So, I guess we have a lot to talk about? Naruto asked his darker counterpart. Dark Naruto sneered at him. So what? We talk, you abandon me, and move on with your life? Fuck that. I am not going to be abandoned. I won't be left aside. Not again. Never again, he roared as he charged Naruto. They both drew Kitsune no Kiba and clashed. Strike after strike, neither of the two were able to break through the other's defenses. Eventually they stopped their attacks to gain distance. Katan, Gobaiku no Jutsu. Suiton, Teppo Dama. Water release, water bullet. Futon, Daitapa. Futon, Rinkuden. Futon, Kaze no Yaiba. Wind release, wind blades. Kitsune no Hikari. Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Futon, Daitapa. Every attack that the other used was repelled by the other. The room was littered with holes and craters. Shuriken were scattered across the ground and both of the fighters were bent over in exhaustion. Naruto looked up to his darker self with a hint of pity in his eyes. Please, let's just talk about this, he said between breaths. Dark Naruto saw the look he was being given and roared in anger as he caught his second wind. He charged and tackled Naruto to the ground. He started smashing his fist into Naruto's face over and over again. Tears ran down Dark Naruto's face as he began to break down. He grabbed Naruto by the collar of his shirt and shook him. Why? Why don't you fight back? He cried. His fist crashed into Naruto one more time before the young blonde looked his darker self in the eyes. Because I don't want to fight with myself. I accept you. I don't hate you. I don't want to throw you aside. You are me, and I know the pain we have felt. I know how scared I am. So please, we can go through it together. Not as enemies, but as the same person. Liar! Dark Naruto cried as he raised his fist to punch Naruto again. But he stopped. His hand shaking in the air. His eyes flooding with tears. He looked into Naruto's eyes and saw nothing but warmth and forgiveness. He slowly lowered his hand and slowly let go of Naruto's shirt. Naruto stood up and pulled his counterpart into a hug. He hung onto him while he cried. Over the span of what felt like hours, he stopped. "Okay," he whispered. He slowly let go. He looked Naruto in the eyes. The once red and black eyes slowly fading till they were Naruto's normal deep blue. "Thank you." He started to crumble to dust and fade out of Naruto's mind. Naruto himself looked to Kurama's cage and saw the demon smiling down at him. His strength found again, his tail swaying happily. The mindscape reverted back to the mountain cave overlooking the forest. "Good job, Kit. I'm proud of you," were the only words Naruto heard before he faded out of the mindscape and back into reality. When Naruto woke up he felt whole. He was calm, relaxed. He felt like he just had the best sleep he had ever had, and best of all, he felt happy. He slowly sat up in his bed and felt his right arm stuck under something. He looked to his arm and smiled. There sitting next to his bed and holding onto his arm for dear life was Hinata. He leaned down to her and whispered into her ear. "Wake up, my Heim." Hinata's eyes slowly opened. She sleepily looked up to Naruto's eyes. She blinked a couple of times before looking deeper into them. Tears came to her eyes. His deep pools of cerulean blue were back. They had the life, the mischievous glint to them that she loved. She leaned up and quickly wrapped the blonde in a hug. She lightly cried into the crook of his neck. "Welcome back, Naruto," she softly cried. Naruto hugged her back and kissed the crown of her head. "Hina-chan, I am so sorry," he whispered to her. She sniffed and looked up at him. "You better be," she said as he pulled him down and pressed her lips to his. Naruto couldn't move. His face burned redder than a tomato, but he got over it. He held her tight and kissed her back. But their moment was short-lived as Anko walked into the room. "Hey Hinata, it's getting late, I'll take." She froze when she saw the scene before her. Her eyes widened till they couldn't open anymore. She mechanically turned around and walked away. "SSA Naruto-kun. Things are happening," she yelled in hardly suppressed glee. Down the hall Cole laughed as he saw the two teenagers turn away from each other with faces that glowed red. "Then why did you ruin it for them, Anko-chan?" he laughed. Once he caught his breath he wiped away a stray tear. He walked into the room and had a soft look in his eyes. "So I guess you found your balance?" Naruto nodded but didn't say a word. Cole laughed and turned to leave the room. "Good, now come on. There's someone who wants to meet you," he said as he left the room. Naruto wheeled Hinata to his living room and saw someone new sitting on the couch. He was tall. Taller than his dad. He also had longer white hair than he did. He wore green clothes with a red sage's cloak over them and had a horned Hittite. He also wore red face paint that made it look like he had tears of blood going down his face. He looked over at Naruto and smiled warmly. But then it changed into a somewhat perverted smile. "So the lovebirds decided to join us, he said with a slight giggle. Cole snorted when he saw the tick mark form on Naruto's forehead and Hinata's crimson blush. Before Naruto could go off on the newcomer, Cole stepped up. "Naruto, Hinata, this is Jiraiya of the Sannin. He is the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku and a master of Fuinjutsu like you and also trained the Yondaime Hokage," Cole said while Jiraiya smirked at the two Jonin's reaction. "So this perverted-looking guy trained the Yondaime. Why is he here then?" Naruto said while pointing at him. Hinata was frantically trying to bow as best she could in her wheelchair. Cole chuckled at the two and Jiraiya jumped up from his seat. "Hey brat. I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert," he yelled at Naruto. The two Jonin froze and got a deadpan look on their faces. "Did you really just?" Naruto started. "Call yourself a super pervert." Hinata finished. They both sweat dropped when they saw him nod confidently. Cole and Anko were rolling on the ground at the little exchange. I took them a minute before they were able to calm down. Okay, phew, Well, he's here to train you, Naruto. You are his godson after all. Cole clarified. Naruto looked Jiraiya up and down before giving Cole a deadpan look. And what is he going to teach me? How to be a perv. Cole nearly lost it again, like Anko did, but he was able to keep from bursting out laughing. Jiraiya growled at the blonde. Oh, yeah? What about this? Jiraiya said before he formed a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto kept his expression neutral before raising his own hand and forming a Rasengan of his own. Yeah, I learned that one before I got out of the academy. He dispelled the Rasengan at the same time Jiraiya did. Jiraiya was scratching his chin before a light bulb flashed above his head. Oh, yeah? Then how about a summoning contract? He asked with a smirk. Naruto's eyebrow twitched before he sighed in defeat. Fine, you got me there, he said like he had just lost a debate. Cole walked up to Naruto and placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, I will be training you with Jiraiya. Now that you have found your balance, I can finally start training you on how to use the Kyuubi's chakra to its fullest, he said with a smile. He then turned to Hinata and smiled. But first, Hinata, I'm gonna heal you. But under one condition. You cannot tell anyone you are healed. Too many people will get curious on how you were healed so quickly. I need to keep as many of my powers hidden from the foreigners in the village as possible, understand? She nodded and Cole smiled. Good, he said, picking her up. He walked outside and placed her on the ground. Naraka Path, summoning of the outer path, King of Hell, he exclaimed as the King of Hell rose from the ground. Cole placed Hinata in his mouth and after a few chews, she walked out. She instantly ran to Naruto in a running tackle hug. The two teens laughed and Cole, Anko, and Jiraiya watched happily. Jiraiya sighed and his face grew grim. Times like these really make you forget war is right around the corner, he said with a sigh. Cole kept on smiling and turned to the sage. Yeah, but it is times like these that need to be treasured the most. Chapter 52, Taking Control. She instantly ran to Naruto in a running tackle hug. The two teens laughed and Cole, Anko, and Jiraiya watched happily. Jiraiya sighed and his face grew grim. Times like these really make you forget war is right around the corner, he said with a sigh. Cole kept on smiling and turned to the sage. Yeah, but it is times like these that need to be treasured the most. That night found Naruto wheeling Hinata back to the Hyuga compound in silence. It wasn't the awkward kind of silence. It was more of a content silence. No one had anything to say, not because they couldn't think of anything, but because they didn't need to say anything. They were just happy to be together. Once they made it to the compound, Naruto saw Hinata's father waiting for them at the gate. Thank you for bringing Hinata home, Naruto-san. Hayashi said with a nod. Naruto scratched the back of his head and nodded back. No problem, Hayashi-sama, he said nervously. Hayashi began to wheel Hinata back into the compound before he turned to look at Naruto. Naruto froze under his steely gaze. Kick that bastard's ass for me, Naruto-san, he said. Naruto didn't respond as Hayashi walked past the gates. He didn't say anything until the gates had closed. Don't worry, it would be my pleasure. The next day Naruto woke up at 5 in the morning to begin his training. He went to the Uzumaki training ground and began going through warm-ups. He was on his 13th lap around the compound when his father came out and stopped him. Oi! Naruto! Come here! It's time to begin your training, he called to the blonde. Naruto hurried over to his father. He was just about prepared for anything, but for what his father did. Cole sat down in front of the boy with his legs crossed. He waved a hand in front of himself in a gesture to sit. Naruto complied but had an eyebrow raised. I thought we were going to be training, he asked. Cole smiled at him and raised a hand to stop any more questions. Naruto, I said I was going to teach you how to gain further control over Kurama's chakra, did I not? He said. When he received a nod in acknowledgement, he continued. Well, when you are ready to take full control, you will have to fight with Kurama. But that's not what we are going to do today. Today you will fight against me. In your mindscape, he explained. When he received another raised eyebrow, he continued before the blonde could rapid fire any more questions. What we are doing in there is teaching you how to better control your mindscape. In there you should be unbeatable. You just need to learn how to control the space. So we are going to fight in your head, until you can beat me when I am at my strongest. If you can do that, then you should be able to beat Kurama, understand? He said while raising his fist. Naruto nodded. Hi sensei, he acknowledged as he raised his own fist. Once they bumped fists, they were in Naruto's mind. They were in his mind for all of 20 seconds before Naruto jolted awake and was breathing hard. Did you have to snap my neck? He yelled at his adoptive father. Cole looked at him in utter seriousness. Training time was business time. He raised his fist. Again, he said in a no-nonsense tone. Naruto gulped and raised his fist again. This wasn't going to be fun. After 5 hours of start, die, and repeat, Naruto was mentally exhausted. But he was making progress. In the last few fights had lasted 20 minutes before he was killed. He was able to distort the room to where he was right in Cole's face or 100 meters from him at any given moment. He could also bend away most of his attacks. However, when Cole used his gravity control, that was usually endgame. It was safe to say, by the end of it all, Naruto had a new respect/fear of the man. He was able to kill him in his own mind. Here he could control basically everything. It should be impossible in theory, but he was doing it easy enough. After Naruto caught his breath from the last death, he had his head ripped off by his father's bare hands. He looked up to see Cole raise his hand again. One more time, but this time try to stop my movements and keep me from doing anything right off the bat, he said. Naruto nodded and gulped one last time. He raised his hand and touched his fist to his father's. Mindscape. They stood 20 meters away from each other. They stood in front of Kurama's cage. The fox looked like he was having the time of his life, watching Naruto get his ass kicked over and over again. He even had a little score chart in his cage with a list on who's won and who's lost. So far, Cole was able to kill Naruto 53 times and Naruto had yet to get a decisive hit in. Kurama raised his massive paw, hand, thing, and smiled viciously. Let the massacre begin, he roared as he slammed his paw, hand, thing, down. The shockwaves slightly staggered Cole but had no effect on Naruto. Naruto raised his hands and thought. Chains erupted from the ground and tangled Cole in a web of metal. Cole's eyes widened as Naruto smiled broadly. The blonde summoned up Kitsune no Kiba. Kitsune no Hikari, he shouted and sent a flurry of red streams of light at Cole. The Rinnegan bearer's eyes hardened as the slices of light came closer. Once they were about to hit him, he unleashed a massive wave of gravity, both blocking the attack and breaking the chains. He dashed forward to strike at Naruto, but the boy distorted the space in the room and dodged the attack. Cole turned to him and weaved a long set of hand signs. Katan, Gokumakyaku. Fire release, great fire annihilation, Cole exclaimed as a massive torrent of fire erupted out from his mouth. Naruto used his mind to force the fire to miss him. But once fire cleared, Cole had gone missing. He looked around in surprise until he felt a heavy kick to his back send his rocketing across the room. Come on, Naruto! Get creative! Use that hyperactive imagination to good use, Cole said from across the room. Naruto snarled before he stood up. After a moment he smirked. That's right, this is my mind, time to do something fun, he thought as he raised his hands. Shinra Tensei, the blonde yelled. Cole's eyes widened as he was sent flying through the room. Naruto distorted the room so he was in his fly path. Cho Otama Rasengan, he roared as he made a Rasengan the size of a small house. Cole turned his body in mid-air and absorbed the attack, but then had his arms pinned to the sides of his body by chains. Naruto smirked and took a deep breath. Katan, Gokumakyaku, he roared and sent the torrent of fire towards Cole. Cole used Shinra Tensei to break the chains and then made rockets out his legs to dodge the flames. Naruto distorted the room again and Cole slammed into the ground. Hey, come on, Dad. Down is up and up is down, the blonde howled with laughter. Cole got up and smiled with the blonde. Heh, good job so far, but you still have one, Cole said as he charged Naruto with Teki no Hocho in hand. Naruto smirked and distorted the room one last time. Oh, but I think I did, he said as he felt Cole heave up blood onto his shoulder. Naruto had changed the room to where when Cole got within striking range, Kitsune no Kiba would appear behind Cole and stab him in the back. Cole's eyes were wide with shock. He then smiled warmly at his son. "Heh, good job, lucky hit," the room faded. Reality. Cole jolted awake and took a deep breath. "Ahaha. So that's what death feels like," he said as he flopped down onto his back. Naruto jumped up from his sitting position and cheered for himself. "Yada. I beat him," he cheered as he did a little victory dance. Cole's sweat dropped as he watched his son cheer. A deep laugh filled the field. Naruto turned to see Jiraiya sitting in a tree laughing his ass off and pointing at the blonde. "What the hell's with that dance?" he cackled at the boy. Naruto growled at the older man and sat back down. "Nice of you to finally join us, Arosinin," he grumbled. Jiraiya's face faltered when he heard the nickname. He mumbled something about no respect and brats are all the same. He shook his head and looked at Cole. "So what were you doing anyway?" "You were just sitting there for like an hour," he said as he scratched his chin. "We were in his mindscape preparing him to fight against the QB. We fought to the death trying to get him to be able to control world to his advantage. Apparently the 54th try is charm," Cole explained. Jiraiya paled at that. "Why would you be preparing him to fight the QB?" he asked, completely stupefied by that. Cole smirked at him. "Because it is the only way for him to gain full control over his power. QB right now is working with him to get his body accustomed to high amounts of his chakra before we have them do a little chakra tug of war," he explained cryptically. Jiraiya just shook his head in confusion. "Wait, you said the QB is helping him?" he asked. This time Naruto spoke up. "Yeah, and his name is Kurama. He's been helping me ever since I graduated the academy. And if what Dad says is true, then once I beat Kurama, I'll get a huge power boost and be able to control his chakra without any adverse effects," he explained. Jiraiya just shook his head some more and sighed. "Whatever. Come on, brat, it's time to work on your summoning contract." Chapter 53, The Third Exam. Jiraiya just shook his head some more and sighed. "Whatever. Come on, brat, it's time to work on your summoning contract." "So Arosinin, where we going?" Naruto asked as he walked behind the sage with his arms behind his head. Jiraiya's eye twitched a bit as he ground his teeth. "You ever gonna stop calling me that, brat?" he asked through clenched teeth. Naruto smirked as an evil glint came into his eye. "I'll stop calling you that when you stop calling me brat," he replied. Jiraiya let out a tired sigh. "Fine, Naruto, we're going to a large enough area so you can practice summoning without the threat of you summoning up something huge and crushing a hose or something," he said to the blonde. Naruto snickered as they continued to walk. "Makes sense, Arosinin," he said in a mischievous tone. Jiraiya nearly tripped when Naruto continued to call him a perverted hermit. "What the hell, YA brat?" he roared in frustration. Naruto just burst out into laughter as he began to run from the enraged Sannin. Cole, who was walking behind the two, just let out a tired sigh and shook his head. "Two peas in a pod, those two." After about 20 minutes of cat and mouse, Jiraiya finally calmed down and had Naruto waiting in an open field. Jiraiya was still grinding his teeth at the Jinning youth, but he was able to rein in his anger. "Okay, brat," Jiraiya started, emphasizing the word brat. "The first thing you gotta do is sign the contract," he said as he grabbed the scroll of his back. He unrolled it to show a short list of names. The one at the end was his birth father, named Kage Minato. Naruto nodded and bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood. After he signed his name on the contract, he left a bloody hand print on it like all the others. Jiraiya nodded when he was finished and put the scroll away. "Okay, any questions before we get to the next part?" the Toad Sage asked. Naruto turned to Cole and raised an eyebrow. "Hey Dad, why don't you have to make a contract with any of your summons?" he asked. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as well. "You have a summons?" "Which one?" the sage asked curiously. Cole scratched the back of his head and began to explain. "Well, Naruto, I don't have to sign a contract because I created my summons. And to answer your question, Jiraiya, I have a total of 7 different summons," he clarified to the two. Jiraiya's eyebrows were raised almost into his hairline. Can I see one? The sage asked. Cole thought for a second and sighed. Why not? He went through the proper hand signs and slammed his hand to ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, Leviathan, he exclaimed. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes when no smoke was expelled. It took a second, but his eyes widened when water started to raise out of the ground. After about 5 seconds, a massive serpent made of water with a single Rinnegan eye was curled up waiting instruction behind Cole. What in the hell is that? Jiraiya asked breathlessly. Cole smirked at the expression on the old sage. Naruto looked nearly the same as Jiraiya, wide-eyed and mouth agape. This here is my Leviathan, Cole started. When a Rinnegan bearer wishes to make a summons, we must use a combination of our creation of all things to create the body, and the outer path to supply the soul. Once the being is created, it will wait in the animal path's personal pocket dimension, he explained to the two. They both shook their heads in confusion. Jiraiya sighed and mumbled something about never going to understand the Rinnegan. He quickly turned to Naruto to change the subject as Cole let Leviathan dispel. Okay, brat. Now, for you to be able to successfully summon something, you need to make a blood sacrifice. Just bite your thumb or something. Next you go through the hand signs and pump chakra into any surface. And boom, you got a summoned creature. Jiraiya explained. He nodded to Naruto to give it a try. Naruto gulped lightly and went through the hand signs after biting his thumb again to get it bleeding. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto roared as he slammed his palm to the ground. Cole jumped back before he started the jutsu, but Jiraiya didn't and was blown back by the massive cloud of smoke. Jiraiya landed hard on his back against a tree. And slowly stood up. He was about to look up when a loud booming voice yelled at him. You've got a lot of nerve summoning me, Jiraiya. The toad boss Gamabunta roared. Before Jiraiya could respond, an ecstatic blonde yelled at the boss from on top of the toad's head. Hey, that old perv didn't summon you. I did. Gamabunta's eyes looked up to see Naruto standing on his head. The boss summon's eyes widened slightly at the familiar mop of blonde hair and blue eyes. The toad chuckled lightly. So you're Minato's tadpole, huh? You aren't much more than some shrimp, huh? The boss summons joked. Naruto fumed at the large summons. Yeah, I'm his kid, and I ain't small, you've overgrown frog, he yelled angrily. Before the toad could yell back at the ignorant blonde for calling him a frog, another voice stopped them. Now, Naruto. He isn't a frog, he is a mighty toad. The boss of the toads, if I might add. It is truly a pleasure to meet you, Gamabunta-sama. Cole said as he floated in mid-air in front of the boss summons. /N, bet you forgot he could do that, huh? Laughing face. Gamabunta looked like he was about to have a heart attack when he saw the little floating human. Oh, our Oracle-sama! Gamabunta yelled in fright as he tried his best to somehow bow before Cole. The three humans in proximity were dumbstruck. Naruto was nearly flung off of the massive toad as he bowed, and Jiraiya had never seen Gamabunta try to be respectful to anyone other than Fukasaku or Shima. And Cole was just surprised that the toad knew who he was. Cole blinked a few times and pointed to himself. You know who I am? He asked dumbly. Gamabunta nodded vigorously, almost sending Naruto flying. Yes. You are the only thing the old sage can talk about. All he ever says is that he sees things about an oracle and says if we ever meet him then we are truly blessed by the Rakutu Sannin, the boss toad said excitedly. Cole snickered at that thought. Him being some holy being, yeah right. He cleared his throat and smiled to the boss summons. Well, it is an honor to meet the boss summons for the toads. And yes, it was Naruto who summoned you. Cole clarified for the toad. Gamabunta's eyes narrowed. Then is he? The toad asked quietly. Cole only nodded for the toad and Gamabunta nodded as well. Well then, brat, the toad addressed Naruto, who was still trying to get his balance back from all of the sudden movement. Normally I would ask you to drink with me tea to solidify the summoning contract, but seeing as how young you are, I'll let it slide this time. So, in the future, make sure to summon us for important matters, and don't summon me unless the matter is of extreme importance. Got it, brat? He asked the blonde. Naruto nodded and gave a mock salute. Gamabunta nodded, slowly this time to not knock Naruto off balance. He looked back to Cole and bowed slightly. "Until we meet again, Oracle-sama," he said as he disappeared. Naruto and Cole landed on the ground next to Jiraiya, who still looked shocked out of his mind. He shook his head and grumbled a bit about never getting the respect he deserves. "Okay, crazy shit aside," Jiraiya started. "Good job on the summons, brat. Never expected the first summoning you did would be Gamabunta of all people," he said. Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked to both Cole and Jiraiya. "Well, what now? I can summon now and I be dad in my mindscape, what now?" he asked. Cole and Jiraiya got an evil glint in their eyes. "Training from hell, of course," they said in perfect sync. Naruto was sweating bullets and gulped audibly. "What have I gotten myself into?" 2.5 weeks later was the beginning of the third exam. Naruto walked out into the arena where all the other contestants were waiting. Shino looked calm as usual, while Kiba was looking around the arena excitedly. Shikamaru looked a little angry because he had to be there, while Temari was smirking, thinking she had the easiest fight out of the entire group. The two from IWA were glaring daggers at Naruto, but he ignored them. Neji and Lee were waiting patiently, not saying anything, although Lee had a certain fire in his eyes. And then Gaara. Gaara was glaring at Naruto. But not like the two from IWA. His glare was filled with crazed bloodlust while he wore a sinister grin that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. "Mother will have your blood, Uzumaki." Chapter 54, Battle of Jinchuriki. Gaara was glaring at Naruto. But not like the two from IWA. His glare was filled with crazed bloodlust while he wore a sinister grin that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. "Mother will have your blood, Uzumaki." Naruto opted to not stand next to the psychopathic Jinchuriki and stood next to Shikamaru. The lazy boy glanced over to him and gave a slight sigh. "How's Hinata doing?" he asked in a tired tone. Naruto glanced to him, then looked straight into the stands. "She's doing better, so, you seem ready for this," Naruto joked. Shikamaru groaned lightly. Why did they have to be so troublesome about this? I mean, they could just give us a mission to complete and have us promoted from that. Not only do I have to be here, but if I just gave up, both my mom and Ino will be furious. This is all so troublesome. Naruto laughed at Shikamaru's out-of-character rant. "You know, I haven't seen you so bent out of shape about something before," Naruto said between breaths. He was able to rein in his laughter and his face became serious. "So, what's going on?" he asked in a hushed tone. Shikamaru didn't respond immediately, but after a few seconds he looked over to Naruto. "I don't trust Suna, or IWA, I don't know why, but I have a feeling." Naruto just grunted in response. The blonde also didn't trust them. Why would IWA decide to take part in the Chunin exams in Konoha for the first time in 12 years? And why would Suna send its Jinchuriki, a relatively unstable one at that, to another country without a whole squadron of bodyguards? This didn't sit right with either the Nara or the Uzumaki. Before they could go any deeper into their thought, the proctor for the exam came into the arena. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the man. "Who are you?" "Where's Hayate-san?" he asked the new proctor. The new proctor was a tall man with a bandana and a senbon in his mouth. He looked over to Naruto and shrugged. "I dunno, kid, something about a last-minute mission he had to take part in?" "I dunno. But I am the new proctor for the exam. My name is Shirano Igenma, and my word in this arena is law. If I say stop, you stop, understand?" he said in a somewhat lazy drawl. Before he could hear or see any response, he turned around to the audience and raised his hand to call for attention. He cleared his throat and took a deep breath. "Everyone! Thank you for coming today. If you would all take your seats, the first match is about to begin." Could all participants except Sabaku no Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto vacate the arena, he called in a loud enough voice that the entire arena could hear. Up in the Hokage's box, Hiruzen was sitting in his chair waiting for the matches to start when the door to the box opened. "Ah, Kazekage-dano, I am glad you could make it." Sarutobi greeted the ruler of Suna. The man bowed his head slightly to the Hokage. "Oh, it is my pleasure to be here, Hokage-dun. I wouldn't want to miss my own son's match, would I?" he asked in a slightly jovial tone. Hiruzen only nodded and gestured for the man to take a seat. The Kage took his seat next to Hiruzen and sighed deeply. Oh, but it is too bad the Uchiha was defeated in the preliminary round. He would have made a perfect opponent for my son, he said in a wistful tone. I fear now he no longer has anyone to really compete against. Hiruzen chuckled deeply. Oh, don't worry Kazekage-dono. I believe Naruto-kun will be more than a match for Gaara. Besides, if Sasuke-kun was beaten, then wouldn't it mean that his opponent would be a better match for Gaara? He asked in a slightly sarcastic tone. The Kazekage sighed once more but relented. I see your point Hokage-dono, but I don't think the Uzumaki will prove much of a challenge for Gaara-kun. We will see. In the arena, the other contestants left to the participant stands and Gaara and Naruto stood facing each other with Genma between them. Up in the stands, Cole and Anko sat next to Hayashi and Hana. Hanabi and Hinata were sitting together and Hinata was gripping the armrests of her wheelchair hard enough for her knuckles to turn white. Hanabi saw the concern on her sister's face and smiled. Don't worry Hinata, Naruto and I will beat that creep up for sure, she said happily to cheer her sister up. Hinata smiled at her and turned back to the arena. Her grip on her wheelchair never loosening. Please Naruto-kun, don't let him win. Hajime. Genma raised his hand and looked to the two boys. They both nodded and he lowered his hand. Hajime, he said as he dashed out of the way. Naruto was the first to react. He threw a shuriken at the redhead and ran through a sequence of hand signs. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said as one shuriken became 50. Gaara didn't move, he just let his sand rise and block all of the deadly projectiles. The redhead retaliated. Soon a shuriken. Sand shuriken, he said calmly as a hail of bland like sand projectiles were sent at the blonde. Naruto ran through another set of hand signs. Futon, de Tapa, he let loose a torrent of wind that sent the blades of sand off course. Naruto was about to use another jutsu when he noticed sand getting a little too close to his legs. He jumped out of the sand's way and unsealed his two black katanas. The sand continued to follow him, but this time he didn't dodge. Fuinjutsu, Chakra Kyushuken. Sealing style, chakra absorbing sword, he said as he dug both of his blades into the sand. A seal on both swords began to glow and the sand stopped moving and fell apart. Gaara's eyes widened and Naruto smirked. Looks like it works, he said to himself. He continued to smirk as he dashed towards the redhead. Gaara raised both arms and sent torrents of sand towards the blonde. Once the sand got close enough, Naruto just stabbed his swords into it, making Gaara lose control of it long enough for Naruto to get past it. Gaara growled and made a single hand sign. Sabaku Q. Sand binding coffin, sand rose up from behind Naruto and grabbed his arms and legs. Naruto's eyes went wide as he struggled to try and get out of the sand. Goku Samaiso. Prison sand burial, he yelled as the sand squeezed down on Naruto, crushing his arms and legs. Instead of the screams of pain Gaara was expecting, Naruto just burst into a plume of smoke. Gaara's eyes widened as he looked around to find his target, but he was nowhere to be found. The people in the stands had a similar thought as Gaara did. Where did he go? Their questions were soon answered when a loud voice called out from what seemed like everywhere. Kuchios, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu. Summoning, food cart destroyer, Naruto yelled as a massive toad appeared in the air and crushed everything beneath it, including Gaara. Naruto stood atop the giant toad and was smiling at everyone's reactions. The entire stadium was shocked into silence. The blonde laughed and patted the toad's head. Thanks Gamma Hero, I'll see you around, he said to the toad. Gamma Hero nodded. Anytime Naruto, see ya, the toad said as he disappeared. Naruto landed on the ground and looked at the destruction he caused. The arena floor had cracks all over it and most of the trees had been knocked over. Naruto scratched the back of his head and chuckled nervously. Guess I overdid it he started to sob but was interrupted by a sudden scream. Ow! Blood! Blood! My blood! It hurts! It hurts! Mother, it hurts! Naruto's eyes widened in fear as he felt a demonic chakra fill the arena. A massive arm of sand came out of the crater that Gaara was in and slammed against Naruto. The blonde went flying but was able to right himself and land on his feet. He coughed up a little blood and looked back to the crater in horror. Gaara stepped out with his right arm and side of his face covered in sand. The sand itself gave him a demonic look, what with its odd purple marks all over it. But it was his eyes that terrified the blonde. The only emotion they showed was the need to kill. The amount of killing intent leaking off of Gaara was enough to make the people in the audience shake with fear. In the participant stands, Temari was pale with worry. "Oh no, it's too early." Gaara, she thought, terrified that her brother was giving the signal for the invasion too early. She waited anxiously for the Jinjutsu to activate, but when it never did, her eyes widened even further. Why hasn't that guy used the Jinjutsu yet? In another part of Konoha, Kakashi was panting from the amount of effort he had just used to fight Kabuto. "Damn it," he said as he reached for his radio. "Hey, Yugawa," he got away. "Head back to the arena. I think they're going to go through with their plan, with or without the Jinjutsu," he said. The radio cracked and he received affirmatives from both of them. "All right, now just to repel the invasion." Back in the arena, all hell broke loose. Shinobi from Odo all appeared out of nowhere and started attacking the people in the stands. But what they weren't expecting was, A, for the Jinjutsu to not be in effect, and B, for there to be so many Jonin in the stands. While the Oto and Konoha forces fought in the stands, Baki and Temari jumped down into the arena. Naruto readied himself to fight off all three of them, but Hayate and Genma appeared in front of him. Gaara fell to one knee, taking pained breaths and breathing hard. Baki scowled and looked to Temari. "Get him out of here," he shouted to Temari. She quickly nodded and picked up Gaara as Kankuro jumped into the arena. "Come on, I'll cover you," he said, and they fled the arena. Naruto growled and started to charge after them. "Oh no you don't, Namikaze," a new voice said as spikes of rock shot up from the ground and forced Naruto to stop. The three Jonin from IWA and their Jonin sensei jumped into the arena to face off against Naruto. "You're not going anywhere but to hell, brat," the Jonin said. Naruto backed up till his back hit Genma and Hayate. "Well kid, looks like you get to have your first taste of war," Genma said. Hayate nodded. Cough, sorry Naruto. Cough, I can't help you with those four, we have more incoming, he said as more Oto Jonin joined them in the arena. "Well shit, what now?" Naruto said to himself, trying to think a way out of this. "Don't worry Naruto-san. We're here to help," a new voice said as two new people landed next to Naruto. "Lee! Niji! Alright. Let's get this party started," Naruto said as he summoned Kitsune no Kiba and got ready to charge the enemy before him. Chapter 55, Invasion. "Well shit, what now?" Naruto said to himself, trying to think a way out of this. "Don't worry Naruto-san. We're here to help," a new voice said as two new people landed next to Naruto. "Lee! Niji! Alright. Let's get this party started," Naruto said as he summoned Kitsune no Kiba and got ready to charge the enemy before him. Hiruzen jumped out of the exploding room he was in and dashed to the roof of a nearby building. He quickly shed his Hokage robes and donned his combat uniform. The Kazekage and his entourage followed his to the roof. His two guards split into four and surrounded the elderly Hokage. The four reached their hands out before them and a purple barrier formed, closing Hiruzen and the Kazekage off from the world. Hiruzen sneered at the Kazekage and looked around to get a feel for their battleground. "You know," he started. "This was all well thought out, Orochimaru. I bet on paper it would mean your victory," he said with a smirk. The now identified Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Well. Looks like the senile old fool figured me out," he said as he removed his Kage robes. "So, sensei. How about you stand still so I can kill you?" he roared as he charged forward. In another part of Konoha's wilderness, screams of fallen enemies could be heard. One Konoha Jonin reached up to her radio and turned it on. "This is Inuzuka Tsum. Enemy summoning squad has been dealt with," she relayed into her headset. She heard a crackled Roger over her radio. "Continue to the main gate and assist in repealing Suna," the voice said over the radio. "Roger that, Squad Tsum will be there as fast as possible," she said into her radio before she turned to her team of 10 Inuzuka Jonin. "Alright. Phase 2. To the gates, she ordered. On top of Konoha's main gate stood Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inyochi, and Akimichi Chusa. Chusa smiled and laughed his jovial laugh. "Let's show these punks why the Inoshikacho formation should still be feared," he said in a loud and booming voice. His two friends smiled and nodded in agreement. The trees stood next to each other as they ran through their own hand signs. They all finished at the same time and Chusa jumps off of the gate. The three channel their chakra at the same time. "Nikuden yo-yo! Juggernaut yo-yo," they yell together as Chusa forms into a massive ball. Shikaku grabs onto him with his shadow and Inoichi guides him in his attacks. Using Chusa's body as a weapon, the three begin their onslaught on the advancing army from Suna. Cole glared at the 5 Oto Jonin who dared come to attack them in their private viewing area. "I would tell you to leave politely, but since you are attacking my son and my friends, I'll have to kill you," he said with ice in his words. He let out the full extent of his killing intent. The 5 Jonin fell to their knees as they choked on nothing but air. Cole calmly walked over to them. One after another he placed his hand on top of their heads and removed their soul. Once all 5 were dead, Cole looked to everyone in the area. Hinata and Hanabi were stunned by the sheer intensity that is the Uzumaki clan head when he is angry. Hana and Hayashi were wide-eyed as they learned that all those years ago, the Oracle really did rip the souls out of those unfortunate to Theaten his son. And Anko, well. She was grabbing his arm and hugging him. "I love it when you get all killy," she purred as she drew circles on his chest with her figures. Everyone in the room sweat dropped. Cole cleared his throat and looked to Hayashi and Anko. "You guys know the drill. Get everyone to safety and fight hard. Anko, get Hana and Hanabi back to their compound," he ordered. Anko nodded, but Hana stopped them before they began to move. "What about Hinata-chan? She's still injured," she asked with worry in her voice. Cole just smirked and looked to the Hyuga girl. "Well, Hinata, you know what to do. Go help that hopeless blonde," he said with a smile. Hinata smiled with confidence and stood up and dashed out into the arena. Hayashi and the rest of the Hyuga were wide-eyed. What?" they all said dumbly. Cole smirked. "Don't worry about it, she'll be fine. Now, Hayashi, I think Hokage-sama is in need of assistance," Cole said as he began to walk towards where Hiruzen and Orochimaru were fighting it out. Hayashi nodded and followed after the oracle. "Konoha Senpu. Raikiri. Lightning Blade. Katon, Hazekisho. Fire Release, Burning Ash." Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma yelled as they took out their own respective groups of Oto Jonin. They all stood together protecting the Jinin. Kurenai joined the group with a kunai drawn and some blood staining her dress. "Is everyone here all right?" she asked the group of Jinin. Shino nodded. "Yes, no injuries here," he said, speaking for the whole group. Kakashi turned to the arena and sighed. "Well, good. Because looks like the group down there needs some assistance," he said as he watched another 10 Oto Jonin jump down into the arena. "Damn it! There's an end to you guys, is there?" Hayate said under his breath as he pulled his sword out of the chest of an enemy shinobi. Bodies littered the floor around him as both his sword and most of his clothes were stained in the blood he had cut down. He was barely able to stand. He had already taken on 13 Jonin and now 10 more were joining the fray. He shakily raised his sword as he felt a back come up to his. "How ya holdin' up?" Ginma asked out of breath. Hayate shrugged. Cough about as good as you," he said as he readied himself for another wave of enemies. Ginma wasn't in much better shape than Ginma. Baki was a pain of a guy to fight, with his wind blades and all. But it was made even worse when he had to constantly be on the lookout for Oto Jonin joining in on the fight. Besides giving a good few hits to Baki with his chakra-enhanced Senbon, he had to kill about a dozen other shinobi. "Just no end to them, huh?" he asked as he pegged another Jonin in the head with a Senbon. Hayate blocked an attack and pushed the Jonin back. "Yeah, no shit," he said breathlessly. Cough at least cough Naruto and the other Genin are doing better than us. "Kitsu no Hikari," Naruto shouted as he sliced his tanto in a wide arc. The beam of light shot right at the 4 IWA shinobi at great speeds. The Jonin and 2 of his Genin jumped out of the way while Hataraku just let his spikes of rock rise from the ground to defend himself. Ha! Like my defense would let some light high dash, he started to boast, but was cut off when the light cut straight through his defense and cleaved him in 2. Hataraku, the female Genin, Shina, yelled in anger. I'll kill you Namikaze, she roared as she charged at Naruto. Only to be pushed back by Lee. I don't know why you are calling Naruto-san a Namikaze, but your behavior is very unyouthful, he said as he stood in his strong fist stance. Now, since Naruto-san took my opponent out so quickly, you will be my opponent. Now prepare yourself for the green beast of Konoha. Rock Lee, he said as he dashed at Shina. Neji was fighting against the other member of the IWA Genin. Ro had lost in his fight against Lee in the preliminaries and was struggling against the Hyuga prodigy. He jumped back away from the Hyuga and felt his right arm go numb and hang limp and useless. Shit, he said to himself. He looked around for someone to help him, only to see his sensei get kicked across the arena and into the wall, breaking his neck. His eyes darted to where Naruto stood and he froze. Neji saw his opponent freeze upon looking at Naruto and he decided to look over too. Once he saw the blonde, his jaw hit the floor. Naruto was struggling with the IWA Jonin. The man was fast and hit hard. But he knew he could beat him with time. But he didn't have either the time to waste on him or the chakra to spare in a lengthy battle with the man. He reached into his mind to talk to Kurama. Hey furball. I'm gonna need a one-tail cloak, he said to the demon. Kurama hesitated before sighing in response. That's not gonna happen, Naruto, he replied to the blonde. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And why the hell not, he asked angrily. Kurama sighed before trying to calm the blonde down. Don't worry kid, now that you have a balance between good and evil within you, I can't make a tailed cloak anymore, but what I can give you is much, much more powerful, he said cryptically. Naruto huffed as he started blocking attacks. Okay, whatever. Just give me a boost, he asked. Right as he pushed the Jonin back, he felt a power well up in him. But not only a power, but an intense pain followed. He held in his scream as best he could. Listen kid, this'll hurt for a few seconds, but it is worth it. After a few seconds Naruto felt the pain leave him. He looked up at the scared-looking Jonin and rushed him with a speed he never felt he could possibly go. He delivered a knee so hard to the man's face he felt his nose break before he was sent flying into the wall, breaking the man's neck. Naruto looked down to himself and his eyes widened. Instead of the bubbly red chakra that always formed when he was using Kurama's chakra, there was a solid golden glow flickering in and out around Naruto's body. His seal on his stomach was visible and spreading in an intricate pattern around his body. Well, kid, you have 5 minutes in this form, use it well. Chapter 56, 5 minutes to stop a war. Naruto looked down to himself and his eyes widened. Instead of the bubbly red chakra that always formed when he was using Kurama's chakra, there was a solid golden glow flickering in and out around Naruto's body. His seal on his stomach was visible and spreading in an intricate pattern around his body. Well, kid, you have 5 minutes in this form, use it well. Naruto nodded and turned to the rest of the fighting. Hinata jumped down into the arena and was looking at him worried. Inarukuin, is that you? She whispered. Naruto looked to her and smiled warmly. Yeah, Haim, it's me. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll see you later, when this is all over, he said, his smile never leaving him. He didn't wait for a response before he dashed off into the fighting. Ro, the Genin from IWA who was fighting Neji, was the first one to fall. He was still in shock from what he saw happen to his sensei to even attempt dodging the blade that cut his head off. Shina heard a strange noise and disengaged from Lee to see what it was. As soon as she turned to look, she was met by a golden fist to her stomach. She was knocked out cold and Naruto just looked at Lee. Restrain her. She'll be needed for questioning, he said before he dashed to where the Oto Jonin were fighting Genma and Hayate. Lee could only nod as he watched the yellow blur that was Naruto speed away from them faster than he had ever seen anyone more. Genma had finally run out of chakra and was sitting on one knee, waiting for the inevitable. Hayate was leaning on his sword next to Genma in much the same condition. The 7 remaining Odo shinobi and Baki were about to advance when a yellow blur appeared and cut down 3 out the Jonin before anyone could blink. Naruto stood in front of Genma and Hayate as they gawked at him. What the hell? Genma breathed as all Hayate could do was cough in confusion. Naruto didn't pay them any attention and just went with what his instincts were telling him. A yellow/golden arm of chakra formed from his back and made a quick sweeping motion above his head. From the chakra arm's motion appeared 5 Raisengans, all floating in the air. Raisenragen! Rasen Rampage, he roared as 5 more chakra arms formed and took the Raisengans. The arms took the orbs of death and planted them into the stomachs of the 5 enemy shinobi. The 5 were sent spinning across the arena and into the walls. They were all killed in mid-flight. Naruto smirked and dashed into the stands. Kakashi and the other Konoha shinobi all jumped into the arena looking to assist Genma and Hayate, but were surprised when all of the enemy targets were dealt with. Guy scratched his head and looked around. What's going on here? He asked for the entire crowd. Hinata lifted a hand and simply pointed. The crowd looked to where she was pointing just in time to see a yellow blur take down the last group of Odo Jonin in the stadium. The entire group of Konoha ninja were wide-eyed at what they saw, only to even more surprised when the blur came towards them. The golden light stopped moving when it got close to them, but only long enough to saw a few words. Hey guys! I'm heading out to the rest of the fighting. A golden Naruto said as he dashed out of the stadium. It was safe to say everyone was shocked into silence. Even Sasuke. Alright kid, you have 4 minutes left. It'll take exactly 1 minute to get to the main gates, so hurry up, that's where the fighting is most intense. Kurama told the blonde as he blurred past several buildings and evacuating civilians. On it, he yelled to himself. Shikaku, Inoichi, Chusa, Tsum, and several dozens of Konoha shinobi were holding back the hundreds of Suna shinobi trying to advance through the main gate. It was tough, but the small group of shinobi were holding their own. But from the looks of it, the fighting was nowhere near close to ending. Damn it, there's just no end to these guys, is there? Tsum growled as another wave of enemies were heading their way. Chusa and Inoichi readied themselves while Shikaku growled out a quick troublesome and started making a new plan of action. Obviously just fighting it out with the army of shinobi wasn't going to get them anywhere. They need a plan. Something to give them an edge. They needed Jiraiya. But no one had seen him since the start of the fighting. Damn it, Jiraiya-sama. Where are you? He growled to himself. We're going to need a miracle to get through this one, he said as the next wave made it to them. Well, he asked for it. As soon as the advancing group of Suna shinobi made it within range, a golden blur appeared and started ripping through the group of shinobi. After what seemed like mere seconds, the advancing line of enemy troops were swiftly crushed. And standing in the middle of the downed enemies was a lone boy, wrapped in a golden light. Kurama, how about we take them out in one attack, the boy said out loud. Shikaku's eyebrows furrowed. The boy's voice was so familiar, but who was it? The boy raised both hands up, palms facing the advancing army. Red and blue orbs of energy were slowly gathering before the boy's hands. The orbs were coming together and forming a larger purple orb of pure energy. After a full 30 seconds passed, the orb was complete. The boy was panting as he held the orb out. The boy waited a few seconds as the next wave of enemies were starting to make their way out to the battlefield. The boy took a few large breaths before steadying himself and widening his stance. After one last long breath, he finally yelled out his attack. Bijudama, the boy roared as the purple orb of energy shot from the boy's hands with enough force to knock him off his feet and fly back several feet. The attack hurtled through the air before coming in contact with the advancing army. As soon as the orb made it into the midst of the army, it finally let the energy it held release. The entire forefront of the army was reduced to dust as the massive explosion rocked the area. Trees were knocked down as the walls of Konoha shook. The Konoha shinobi had to brace themselves with chakra to not be forced off their feet. Shikaku had only ever witnessed an attack like that once in his life. It was the night that he lost one of his closest friends. He looked to the golden boy to see that the golden glow had disappeared and revealed just who it was that had single-handedly wiped out over half of the enemy army. "And Naruto," he said in disbelief. As soon as the shockwave was over, all of the Konoha shinobi looked to their savior, only to be shocked to the core. Where once stood a golden beacon of hope and victory stood a panting blonde boy, doubled over in fatigue. They looked off to where the enemy army was, thinking that another attack might be coming their way, but noticed that they were in a full retreat. Naruto looked at the shocked faces of the Konoha shinobi and couldn't help but lightly laugh. He looked back to the village with a smirk. "Okay, Dad, Arosinin, my part's done," he said as he fell over unconscious. "Katon, Karyo Inden." "Fire release, flame dragon bullet," Hiruzen exclaimed as he released a torrent of dragon-shaped fire at Orochimaru. The snake used his superior agility and deftly avoided the flame. He retaliated with a flame dragon of his own. But as soon as it got close to the elder Hokage, it disappeared. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he looked behind his former sensei and saw the man he fought in Forest of Death, as well as the clan head of the Hyuga. "How? How did you get past my barrier?" the Sannin roared in anger. The white-haired man just laughed darkly at the enraged Sannin. "Don't worry, Snake, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you are going to die here," he said as he charged the Sannin with a massive cleaver. Deep in the forest of Konoha, Temari, Kankuro, and a damaged Gaara were fleeing from the village. "Hold on, you three," a deep voice called and forced them to stop. "Where do you think you're going?" Jiraiya asked as he appeared in front of the children of the Yondaime Kazekage. Chapter 57, Oracle vs. Orochimaru Part 2. The white-haired man just laughed darkly at the enraged Sannin. "Don't worry, Snake, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you are going to die here," he said as he charged the Sannin with a massive cleaver. Deep in the forest of Konoha, Temari, Kankuro, and a damaged Gaara were fleeing from the village. "Hold on, you three," a deep voice called and forced them to stop. "Where do you think you're going?" Jiraiya asked as he appeared in front of the children of the Yondaime Kazekage. Cole snarled as he rushed the snake Sannin. He raised Teki no Hocho and brought it down in a massive swing in an attempt to cleave the damn man in two, but Orochimaru deftly maneuvered out of the way and jumped away to gain distance. "Sanaijishu!" Orochimaru roared as his tongue took the form of a snake and rushed forward to strike the masked man, who angered him to no end. The snake didn't get far though, as a kunai struck its head. Orochimaru turned and was attacked by Hayashi. "You're within my field of divination." 8 trigram, 64 palms, he stated coldly as he started to unleash the deadly combo of the Byakugan on Orochimaru. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 pal dash. He landed blow after blow until he was interrupted when Orochimaru's body became a pile of snakes that lashed out at the Hyuga. Hayashi quickly stopped his attack to dodge the snakes. Once he got enough distance, Orochimaru appeared from the ground, already forming hand signs. "No!" Cole and Hiruzen roared as they noticed the jutsu the snake was about to use. "Katon, Karyo Inden," they both roared in an attempt to halt the jutsu. Orochimaru cackled evilly before 2 large snakes broke through the roof of the building to block the attacks. Too late, the Sannin roared in glee as he finished the jutsu. "Kuchios, Edo Tensei!" Summoning Impure World Resurrection, Orochimaru cackled as coffins began to rise from the ground. "First," he said as the first coffin appeared. "Second," the snake laughed as the second coffin rose from the tiled roof. "And then the final coffin rose." He began to laugh evilly as the third coffin rose without a problem. "Third! Oh, no. This is going to be a major pain in the ass," Cole said as he began to sweat nervously. The tree coffins opened and 3 figures walked out. The first to walk out looked around in confusion until he saw Hiruzen. "Oh, wow, Saru, you got so old." The Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama, said sadly. It seems someone has used that forbidden jutsu of mine." The Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobarama, said as he walked out of his coffin. "No," the third voice breathed. "This isn't right," he said as he slowly walked out of his coffin. "GG, Hayashi-san, no." The third man walked up next to the Shodaime and Nidaime and they looked to him in mild confusion. "And who would you be, young man?" Hashirama asked with an eyebrow raised. The third man looked at the two with deep cerulean eyes. He sighed as he looked back to the 3 he was about to fight. "My name is Namikaze Minato, and I was the Yondaime Hokage. How is it possible I am here?" I was sealed into the shinigami's stomach along with the QB, he asked no one in particular. Minato looked over his shoulder to look for just who summoned him and he snarled in anger when he saw his summoner. Orochimaru. You fucking traitor. How dare you desecrate me and my predecessors in such a way, he roared in pure rage as he tried to move to attack the snake. But his struggling was in vain. He couldn't move any more than Orochimaru would let him. The Shodame and Nidame sneered at the man behind them but couldn't make any move towards him. Orochimaru just giggled jovially as he sauntered over to the three Kage. Oh Minato! How it must feel to die to save you village only a few months after becoming Hokage. Only to be revived 12 years later to destroy it, he laughed as he placed his kunai into their heads. Minato's eyes widened. 12 years, then Naruto, he's all grown up. He mumbled as he looked to Hiruzen. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and also looked to his old sensei. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment until he let out a sigh. He was about to answer when Cole stepped forward. Yes, Yandame-sama. Naruto-kun has grown up, and you'd be very proud of him, he said in a wistful tone. Minato raised an eyebrow at the new man he had never seen before. And who are you? He asked skeptically. Cole gave a short bow before removing his mask. I am the Oracle of the Rikudo Sennin, or better known as Uzumaki Seinaru, head of the Uzumaki clan, and adoptive father of Uzumaki Naruto, he said as he raised his head. Orochimaru gasped in both revelation and horror. Rinnegan, he roared in disbelief. Hashirama whistled lowly as Tobirama raised an eyebrow. Minato was shocked into silence. Kill him! Bring me his eyes now! Orochimaru howled. Against. There will the three Kage lurched forward and rushed Cole. Hayashi, Hokage-sama. Kill the snake! I'll handle these three. Cole ordered as he readied his cleaver to meet the three Kage. Hayashi and Hiruzen both reluctantly nodded as they went after Orochimaru. Cole smirked at the three Kage as they approached. Come Kage. Face the man who brings prophecy and follows the will of the Rikudo Sennin. Face the oracle, and give me the fight of my life. The children of the Kazekage didn't stand a chance. The strange white-haired man came out of nowhere and tore them apart. Kankuro's puppets were smashed before he could even try to use any of their hidden mechanisms. Temari tried to use her battle fan, but after her first swing the fan was torn to shreds by strange hair like needles. And Gaara was too far lost to be any immediate assistance. Now, I'd like you three to surrender and come with me, the man said to them as they stood there weaponless. I won't kill you if I don't have to, just surrender, he said in a more forceful tone. Kankuro planned on using the pieces of his puppets as a sneak attack but Temari spoke up first. We surrender, she said frantically. As she yelled that she was knocked away but Gaara. RRRAGGGGHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHSand continued to encase his body as he grew more like Shikaku. The white-haired man growled as he looked at the red-headed boy. It's just as Seinaru said. His seal is unstable. What kind of idiot would only use a three-pillar seal on a bijou, he mumbled to himself. Before Gaara could become lost any further the man rushed forward. He quickly formed hand seals. Fuinjutsu, Gogia Fuin, he said as he slammed his hand into Gaara's stomach. The sand taking over his body slowly receded. But that's all. Fuinjutsu, Fujihoin. Evil containment method, he roared as he slammed his other hand into Gaara's stomach. Now all of the sand covering his body quickly fell from his body. That should keep him under control until I can fix the seal, he said to no one in particular. Temari looked at the man in awe. She had never seen anyone able to stop Gaara in that form. Just who are you? She asked breathlessly. The white-haired man smiled as he started doing a kabuki dance. I am the great Toad Sage Jiraiya. Naruto stirred from unconsciousness. As he slowly opened his eyes he could hear a muffled cry. Naruto, he finally heard as his eyes opened fully to see Hinata crying and holding him. His hand slowly rose up and stroked her hair. She gasped slightly as she looked to his smiling face. Hey, Haim-chan. How'd I do? He asked weakly. She smiled as more tears poured down her face. She sniffed lightly before hugging him tightly. Stupid idiot, you broke your promise and got hurt again, but, you are amazing Naruto-kun, you're amazing. She said as she held him tight. Naruto smiled as held her. I'm sorry, my Haim-chan, was the only thing he said as he tightened his hold on her. After a few seconds he heard a quiet wolf whistle. He got a tick mark on his forehead and looked up to see all of the rookie Jinin and several Jonin and Chunin. His face exploded into a dark red that would put any of Hinata's previous blushes to shame. How long was I out? He asked in a quiet voice. Kakashi laughed and walked up to him. Only a few minutes. Don't worry, you drove them back. The Odo forces are also in full retreat. But, he said as he looked back to the village. Hokage-sama, Hyuga-sama, and your father are still fighting Orochimaru, he said. The rest of Team 7 gasped slightly as Sasuke's hand instinctively reached for his curse mark. Naruto nodded and lightly released Hinata and stood up slowly. Alright then, let's see if we can help them out. He said to Kakashi, but in return he got a roar of approval from all of the gathered shinobi. Shikaku walked forward and raised a fist. Come my fellow Konoha shinobi. Our Kage still fights on. Let us join him and conquer this enemy, he roared, fairly out of character. The shinobi in the area roared even louder, and as one they all rushed back into the village. Naruto was moving with the help of Kakashi and Hinata. What's going on? He said in disbelief as shinobi passed them, giving him grateful looks and nodding to him. They are accepting you, Naruto, Kakashi said. Many people just need to see to believe in something. You showed them hope and drove back a formidable enemy, Naruto. You saved many lives today, he said while giving Naruto a nice smile. Naruto smiled brightly and looked to the village. Alright. Let's go help the village's old man and my old man, he cheered happily. Chapter 58, Battle Between Fathers. They are accepting you, Naruto, Kakashi said. Many people just need to see to believe in something. You showed them hope and drove back a formidable enemy, Naruto. You saved many lives today, he said while giving Naruto a nice smile. Naruto smiled brightly and looked to the village. Alright. Let's go help the village's old man and my old man, he cheered happily. Hashirama was the one to lead the charge. He rushed forwards and attacked Cole with a flying knee. Cole dodged the attack at the last second and spun around, kicking the former Shodaime in the back of the skull with enough force to send the man skidding across the roof of the building they were on. Tobirama followed his brother and attacked without a second thought. Suetun, Suindanya. Water release, water-severing wave, he exclaimed as a highly pressurized beam of water shot from his mouth at great speeds. Cole used his cleaver to block the laser-like jet of water. Tobirama raised an eyebrow when his water wasn't able to pierce through the blade. I must admit that is a powerful sword. I have never seen anything that Suindanya couldn't cut through, he said as he prepared his second jutsu as Hashirama prepared his own. Cole frowned, preparing to dodge. Thanks, made it myself. He mumbled. Mokuton, Hote no Jutsu. Would release, laughing Buddha, Hashirama exclaimed as a dense wall of wood formed around Cole, making a half-dome around him. Suetun, Surya no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet, Tobirama said as a massive dragon of water attacked the now-trapped Cole. The self-proclaimed oracle smirked, acknowledging the teamwork he was seeing between the Shodaime and Nidaime, but then he frowned, thinking what was taking the Yondaime so long to make his move. Cole raised his hands to absorb the jutsu, but before he could completely raise his hands his motion stopped. The dragon was getting closer as he looked down, not able to move his head. He saw a large ceiling matrix on the ground as Minato appeared above Cole's head. Fuinjutsu, paralysis, complete. Rasengan, he said as a blue ball of chakra formed in his hand, ready to ram the orb of death into Cole's skull. Cole's eyes widened at the now double attack heading towards him in his immobile state. Right as both the dragon and the Rasengan were about to hit, he mustered enough strength for a few movements of his jaw. Shinra Tensei, he roared as the dragon, the dome of wood, and Minato were blasted away from Cole by an overwhelming invisible force. The technique not only stopped the attacks, but it was also enough to destroy the building that all of the battling was taking place on, breaking the barrier and the paralysis seal he was caught in. Orochimaru, Hiruzen, and Hayashi were forced off of the now destroyed building, flying past the now down barrier and through the walls of separate buildings. The Sound Four were blasted away with enough strength that they were knocked out cold when they hit the ground. And the three Kage Cole was facing were torn apart and tossed in separate directions. Cole slowly floated down to the ground where the building once stood. As soon as he landed, he fell to one knee, panting from the amount of effort it took to overcome the seal Minato had placed him in. After catching his breath, he slowly stood back up and looked around. Hiruzen and Hayashi had recovered and were now re-engaging Orochimaru. He looked around and saw that the undead Kage were just about fully restored. "Alright, round 2. He said between breaths. Naruto and the rest of the Konoha forces stopped in their tracks when they saw the massive explosion. Hinata shifted Naruto's weight on her shoulders so she could activate her Byakugan. "They're fine," she started. "But Sanaru-sama is fighting 3 opponents while Hokage-sama and father are fighting Orochimaru," she explained to the group of shinobi that were around them. She narrowed her eyes, but then they flew open in horror. "The 3 Sanaru-sama is fighting have higher chakra levels than both Orochimaru and Hokage-sama," she said, her voice riddled with worry. Naruto's expression hardened as he looked towards the blast zone. "Well, let's move," he said, and the rest of the forces all roared as they charged towards the battle. Naruto looked at Hinata and saw the worry in her eyes. "Hinata, just who is he fighting?" Naruto asked in a calm and quiet tone. She shook her head as she continued to look towards the battlefield. "I don't know, but their chakra seems endless," she said in a shocked kind of awe. Naruto looked ahead to where the fighting was taking place and swallowed nervously. "Hold on, Dad, I'm bringing back up." Cole watched as his undead opponents stood back up, good as new. The 3 Kage got into their own respective stances. "That was impressive, Sanaru-san. I don't think I have ever seen a jutsu like that," the Naidame complimented. His eyes snapped wider as he started preforming hand signs. "Be careful, I'm about to cast a powerful jinjutsu," he warned. "Kokwangyo no jutsu. Bringer of Darkness," he exclaimed as he finished making hand signs. Before the jutsu was able to active, he ran through a few hand signs. "Kichio's no jutsu," he said as a small plum of smoke appeared behind him. A small spider appeared and dashed away from the fight. As soon as the spider was away, Cole's field of vision turned black as he was caught in the jinjutsu. So this is what it's like to be blind," he mumbled to himself. He closed his eyes and linked his eyesight to his spiders. The spider had positioned itself where it couldn't be seen and was able to look over the entire battlefield. Tobirama and Hashirama attacked the now blind Oracle only for them to be dodged and countered. Cole danced around their attacks and was able to keep himself from taking any major hits. He countered a punch from Tobirama by grabbing his wrist and throwing him into Hashirama. As the two were sent skidding away, a flash of yellow caught Cole's attention as he narrowly dodged a slash from a tri-pronged kunai. Cole tried to counter Minato's missed attack by kicking the man in the stomach, but Minato tossed his kunai a few away and Hirashin to it just as the kick passed him. Minato jumped high into the air and threw his kunai. "Kunai Cage Bunshin no Jutsu," he yelled as his one tri-pronged kunai became 100. "Shinra Tensei!" Cole exclaimed, making a quick blast of gravity to knock the kunai off course. Shit, he cursed under his breath when he saw all of the Hirashin kunais surrounding him. And as he thought the man would, Minato disappeared in a yellow flash. He instantaneously appeared in front of Cole. "Rasengan!" he roared as he drove the orb of pure chakra into Cole's stomach. Cole coughed up a bit of blood before he was sent spiraling through the wall of a building, causing it to crumble on top of him. Just as the man was sent spiraling, a scream of terror was heard by the undead Yondaime. "Dad!" The group of Konoha shinobi arrived just in time to see the strangest sight any of them had ever seen. They watched their deceased hero, the Yondaime Hokage, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, use his signature techniques to send the head of the Uzumaki clan flying into a destroyed building. "Dad!" Naruto yelled in horror as he watched his biological father hit his adoptive father with a technique that very well could kill him. Minato turned to look at the source of the scream and his eyes widened in horror. There stood a group of Konoha shinobi, but among them was his son. The one person he would die and fight for more than anything, looking at him in horror. Tears started to run down Minato's face as he saw the reactions from his former comrades. Hashirama and Tobirama walked up next to him with equally ashamed looks on their faces. Hashirama turned to the group of shinobi and took a deep breath. "Run while you can. We are not in control of our actions and our bodies are indestructible," he warned the shinobi who had gathered. Some tried to leave, but before they could they heard another voice call out. "Shinobi of Konoha no Sato. Assist your Hokage. I will handle the faces of your past," the voice called. They all looked to where the voice was coming from and some gasped. There outside of the ruined building he was thrown into stood the Uzumaki clan head. He had the entire top of his clothing torn away by Minato's attack. His chest looked bruised and bloodied, but the determination and powerful confidence the man was exuding was overwhelming. 9 black orbs slowly formed around the man's body and he slowly started to rise from the ground to float in midair. He raised his cleaver and one of the black orbs attached itself to the hilt of the blade. It extended into a 8-foot-long pole that turned the massive sword into a giant naginata. He leveled the blade to point at Minato and the other undead Kage. "Come and face me if you dare." Chapter 59, Wrath of an Oracle. There outside of the ruined building he was thrown into stood the Uzumaki clan head. He had the entire top of his clothing torn away by Minato's attack. His chest looked bruised and bloodied, but the determination and powerful confidence the man was exuding was overwhelming. 9 black orbs slowly formed around the man's body and he slowly started to rise from the ground to float in midair. He raised his cleaver and one of the black orbs attached itself to the hilt of the blade. It extended into a 8-foot-long pole that turned the massive sword into a giant naginata. He leveled the blade to point at Minato and the other undead Kage. "Come and face me if you dare." Only a handful of Jonin made their move to go help Hiruzen and Hayashi. Those being the most of the clan heads present and Kakashi. The rest of the forces that had gathered were awestruck at what they were seeing. Naruto was shaking nervously as he watched both his birth father and his adoptive father fight. Hinata held onto him tightly as she watched with him, just as worried for Seinaru. The wound on his chest looked pretty bad and she was surprised he was still able to move. The rest of the gathered shinobi were just awestruck at the power of the Uzumaki clan head. The man was injured with the odds stacked against him, but he was holding his own. No, he was pushing 3 immortal Hokage back. For most it was their first time ever seeing the man fight, or even close to angry. The usual carefree happy-go-lucky Uzumaki was replaced by a cold and calculating warrior that just refused to stay down long enough for his enemy to get any decisive hits in. Cole's mind and reflexes were working on overtime. Even if the 3 Kage he was facing were forcibly weaker than they were in life, they were still as calculating as they were in life, and could be damaged in their own attempts without worry. Hashirama and Tobirama were a little more than a distraction for the real threat out of the bunch, Minato. Between the man's Hiraishin, Rasengan, and Fuinjutsu traps, Cole was getting tied up between sneak attacks and the frontal assault from the Shodame and Nidame. And none of the 3 Kage were leaving much of an opening for him to use. As Hashirama came in with a haymaker aimed for Cole's face, Tobirama came from behind with a leg sweep. And as soon as Cole dodged the attacks he would be set upon by a flash of yellow he would have to force away from him before he could be hit by another Rasengan. Minato may be weakened, but if Cole got hit by another direct hit his already damaged chest would cave in and kill him. Avoiding Minato's attacks were a must, but also finding a way to keep Hashirama and Tobirama down long enough to worry about the former Yondaime was a whole different challenge. Until something clicked into his mind. The next rush Hashirama made for Cole, instead of dodging he countered. He brought up his Naginata and blocked a powerful punch with its pull. Cole narrowed his eyes and a truth-seeking ball down through the Shodame's arm. The ball severed the arm and Cole used this to his advantage to kick the Kage away from him. Cole watched the Kage, waiting for his arm to reform, but when it didn't Cole's eyes widened as he nearly face-palmed for forgetting. "How the hell could I forget?" he roared at himself. "Time for me to go on the attack," he yelled to himself as he put away his Naginata and formed 2 chakra receiver rods. 1 in each hand. He charged the Shodame but was forced back by a strong beam of water. Cole looked to the Nidame and smirked. "Fine! You first then," he yelled as he reached out a hand. "Bancho Tennin," he roared as Tobirama was forced off his feet and was forcibly dragged through the air over to Cole. Hashirama tried to save his brother and summoned up some wood branches to grab Tobirama. Once Tobirama's movements were stopped, Minato appeared next to the Kage and teleported him out of the way. Cole clucked his tongue as he narrowed his eyes at the three. Hashirama smirked at Cole. Looks like you figured out a way to keep us down, but don't expect this to be easy. We are war-hardened Kage. We know what will happen if we're caught by those rods of yours and our bodies are keeping us from getting hit, but I got to admit, for you to fight all three of us, even if we're weakened, is extremely impressive. Especially since the Yondaime seems to be even better with the Hiraishin than my brother is, he said with a laugh. Tobirama narrowed his eyes at his brother but sighed. Yes, it seems he is. I can't use it in my weakened state, but it seems you improved the seal so it would require less chakra, he said to Minato. Minato smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of his neck. Well, you've weakened me quite a bit, Sanaru-san, Hashirama started again. I won't be able to use most of my jutsu now with only one arm, so it seems like I'll be sticking to taijutsu. Watch out though. We're switching formation and Yondaime-san is taking the lead, he warned as he got into a stance. Minato drew a Hiraishin kunai and rushed forward. Cole was ready this time, however. He used the time they took talking and forming new strategy to make his own trap. Kuchios no jutsu, Garo, Cole said as a plume of smoke formed in the area. The three Kage readied themselves for anything, well, almost anything. A giant metallic golden arm shot out of the smoke and slashed at Minato, who Hiraishined out of the way and watched as the smoke cleared. Time to go all out. Cole roared as he continued to form hand signs. Kuchios no jutsu, Manticore. More smoke filled the area and several spikes shot of the smoke at great speeds. Tobirama ended with one in his leg and instantly fell to one knee, unable to move. What the? He mumbled to himself as he felt extreme pressure of chakra force him down. The smoke cleared, showing a lion-like beast with a tail made of black spikes. And behind it was a massive wolf-like construct made of what seemed to be gold and fire. On top of the golden automaton's head stood Cole. He smirked as he saw that Tobirama had been hit by the Manticore's spikes. Those spikes are made of the same material as the rods and truth-seeking balls. If I hit you with them you will be immobilized, he said as he started forming hand signs. Garo inhaled and released a large ball of fire towards Minato. Futon, Rinkuden. Wind release, drilling air bullet, Cole said as he added his wind to the fire to make it move faster and burn hotter. The fire got close to the yellow flash before he disappeared and reappeared out of the attack's range, only for him to be set upon by the Manticore. Spikes whizzed past his head as he continued to teleport to dodge. Hashirama rushed forward towards the lion-like summons and tried to attack it, but was stopped by Cole as he slammed onto the ground right in front of the Shodaime. Hashirama dodged the attack but wasn't ready for the follow-up. Bancho Tenin! Cole yelled as he brought up a hand towards the retreating Kage. Hashirama was pulled forward as Cole dug a chakra-receiving rod into the man's chest. Cole continued to pin the Kage to the ground with the rods until he was completely immobile. One down, he said as he dashed towards the Nidaime. Tobirama had finally managed to get up but was struck back down by Cole as he pinned him with more rods. Two down, he mumbled as he turned to the still preoccupied Yondaime. Cole took a deep breath and made a single hand sign. He knew as long as there were Hiraishin kunai he wouldn't be able to catch the man, so he needed them all in one spot. Chibaka Tensei, he roared as a small black sphere formed between his palms. He shot the sphere forward until it sat in the air above the Yondaime. Urarahhhhh, he roared as the ground started to shake. Shinobi all around looked around for the source of the small earthquake and their eyes widened when they saw that the ground was slowly rising up to the back sphere in the air. Minato was forced off his feet and was dragged into the air along with chunks of the ground and the rubble of the fallen buildings. After a moment the yellow flash of Konoha was stuck in a large boulder. All of his kunai were trapped inside of it and he had no way out. The only thing outside of the boulder was his hands and his head. Cole shakily fell to one knee as the boulder floated down to the ground. T3 down. He breathed. All three of the Kage were trapped and not going anywhere. The Manticore shot two spikes into each of Minato's hands and made his body now bend to Cole's will. The gathered shinobi didn't believe what they were seeing. All three of the former Kage, defeated. They just looked at the three Kage's immobile bodies and to the man that tapped him. The battlefield fell silent as Orochimaru made his escape in the confusion. The snake tried to return his summons, but they wouldn't return. He shook his head quickly and decided just to retreat. Hiruzen saw him run and several Umbu that were with him looked at him for an order. "Don't let him escape. He is injured and weakened from battle," he roared to his Umbu. They nodded quickly and made chase. Hiruzen looked back to where Cole was to see how he was faring and his eyes widened. The silence carried for a long moment before a young blonde Jinchuriki broke the silence with a statement, little louder than a whisper. "He did it!" Chapter 60, Last Goodbyes. The silence carried for a long moment before a young blonde Jinchuriki broke the silence with a statement, little louder than a whisper. "He did it! He did it!" Another said. "He did it, really did it. He won, I can't believe it. He defeated 3 Kage." People started a chorus of different sayings and statements of disbelief. Finally, the voices died down as Cole stood and walked over to Naruto. Hinata gently let him go so he could stand on his own. Cole walked up to Naruto and for a moment they just looked at each other. They just looked at each other until Naruto cracks a smile. Cole smirks back at him and places a hand on top of his head. "Good job out there, Naruto. I'm very proud of you," he said while ruffling his hair. Naruto laughs and looks up at Cole. "You weren't so bad yourself, old man," he said with a megawatt grin. They both laughed for a while before took his head off of Naruto's head. "Come on, brat, I think there's someone you want to meet," Cole said while smiling down at his adopted son. He turns and walks towards Minato. Naruto slowly follows behind him. Cole stops a few feet from Minato and Naruto slowly walks in front of him. /in Some music suggestions, River Flows in You by Yuruma, or Canon in D by Mike Strickland, both are piano pieces and are very heartwarming. Minato watches Cole walk towards him and raises an eyebrow. He looks at Cole questionably until he spots a short boy with blonde hair walk out from behind him. Minato's eyes go wide as he looks at him. The boy looks at him for a long moment before Minato's eyes soften. "You have your mother's eyes, Naruto-kun," the yondaime says as a tear rolls down his face. Naruto smiles at the older blonde and nods. "Yeah, I've seen the pictures. I gotta say though, now that I have a good look at you, I think I look almost exactly like you," he says with a laugh as a single tear rolls down his face. Minato laughs and nods his head. "Yeah, I guess we do look alike." It was at this time that several of the gathered shinobi started making connections. Quiet murmurs of suspicion and revelations we cast out into the quiet. Sakura raised an eyebrow and squinted her eyes, looking at the two blondes. "Why are they crying? And why do they look so much alike?" she says to herself. Shikamaru sighs and breaks the truth to every one of the rookie 9 who weren't able to put 2 and 2 together. "Because he's his son," he says loud enough for several people to hear him. They all whip around to look at him. He sighs and shakes his head. "They're crying, they look alike, and Naruto looks nothing like Sasuke does. Plus if you ever looked at Naruto's official file in the Shinobi Registry it says he's adopted. His birthday is also the day the Kyuubi attacked. He's the yondaime's son," he explains. The surrounding shinobi all start putting the pieces together and gasp lightly. Sasuke just continues to watch the two blondes. "How are you so strong, Naruto? How were you able to face all the criticism from the village that should have been treating you like a prince? The villagers hate you, my family hated you, why did you keep this a secret? How are you so strong?" he said to himself. The notion of Naruto not only being physically stronger than him, but also mentally. Sasuke looked down and sat down with a sigh. "Looks like I lose, Naruto, you've beaten me at every turn," he says with a slight smile as he looks back up at the reunited father and son. Minato had been listening to Naruto's life story. He smiled when Naruto told him about how Sasuke adopted him when he was 3 months old. The man had only been 16 at the time and was willing to take in a child for the better of the village. But Minato's smile left when Sasuke says the condition Naruto was in when he adopted him. Naruto had been malnourished and had severe trust issues. The only people the child could tolerate holding him while Sasuke was in another room was his now adoptive mother and Kakashi. However, that was able to bring his smile back. He had hoped that Kakashi would look after Naruto when Jiraiya wasn't around, but that just brought up a new question. Where was Jiraiya-sensei? He was supposed to be your godfather. Why wasn't he the one looking after you? No, offense Naru-san, but I was hoping sensei would take Naruto in if something happened to me or Kushina-chan. Minato asked with an eyebrow raised. Guilt Minato, I felt guilty, said a voice from behind Naruto and Cole. The two turned to see the Sannin walking up to them with a saddened look on his face. I couldn't even look in Naruto without seeing you, he says with a sigh. I haven't been in the village since you died. I couldn't bring myself to come back. Every time I thought about coming back, it reminded me how I failed. I failed at being a sensei, I failed at being a friend. And worst of all, I failed you, Minato. If I had been in the village with you, I could have done the sealing instead of you. I could have taken your place. Both you and Kushina could have survived if I had been there, he explained as tears fell freely down his face. Minato looked at his sensei with a small amount of fury hidden behind a layer of sadness. Yes, sensei. You did fail me. But you can make it up by being there for Naruto now. Teach him. Be there for him. He'll need you more now than ever that this little secret is out, he finished as he looked at the shinobi that had gathered. Jiraiya wiped away his tears and nodded. I will, Minato. I swear on my life that I will be here for him from now on, he said with conviction. Cole smiled as he walked away from the three. He slowly walked over to the other two Kage that he had beaten. He sat down in front of them with a grunt of pain. Hiruzen joined him and sat before his senseis. So Saru, why don't you introduce us to the boy here? Hashirama said with a smile. Hiruzen smiled and nodded. This young man is Uzumaki Seinaru, however, as you could probably tell, that is his cover name. He has yet to tell me his real name, but his handle is the Oracle of Six Paths. Hiruzen says while turning to Cole. Cole raised an eyebrow. I don't remember saying the Six Paths part, he said with a mischievous smirk. Hiruzen looked away and folded his arms. Sorry, I just thought it sounded better than just the Oracle. He said in a huff. Cole and Hashirama laughed while Tobirama narrowed his eyes at Cole. What do you mean when you call yourself the Oracle? He asked in a suspicious tone. Cole sobered and looked at the Nidame. When I say I am the Oracle, I mean I am a bringer of prophecy. I also have a sixth sense that lets me see the future. I am only able to see what would happen in the world if I were not in it though. I was able to change the entire outcome of this battle to the point of a major victory for Konoha, he says as he takes a breath to start further explaining. Originally, this battle was only supposed to be fought by Sarutobi-sama. He would fight you two and Orochimaru alone, and he will have died. However, I was able to intervene in the fight and bring back up, so Sarutobi-sama survived. Cole explains. Hiruzen's eyes widened at what Cole just said. If he hadn't been there he would have died in battle, and then Konoha would have been crippled. Cole continues explaining when he sees the looks he is getting from the three of them. I have also adopted Uzumaki Naruto. The boy right now should only be Chunin level, borderline Jonin if he is using the chakra of the QB. But now under my knowledge and guidance, he alone is Jonin level and has fostered a healthy relationship with the fox, granting him control over his chakra. I dare say that with the chakra of the fox, he very well may be Kage level. Elite Jonin at the very least. Cole says. Hiruzen's eyes widen even further as he looks at Naruto. His eyes water as he sees the blonde smiling talking to his godfather and birth father. The little boy he looked to as his own grandson had grown up so much without him realizing. Tobirama relented his suspicions and smiled when he saw Hiruzen looking at Naruto. Hashirama grinned broadly and chuckled. Looks like the village is in good hands, brother, he says to the Nidame. Tobirama sighs and shakes his head. Yeah, I guess it is, he says before looking at Cole. So, do you have any way to seal us or are you just gonna keep us like this? He asked in a mildly annoyed tone. Cole smiled at him and shook his head. Yes, I have a way to seal you. Do you have anything you want to say to the Sandaime here before I send you off? He asks as he places his hand on Tobirama's head. Yeah, I think it's time you retire, Hiruzen. Get out from behind the desk and enjoy the life you have left, he said to his former student. Hiruzen smiles at his sensei and nods his head. I think I'll do just that. Cole looks to Tobirama. The Night Aim nods, saying he's ready to go. Cole focuses some chakra into his hand. Human path, soul removal, he exclaims as he raised his hand from Tobirama's head. The man's soul is visible for a brief second before he was moved on to the next life. Tobirama's body crumpled, revealing the dead body of Kin. Cole shook his head and Hiruzen scowled. Orochimaru, using his own men for this vile jutsu, I should have killed as long ago. Hiruzen says as he spits the snake's name. Hashirama sighs and looks to Cole. I only have a warning for you. Do you know the truth of Madara? He says to Cole. Cole nods his head. Yes, I do. Hashirama nods. Good, then I can only repeat what my brother said. Enjoy the rest of your life, Hiruzen, and Oracle-san, thank you for fighting for Konoha. And with that he was sent on to the next life. Cole and Hiruzen walked back to where Naruto, Minato, and Jiraiya were. Hinata decided to join her boyfriend and meet his birth father. Minato looked at her and his eyes widened. You're Hana and Hayashi's daughter, he said in disbelief. Yes, she is. Hayashi said as he walks to the group. It's been a long time, Minato, it's good to see you, he says with a side smile. Minato smiled at the man. He turned his head back to Hinata and saw her hiding behind Naruto slightly. Minato chuckled. Shy, just like Hayashi was at that age. He thought as he smirked at Hayashi. The man in question scowled at Minato and shook his head. Minato chuckled and decided to not embarrass his friend in front of his daughter. Cole walked up to Minato and cut into their conversation. Sorry, Minato-san, but I need to send you off soon. Keeping up the force to keep you from returning to Orochimaru's jutsu is draining me dry, he says as he walks up to the group. The yondaime nods and looks to his son. He smirks at him before shaking his head. Naruto, I wish you the best of luck. I love you, son, never forget that. Ask Jiraiya for the key to your seal, I think you're ready for it. And one last thing, he says while a smile spread across his face. Become the best Hokage this world has ever seen, he says and nods to Cole to do it. Tears fell freely down Naruto's face as he nodded. I will, Dad, I swear I will, and an Uzumaki never goes back on their words. Cole looked to Naruto. Now Minato-san, I'll be sending you off to the Pure Realm. The Shinigami owes me one, so I think he'll let you out of his stomach to be with your wife, he says as he places his hand on Minato's head. Minato's eyes widened as tears ran down his face. He was only able to say one thing before he was sent on to the next life. Thank you. Chapter 61, Aftermath. Cole looked to Naruto. Now Minato-san, I'll be sending you off to the Pure Realm. The Shinigami owes me one, so I think he'll let you out of his stomach to be with your wife, he says as he places his hand on Minato's head. Minato's eyes widened as tears ran down his face. He was only able to say one thing before he was sent on to the next life. Thank you. A week has passed since the incidents of the Chunin exams. The village began reconstruction with the assistance of Genin and some off-duty Chunin. There wasn't much damage to the interior of the city, but there was a large crater outside of the village gates that needed to be filled. There was also minor damage to the walls from battles that got too close to the gate. Several downed trees needed to be removed and the bodies needed to be cleaned out of the village. The cleaning process took 2 days to complete before reconstruction could begin. Most of the damage was caused by Uzumaki Seinaru and his battle with the previous Kage. The Uzumaki clan would be paying for most of the damages for those buildings, and when the clan head heard this he was weeping anime tears for his poor wallet. In other news, the Sound 4 was captured shortly after the battle. With the consent from the council, Uzumaki Seinaru was allowed to take custody of them for his study of how to remove Orochimaru's curse seal. The snake himself was able to escape from the Anbu assigned to capture him. He and Kabuto were able to escape from the village without a trace. Several of the Genin were surprised that not only was the older Genin that gave them helpful advice in the exams a traitor, he was Orochimaru's right-hand man. The hospitals were crowded with injured civilians and shinobi. In total there were over 200 Suna casualties and 150 Oto casualties. However, Due to the heroics of Uzumaki Naruto and the leadership of the previous generation of the Inoshika-cho, the number of Konoha casualties were kept in the 50s. And speaking of Uzumaki Naruto, rumors upon rumors began to spread. Some would say he didn't fight like he did. Some would say he turned into pure light and mercilessly slaughtered everyone before him. Some would say he turned into a smaller form of the fox itself and killed without discretion. But those were the words of the villagers. Most, if not all, of the shinobi called him only one thing: a hero. Konoha Council Chambers. "The boy is too dangerous," a heavy-set civilian councilman said as he rose from his seat. The civilian council and the shinobi council were currently in a heated debate on what to do with Naruto now that he had displayed his true strengths. The civilian council wanted to lock the boy away, saying that if he was this powerful already, then that must mean the fox was starting to take control. The shinobi council, however, argued that they would not imprison the hero of this war for doing his duty as a Konoha shinobi. They also called into the civilian council's loyalties and trust in their Yandame Hokage. The man was a world-renowned Fuinjutsu master, and the shinobi trusted his seals. The civilians, however, were skeptical. They didn't think that a bit of ink and chakra could hold back a monster like the Kyuubi no Kitsune. And they made their concerns heard, much to the annoyance of the shinobi council. Surprisingly, the father of the one in question was completely silent on the matter. Uzumaki Senaru just had his elbows propped on his desk with his hands laced in front of his face. He kept his eyes cold and calculating while his face remained stoic and impassive. His eyes would flick to whoever began to speak and would stay on them until someone else began to speak. After about 10 minutes of constant arguing, Hiruzen found his breaking point. "Enough!" he roared as he slammed his hand down on his desk. Now, with the attention of all of the members of the council, he released a small amount of killer intent. "Naruto is a shinobi of this village. That means the civilian council has no say in the what to do with High Dash," he started to say, but was interrupted by Hamura. "Actually, Hokage-sama, in the time between when Yandame-sama died and when you took back the hat, Danzo passed a law stating that in all matters concerning the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the civilian council has as much of a say in the matter as the shinobi council," he said with a slight smirk. Koharu jumped in as well. "I suggest that we put in an emotion training program. That way he will have less of a chance of letting the fox take over. Also, it will also make him unwaveringly loyal to Konoha," she said. As soon as she finished speaking, 7 swords were pointed and touching her neck. Everyone in the room flinched back when they felt Senaru's killing intent. Koharu was motionless as 7 swords floated in mid-air, all pointed at her and pressed to her neck. Cole's eyes looked into hers as if he was looking into her soul. "You will not make a weapon out of my son. I killed Danzo for trying to do that, and I am not below killing you," he growled at her as she quickly paled. She started to stutter out a few words, but Cole interrupted her. "Wondering where your guard is?" "I think they agree with me," he said. 3 Umbu guards stood next to him, all of them looking at Koharu, giving off killer intent. Hiruzen stood and looked at Koharu and Hamura. "I think it is high time that the civilian council relearns their place. This is a shinobi matter, and I will not hear of this emotion training program. I don't care about the laws that a traitor like Danzo created while he ran things. I have already repealed all of them. Now, Koharu, Hamura, I order you to leave this council. You are fired as my advisors," he said in a cold tone. He looked to the 3 Umbu. "Please show them out," he said to them. They nodded and led the 2 former advisors out of the room. The swords disappeared when Koharu and Hamura left the room. The rest of the civilian council were completely shocked by the display, and the shinobi council couldn't help but snicker at misfortune of the 2 former advisors. Hiruzen sat back down with a huff. "I will not hear any more of this discussion on how to treat Naruto-kun. But what we will talk about is the advancement in rank for the genin that participated in both the exams and the invasion," he said. The shinobi council nodded while the civilian council scowled at the Hokage, but didn't bother arguing. Now, due to the 3rd exam being interrupted early on, we didn't get to see very many of the genin participate. However, there are 3 genin I believe are ready for advancement, he said to the council. They nodded and Shikaku leaned forward. "Who would these 3 be, Hokage-sama, although, I think I may know already." Hiruzen cleared his throat and called one of his Umbu in. Let them in, he said to Umbu Cat, Yuzuki Yugawa. She nodded and walked out of the room. A moment later she returned followed by 3 genin. Would you 3 please introduce yourselves to the council? Hiruzen asked the 3 genin. They all nodded and answered. Hyuga Niji, he said with a bow. Rock Lee, the boy said giving a salute. And the third grinned like mad. Namikaze Naruto, he said with a 2-finger salute. The civilian council all took in a sharp breath and were quickly enraged. How dare you claim to be of Yondaime-sama's family, you filth, a councilman said. Several of the civilian members stood and were looking at Naruto with murder in their eyes. Hiruzen sent a wave of killing intent at the civilian council, causing them to all look at him in horror. Naruto-kun speaks the truth. He is in fact the son of Namikaze Minato and is the new head of the Namikaze clan. Hiruzen said with a smug smile as he watched the civilian council shake in fear. They sat down and continued to eye the boy. Several started putting 2 and 2 together and noticed all of the similarities between Naruto and Minato. While many still looked at him as the fox incarnate, thinking it was the fox trying to trick them into thinking he looked like the Yondaime. Hiruzen walked up to the 3 followed by Cat. He stood in front of Niji and smiled. Hyuga Niji, for your services in the invasion I present you with the Konoha flak jacket and proudly promote you to the rank of Chunin. Niji bowed and accepted the jacket from Cat. Hayashi smiled over at Niji, proud for his nephew. Hiruzen walked up to Lee, who was shaking with excitement. Rock Lee, for your services during the invasion I present you with the Konoha flak jacket and proudly promote you to the rank of Chunin, he said to the boy while Cat handed him the jacket. Lee wept anime tears and happily accepted the jacket. And finally the Hokage walked up to a smiling Naruto. Hiruzen's eyes watered as he smiled down to the boy. Namikaze Naruto, he said and took a second to rein his emotions in. For your exemplary show of skill in the 3rd exam, and for you outstanding services during the invasion. Consisting of, not only assisting in the defeat of the Odo forces fighting in the arena, but also single-handedly forcing back the entire Suna army, I proudly present you with the Konoha flak jacket. And I hereby promote you to the rank of Jonin. I also offer you a seat on the council so that you may represent newly formed Namikaze clan. Do you accept? He said as a single tear slid down his face. Naruto's smile lit the entire room as he nodded. Hi Hokage-sama, I accept the position on the council. Alright then, Namikaze Naruto. Welcome to the council, and congratulations on becoming a Jonin of Konoha no Sato, he said with a smile. Naruto accepted the jacket from Cat and stood waiting for orders. Hiruzen looked to the 3 and smiled. Congratulations to all of you. You have 1 week off. After your time off you will be. Chapter 62, Godame Hokage. Hiruzen stood once more and looked around the room. I have made my decision on who I want to take over. Uzumaki Senaru, I nominate you to be the Godame Hokage of Konoha. Do you accept? He asked in a serious tone. Cole stood and looked to the council, to Naruto, and to Hiruzen. He stayed silent for a brief moment before taking a breath. No. Cole sat back down in his seat while the council was silent. Members were looking at him with wide eyes and were trying to muster up something to say but couldn't find the right words. Hiruzen just stood there with a blank expression as his mind raced over what just happened. The first one to respond was actually the newest member of the council. What the hell? Naruto yelled as he looked at his father like he had grown another head. Inazuka-tsum looked at Naruto and back to Cole. Yeah, what he said, she said as she was still trying to find what to say. Shikaku just shook his head and sighed out a quiet troublesome while the rest of the shinobi council all looked to the Hokage. The civilian council actually let out a sigh of relief when they finished processing what Cole had said. Hiruzen blinked a few more times before shaking his head and looking at Cole in confusion. Why not? He yelled / whined. Cole shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Naruto. Well, I may have one child that doesn't need his father anymore, but I'm about to have 2 more children that will need me. I won't be able to be both a father and Hokage at the same time. Sorry Hokage-sama, but my family comes first, he said while looking Hiruzen in the eye. Naruto was looking at his father, and after he heard the man's reasoning he smiled. Hiruzen's eyes saddened. It was true. He had tried to be both a father and Hokage at the same time, and it drove one of his sons away from him while the other died on a mission he had given him. He knew what it was like to have to worry about both your children and have to make the right decisions for the village, even if it put your family in danger. The elderly Hokage could respect Cole's choice of choosing to care for his family over the obligation of taking over for the entire village. But there were others that didn't understand his choice. So you would put your family over the entire village? An angry civilian councilman roared. He was met by the intense stares of all the members of the Shinobi Council. They all knew what it was like to have to put something ahead of family, and when they had the choice, family came first. They could also understand Cole's choice and agreed with him. If they had children coming, they would also turn down the offer. They had seen what Hiruzen puts himself through and were not going to attempt that, as well as raising children at the same time. Hiruzen sighed and sat back down. Well, does anyone else have any other recommendations? He asked the council. Several hands went up giving out offers like Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Hatake Kakashi, and Jiraiya, all of which were turned down by Hiruzen. He shook his head and sighed. No offense to either of you, Shikaku-san, Hayashi-san, but I don't feel like you are ready to be Kage. And as for Kakashi, I also feel he is not ready for the status as Kage. Sure, he may be strong, but he doesn't have the right state of mind to be Hokage. And as for Jiraiya, well, the answer is hell no, the man in question said as he appeared next to Hiruzen. Sorry I'm late, I had a rather tricky demon to reseal, he said as he took a seat next to Hiruzen. Naruto smiled as he thought of Gaara's seal being fixed. Cole also smirked when he heard that Gaara's seal was fixed. Now the redhead had nothing to worry about and could make a fresh start. Hiruzen sighed and looked to council and waved his hand towards Jiraiya. Well, there you go, he said with another sigh. He rubbed his temples as he started to weep anime tears. I'm never gonna get to retire, he mumbled. But before he could go any further, Cole raised his hand. I have a nomination. Why not Senju Tsunade, he said while looking to the rest of the council. The council took a moment to think about his offer as Hiruzen perked up from the suggestion. Jiraiya scratched his chin in thought as he eyed Cole carefully. The man was trying to get them to do something, and Jiraiya now knew why he actually turned down the position. He smirked at the Rinnegan bearer. I don't know, she isn't entirely loyal or easy to find, Jiraiya said as he continued to watch the man. Cole looked to Hiruzen. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Hiruzen cocks his head to the side in an unspoken question. Cole nods in return and Hiruzen sighs. Jiraiya, who was watching all of this, smirked even more. The man had seen Tsunade as Hokage and knew she was the one for the job. Hiruzen stood back up and addressed the council. Alright then, Jiraiya, I give you the task of finding Tsunade. This meeting is dash, he was saying until he was interrupted by Jiraiya. Would it be alright if I brought Naruto with me? He asked quickly. Hiruzen sighed and facepalmed. Yes, you may, he said, and Jiraiya and Naruto smirked at each other. Dismissed, Hiruzen said as he flopped down into his chair. Jiraiya, Naruto, you are to leave to find Tsunade in 3 days, he called as they went out the door. They both gave him a lazy wave as they went out the chamber. Once the council chamber was empty, Hiruzen sighed and leaned back into his chair. So, what did you want to talk about? He said to the empty room. Cole rose out of the ground and sat in a chair next to the Hokage. I need to go to Kumo. As soon as Naruto and Jiraiya left the building, Naruto heard a squeal. He looked around for the source, only to be tackled by Hinata. He kept his feet and caught her. Nijinizan told me everything. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, she cheered as she tightened her hug. Naruto chuckled and hugged her back, but froze when he heard giggling. He turned his head and scowled at Jiraiya, who at the time had out a notebook and was writing into it. Hey, Hinata-heim, let's go somewhere else before Erosenin starts having a nosebleed, he said in annoyance. She let him go and gave Jiraiya a glare, with her Byakugan for added effect. Jiraiya yelped and put away his notebook. The last time she caught him doing research on the both of them, she shut off his movement in his arms and legs while Naruto threw him into the women's side of the hot springs for him to be beaten to a pulp by the enraged ladies. He quickly dashed away before anyone got any ideas of what to do to him. Naruto laughed and turned to Hinata. I have 3 days off before I have to go on a mission with Erosenin. So, what do you want to do? He asked as he took her hand and started walking with her. Actually, the rookies are having a party at the Akimichi's restaurant to celebrate your and the others' promotions. They sent me to go get you, so why don't we head on over there, she said as she started to lead him to the restaurant. Lead the way home. They walked into the restaurant and saw the rest of the rookies sitting in one of the large booths. Kiba saw them walking over and smirked. So the light of Konoha makes an appearance. What do we owe the honor? He said in a sarcastic tone, never losing his smirk. Naruto's eyebrow twitched and the rest of the rookies, and Team Guy, looked over and greeted them. They sat down and Naruto looked at Kiba. What's with this light of Konoha crap? He asked the Inuzuka. Kiba shrugged his shoulders and leaned forward. All I've been hearing since we got here has been civilian after civilian talking about Namikaze-sama this and that, as well as some stuff about the light of Konoha, he said to Naruto in a hushed tone. He looked around to the rest of the rookies and they all nodded in agreement. Naruto felt like someone was watching him and he looked around and noticed that there were people in the restaurant stealing glances at him and whispering about him. Before he could make a statement, Shino spoke up. It seems after your performance in the invasion, people have taken you into greater consideration. As well as the spread of rumors about you turning into light and fighting the Suna forces, he said in his monotonic voice. Naruto sighed and looked around one more time. Well, this is gonna get annoying. I'm used to them glaring at me or just outright ignoring me. But if they start praising me, I have no idea what I'll do. He mumbled to himself. Ino caught what he said and raised an eyebrow. Why would they glare at you or ignore you? She asked, effectively getting everyone else to look at him with interest. Sasuke, who had been silent the entire time, was now looking intently at Naruto. He still had no idea what Naruto had done to gain all of the power he had, and was curious about what that red chakra was that he saw when they were fighting Orochimaru. Naruto looked at them all and sighed. Meet me on top of the Hokage monument in an hour, he said as he stood to leave. He started to walk away, but Chuji stopped him. Why? He asked. Naruto didn't answer and just kept walking. Kiba was about to ask when Hinata stopped him. If you want to know why the villagers don't like him, meet him in an hour. I'm gonna go with him. I'll see you in an hour, she said as she went after Naruto. Kiba raised an eyebrow and looked back to everyone else. Was it me, or did Hinata seem angry? And what do you guys think Naruto was talking about? He asked the group. Shikamaru sighed as he also got up to leave. I don't know, but I have a feeling it'll be troublesome. Chapter 63, Secrets Revealed. Kiba raised an eyebrow and looked back to everyone else. Was it me, or did Hinata seem angry? And what do you guys think Naruto was talking about? He asked the group. Shikamaru sighed as he also got up to leave. I don't know, but I have a feeling it'll be troublesome. Naruto sat on top of the Yandame's head on the Hokage monument. He laid on his back looking at the passing clouds while his legs swung to the edge. He laid there for about 5 minutes before he heard someone coming. Hinata walked up to him and joined him. She sat down and laid her head down on his shoulder and looked up at the clouds. Nice day, isn't it? She said to him in a sleepy voice. Naruto smiled and kept looking at the clouds. Yeah, I bet Shikamaru would just sit up here all day, he replied. They sat in silence for a few minutes, just enjoying the quiet time they had together. After a few minutes, Hinata turned her head to look at Naruto. So, how do you think they're going to take it? She asked him. Naruto continued to look into the sky as the clouds passed by. You know, he started. I really don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure Shino already knows. He saw what happened on the bridge and has been acting normally around me since then. And I bet Shikamaru already figured it out since he knew I was the Yandame's son, but the others, I don't know, he said as he shook his head and sighed. Hinata turned back to look up at the sky. Well, I know Nijinizan already knows. After what happened on the bridge, my father decided to tell everyone of the Hyuga about it. He had your father there and asked him first, so I don't think he was going behind your back to do it. But everyone at the compound reacted relatively okay about it. No one called you a monster or wanted to treat you differently. There were a couple of people who were going to be a little more cautious around you, but that's not too bad. And I know Nijinizan doesn't resent you for it. In fact, I think he respects you for the burden you carry, she said to him. Naruto chuckled at the thought of Niji respecting anyone other than a Hyuga. The guy wasn't all that bad, but he had a superiority complex that could rival Sasuke's. Well, that's good, he sighed as he sat up. Here they come, alright, let's do this, he said as he stood up and helped Hinata up. He turned around and saw the entire group of rookies as well as Team Guy. Naruto looked around to everyone and saw Tintin give him a little wave. He smiled at her. He hadn't gotten to see his childhood friend ever since she graduated the academy. He waited for the group to get close enough before he started dishing out truths. So you got us all here, what is it you wanted to talk about? Kiba said as they all stopped at a comfortable distance. Naruto sighed and scratched the back of his head. He looked up to the clouds one last time before looking back to the group. Why don't we sit down, this is going to be a long story, he said as he sat down. The others followed suit and took a seat. Shikamaru actually plopped down and instantly went to look at the clouds with a happy sigh. So Nato, what's this all about? Sakura asked him as she sat down next to Sasuke. Sasuke looked at him intently, waiting for all his questions to be answered. The source of his strength revealed. As everyone sat down, Naruto met Sasuke's stare and sighed. Alright, before I explain, you all need to know what a Jinchuriki is, he said to the group. They all looked at him with confused expressions, except for Niji, Shino, and Shikamaru. Jinchuriki and human sacrifice. They are made when a bijou is sealed within a human host. Most times a Jinchuriki is used by a shinobi village as a hidden weapon, or as tools for war, he explained to the group. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at Naruto and the blonde side. There are 9 confirmed Jinchuriki in the world. The host of the Ichibi, Shikaku, was actually Gaara. He was going to be used by Suna in the invasion as a trump card by letting out the Ichibi. But Jiraiya of the Sannin was able to seal off its release before he could. Then there is the Nibi, Matatabi. Its host is Nyujito in Kumo. The Sanbai, Isabu. Its host was the 4th Mizukage of Kiridakure, but after his death its location is unknown. Then the Yanbi, Son Goku, and his host Rashi in Iwa. The Gobi, Kuko, and its host Han. Han and Rashi are both the Jinchuriki that Iwa owns. The Rukubi, Saikin. Its host lives in Kiri but his identity is unknown at the moment. The Nanabai, Chomei, in Taki. I don't know who its host is at the moment. And then there is the Hachibi, Gyuki, and his host Karaibi in Kumo dash he was saying until he was interrupted. Naruto, what does this have to do with why the villagers treat you badly? Ino asked in a halfway annoyed tone. Naruto sighed before he went on. He looked up to the clouds and didn't look at them. And finally, the strongest of all of the bijou. The Kyuubi, he started and heard a light gasp from the group. When the Yondaime fought with the Kyuubi he figured out that he couldn't kill him. The bijou are giant constructs made of chakra and if they are destroyed they would just reform after a few years and continue where they left off. So, he sealed him away. But the Kyuubi couldn't be sealed away into any old object or person. He needed a newborn child. So here I am. Born on October 10th, the day the Kyuubi attacked. I am Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Kurama, he said as he looked back down to them with a steely glare. Does that answer your question, Ino? He asked. The group of rookies were shocked still. Save for Shikamaru, Shino, and Niji. They tried to say something but weren't able to find the words to say. Finally someone came up with something. So, is that where you get all your strength? A demon inside of you? Sasuke asked with a scowl. Naruto shook his head. No, I do get some strength when I call on Kurama's chakra, but only when he is willing to share. Whenever you don't see any red chakra, or I guess now that golden light, it's all me. Sasuke, I get him strength from constant training. Even now I'm training by wearing all these damn resistance seals, he said as he shows some of the seals on his body. Ino was the next one to speak up. So, what's it like? Does it ever talk to you? She asked a little worried. Being a Yamanaka she had a vast knowledge about the human mind, and was worried about the effects a demon could have on a person's mind. Naruto was about to answer when a little voice in his head told him something that would be fun to do. Naruto closed his eyes for a second before his features became more rugged and feral. His whisker marks became thicker and his nails became more like claws. Yes, I do talk to the kid, fleshbag. What about it? Kurama said from Naruto's mouth. Naruto opened his eyes and showed that his blue eyes had turned red. The group of rookies jumped a little when they heard the change in voices. Hinata sighed and shook her head. She had actually the privilege of talking with Kurama before and knew he wasn't that bad of a guy, just misunderstood. Naruto's body laughed in a demonic voice. Scared? Well, don't be. You have nothing to fear. The kid is letting me speak to you directly, but he is still in control of his actions. He's just letting me say hi. Kurama said as Naruto closed his eyes again and his features became normal again. He opened his eyes and they were blue again. The hell, Naruto? Kiba said in a small amount of fright. Naruto chuckled. There's nothing to worry about. Me and Kurama have a good relationship and work together. He doesn't try to break out and I get to use his chakra. He's actually not that bad of a guy when you get to know him, he said to the group. Tintin shook her head. But what about the fact that he killed all those people? You can't honestly think he's a good guy after doing that? She asked, almost yelling. Naruto shook his head. What he did was out of his control. He was being controlled the entire time and when he was released from control he was already fighting. So at that point it was just self-defense, he clarified. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Who was controlling him? He asked in suspicion. Naruto looked to his former teammate. I don't know, he lied. Naruto stood up and looked to the group. So, that's my story, do you guys hate me now? Fear me, he asked the group. No one answered until Lee stood up. Of course not, Naruto-san. How could I hate someone when their youth burns so brightly, he said as gave Naruto his nice guy pose. Naruto smiled and looked to the rest. Chuchi stood up and held out a bag of chips to Naruto. Once a friend, always a friend, Naruto, he said as Naruto took a chip and ate it. The rest of the group stood up and made sure they didn't hate him. Come on, you're like a little brother to me. How could I hate you? Tintin said. It would be illogical to hate someone for the burden they carry. Us Aburame know that more than anyone. Shino said. It'd be too troublesome to hate someone like you, Naruto. Shikamaru sighed. Well, you're pretty much a hero now, and I have no reason to hate you. Ino smiled. Neji just stood up and bowed slightly to Naruto. Can't leave anyone in the pack behind. Kiba said as he stood up. Well, after seeing how many times you have saved us, fought for us, and bleed for us, I can't bring myself to hate you. Sakura said with a smile. Finally there was Sasuke. He stood up and looked at Naruto. After a few seconds he smirked. Well, I can't let the dope get too far ahead of me. No, I don't hate you, he said to Naruto. Hinata smiled at Naruto and gave his hand a squeeze. Ino looked at her and rose an eyebrow. You knew? She asked. Hinata nodded but didn't say anything. She didn't need to, Naruto knew that she loved him for who he was. With or without. Kurama. Naruto smiled at the group and as tears came to his eyes. Thanks guys, thanks for being my friends. Chapter 64, Journey for the Slug Princess. Naruto smiled at the group and as tears came to his eyes. Thanks guys, thanks for being my friends. So, what did you want to talk about? Hiruzen asked as the council room emptied. Cole rose from the ground and sat in a chair next to the Hokage. I need to go to Kumo, he said as he stretched his arms and yawned. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes. Do you always have to sleep through these meetings and use a clone instead? He asked in a sarcastic tone. Cole shrugged his shoulders. You would too if you could, he said nonchalantly. Hiruzen chuckled and took a long drag from his pipe. He let out the smoke and looked to Cole. So, why the need to go to Kumo? He asked in a casual tone. It's time to finish Naruto's training. Cole said seriously. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at Cole and motioned for him to explain. Cole sighed and started to explain what he meant by that. Naruto has been training with the Kyuubi's chakra ever since he graduated from the academy, he said. Hiruzen looked shocked and was about to say something before Cole raised a hand to silence him. All of his training has been under my supervision and I have been able to speak to the Kyuubi since I adopted Naruto. We have worked out a deal and he has been training Naruto to withstand his corrosive chakra. But, over time the two have formed a bond and now that Naruto has the Kyuubi willingly give him chakra to use, as well as him finding his own inner balance, he needs to finish this training, he explained to the shocked-looking Kage. Hiruzen shook his head and his expression became serious. And how would he finish this training? He asked the oracle. Cole let out a sigh and put his hands behind his head. There is a special cave on a moving island in Kumo that is used to train Jinchuriki on preforming full transformations. There he will have a secured location to train his control as well as finish his training with the Kyuubi, which consists of him fighting him in a battle of wills. They fight each other and try to forcibly take the other's chakra. If Naruto can best him, then he will have full access to the Kyuubi's chakra with no adverse effects. Cole explained to the Kage. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes a little further at Cole. How do you expect to get to this island? Kumo is not exactly an ally and I doubt they would allow you to use the island to train our Jinchuriki, he said, suspicion thick in his voice. Cole cracked his neck and turned to the Kage. I can find the island on my own. This is going to have to be a covert op. I will sneak Naruto into Kumo, finish his training, and leave. The island itself is only inhabited by wildlife and a single shinobi. It'll be nice and quiet, I assure you, he told the Hokage with a confident tone. Hiruzen looked into Cole's ripple-patterned eyes for a long moment. He sighed and shook his head. Fine, once Naruto returns you will have 1 week before you leave. I will make this AS rank mission and make it top secret. How long do you expect to be gone? He asked. Cole held out a single hand. 5 days. I can get him there in about 5 hours while using my flying summons. The training will last for 4 days and then we'll return. 5 days is all I'll need, he told the Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and took another drag from his pipe. He let out the smoke and tapped the ash out. Then it settled. 1 week after Naruto returns from getting Tsunade, he will travel with you to complete his training. Naruto went home with Hinata. He walked into the Uzumaki estate and noticed something was off. There were boxes lining the hall and several genin in the house moving things. Mom, I'm home, he yelled into the house. Anko came out from around a corner and grinned at him. So, the brat's finally grown up to be a big bad jonin, she chuckled. She was now about 2.5 months pregnant and had the beginnings of a bump showing on her stomach. She walked over and hugged him tightly. I'm proud of you, kid, she said softly to him. Naruto smiled, but he still had a question to ask. Thanks, Mom, but, what's with the boxes? He asked. Hinata looked around. Are you moving Anko-san? She asked. Anko looked over to the pale-eyed girl and smirked. He. Yup. Now that Naruto is head of the Namake's clan, he can finally take the house. This was the original Namake's estate, by the way. So me and Sanarakuin are moving into a new estate down the road, she said with a strange smirk. She looked at Naruto and the smirk only got bigger. Now Naruto, I know you're a big bad jonin now, but don't go and take advantage of poor genins like Hinata now that you have your own place now, she said as Naruto's face exploded into a blush as he figured out what she meant by that. Hinata was in very much the same condition as Naruto and nearly fainted. Mom. The hell? We're only 12, he yelled at her. He let go of her as a new thought hit him. Oh, God, I'm gonna have to cook and clean by myself now, he said as his blush disappeared and was replaced as his with blank shock. Anko laughed while rolling on the floor due to his reaction as Hinata got over her shock. Don't worry, Narukuin, I can help you learn how to cook, she said with a smile. Anko stood up and wiped away a stray tear. Ah, it's almost like you're married already, she said to the two, causing them to blush again. She laughed a little more before she calmed down. All right, kid, come help us pack some stuff. With you and your clones we can send the genins on their way, she said as she turned and walked over to the gathered group of genin helpers. Naruto sighed and made a few clones. Fine, let's get this over with. The next 3 days were uneventful, save for Naruto spending time with Hinata and noticing how popular he had become. Hinata actually growled at a group of girls who were trying to get close to Naruto. Besides the sudden fame, he still spent most of his time either training or being with Hinata. It is now the day of his and Jiraiya's departure to find the Godame Hokage. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha on his way to meet with the Sannin by the front gate. It was early morning and the streets were empty and quiet. Naruto liked times like these. He had the chance to just stroll down the middle of Te Road through the early morning fog and enjoy the serene quiet of the village. Once he made it to the gate, he saw the Sannin waiting for him and he hurried on his way over. Since his promotion, Naruto opted for another change in wardrobe. He now wore his Jonin flak jacket over a black shirt. He wore mesh armor underneath that went down to just below his elbows. He had on fingerless gloves like Kakashi's and left his forearms bare to show off the large amount of seals on his arms. His flak jacket was left unzipped to show his now Namake's clan symbol on his chest, while the red and silver Uzumaki clan symbols were on his shoulders. He still wore the 7-strap belt with scrolls and carried the large scroll on his back. However, he now openly carried Kitsune no Kiba on his back. He also wore gray shin guards like his mother's. He walked up next to the Toad Sannin and tightened the straps on his Hatayate and smiled at the man. "You ready to go?" he asked. Jiraiya smirked and they started to walk out of the village. "So, brat, anything interesting happened in the past 3 days?" Jiraiya asked his blonde travel companion. Naruto shrugged and thought for a moment. "Well, besides becoming a clan head, I now own a very large and very empty estate. I've got some new gear, and I told all of the rookie genin about Kurama, and they took it all right. Besides that, I guess only one thing interesting really happened," he said as he walked with his hands behind his head. Jiraiya looked down at him with a raised eyebrow. "And what would that be?" he asked curiously. Naruto looked up at him and smirked evilly. He reached for one of his storage seals and pulled out a tri-pronged kunai. "I mastered the Arashi, that's what." Chapter 65, Tsunade the Loser. Jiraiya looked down at him with a raised eyebrow. "And what would that be?" he asked curiously. Naruto looked up at him and smirked evilly. He reached for one of his storage seals and pulled out a tri-pronged kunai. "I mastered the Arashi, that's what." "You what?" Jiraiya roared as he nearly fell down. "What the hell the Winahuwu?" He started to freak out as he grabbed Naruto by his shoulders and started shaking him. After a few minutes, and some insistent yelling from Naruto, Jiraiya calmed down and stopped shaking and yelling at him. Jiraiya let go of his shoulders and looked at him with bulging eyes that were pleading for answers. "Well? How'd you do it?" he asked as he crossed his arms and looked at his new apprentice. Naruto sighed and held out the kunai. "I've been studying my birth father's jutsu ever since I graduated the academy. But my adoptive father has been studying it ever since he adopted me. He gave me all of the notes and theories he had on the jutsu once I graduated. I was also able to find more notes from the Namake's vault that needed my blood to open. With the combined notes and various theories, I was able to make a makeshift version that transported chakra and inanimate objects between the markers," he explained and stopped for a moment to see if Jiraiya was keeping up. Once the Sannin nodded for him to go on, he took a breath and continued. "I hit a wall trying to transport organic materials though. They would make the teleport, but they would turn into either a green goo-like substance, /n, Thinkstein's gate, or be burnt to a crisp," he explained, and Jiraiya grimaced at the thought of being turned to goo. "So when did you figure it out?" he asked, wanting to get to the point of how a 12-year-old could figure out the one jutsu that was inaccessible to thousands of other people who tried to recreate it, including himself. "Well, I didn't until I saw how he was using it. He was teleporting instantaneously like all of my test subjects, but wasn't turning into goo or being burnt. I thought about the fight over and over again. Think what was different in our seals. I've seen the trigger seal, and I've read all of the notes on how to make it. But it wasn't until I tested it again that I saw the major flaw in my seal," he explained. Jiraiya was almost shaking by now in anticipation. He needed to know how he was able to do something like this at such a young age. Not so he could use the jutsu himself, but so he could finally put all of his old theories to rest and finally stop thinking of how Minato was laughing at him for not getting it. Naruto held the pause for a few seconds and looked into Jiraiya's eyes. It was the yellow flash, he said to the Sannin. Jiraiya had started to shake in anticipation, but when Naruto said that he stopped. He quirked an eyebrow in confusion and tilted his head. The flash? He asked dumbly. Naruto nodded vigorously. Yes. It was right under my nose the whole time. I was trying to recreate the jutsu of Konoha's yellow flash for so long and didn't even notice that the term yellow flash was the key to solving the technique, he said excitedly. Jiraiya just tilted his further. I don't get it, he said after a second. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh. The flash is actually an extremely weak explosion. The jutsu is literally just an extremely advanced kawarimi with the assistance of markers and fuinjutsu to instantaneously kawarimi with the oxygen in the air. The rapid movement of the oxygen causes a small fire to pop into existence for a nanosecond, which causes the flash. Once I integrated the transfer of oxygen into the seal, instead of there being a transfer, it works perfectly, he exclaimed as he showed the jutsu off by flicking the kunai a few feet away and flashing over to catch it. Jiraiya was openly gaping at the boy. Not only had he figured out the jutsu, he did it just by seeing it a few times and trying an idea he got from the inventor's nickname. Well, brat, I don't have much else to say then. I'm extremely impressed and proud that my godson was able to figure out and be able to use his father's techniques. I'm just a little sad I didn't help at all in the process. I didn't even get to teach you how to use the Rasengan. He pouted. Naruto smiled as they started to walk on. Don't worry about it, Erosenin. You can still help me with the Hiraishin. I'm still limited to traveling between kunai. I haven't figured out how to transfer the seal onto other objects just by touching them, he said with a slight pout. Jiraiya smiled widely. Alright then. Looks like I get to teach you some stuff after all. 3 days passed as the two made their way through the lands of Hyanokuni, Land of Fire. They stopped in several different towns to gather information and other tidbits on where Tsunade could be. All the while Jiraiya always managed to get sloshed and find a place to peep on women. As they traveled, Naruto had clones working on a way to put seals onto objects with just a touch of his hand. Starting small time storage seals and then working his way up to smaller barrier seals and gravity seals. Jiraiya told him that the trick was to leave an imprint of chakra in the fur of the seal on the object and let it fade into it. Once there it was invisible, but still operational. He also told Naruto to work on it with basic seals and work his way up to the more advanced ones. He also told him that if he could use it with gravity seals he could do some serious damage to his enemies by increasing the gravity on certain parts of the body. He also said that he should try putting a gravity seal on one of his swords so that he could make it heavier and lighter whenever he wanted. And when Naruto heard that suggestion he got an evil smile in his face. He stopped walking and went to one of his storage seals. When he released what was inside of it, Jiraiya gasped in shock at what it was. Naruto had just unsealed the broken sword of Kubikuri Bocho. Naruto told the Sannin Hinata had taken it from the battlefield after he defeated Zabuza and gave it to him after he recovered from the fight. He figured that it was useless after it had been cut in half, but Cole told him how it could fix itself with the iron in the blood of its fallen victims. Since then he still wasn't able to use it. The slab of iron was simply too heavy for him to use effectively. So when Jiraiya told him about using gravity seals on weapons he had an epiphany. He applied a seal to the broadsword and made it weigh almost nothing. He took a quick swing with it and in mid-swing turned it to normal weight. He effectively cut down a tree, but needed to work on that fighting style because after a single swing he nearly threw his arm out with the changed force of inertia. On the third day of their journey the two heard that town of Tanzakugai was holding a poker tournament and the Toad Sannin had no doubt his old teammate would be in it. The girl just couldn't get enough of poker, even if she never won anything. Sei wasn't called the legendary loser for nothing. It took the two companions an entire day to arrive at the town and lucky for them it was the day of the tournament. The two signed themselves up and were admitted to go in and were assigned a table to play. Once they had their seats Naruto smiled at how his luck was on high alert. He had gotten the same table as their target. There sitting across the table from him was a 50-year-old blonde woman who didn't look a day over 30. She had golden brown eyes and a diamond mark on her forehead. She wore a green medic's robe as well as a short gray kimono with dark blue pants. She looked up at Naruto and scowled. So Konoha is sending Chunin after me to take you back? she said with venom in her words. Naruto shrugged and placed his chips on the table and prepared himself to play. Sorry Tsunade-sama, but I'm a jonin. And I'm here to play. Taking you back to Konoha may be the objective, but I'd rather not lose my hard-earned cash while doing it, he said with a foxy smirk. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the boy. He looked familiar, almost like, no, it was impossible. She was seeing things. There was no way the child survived the incident. She scowled at the boy and readied herself to play. All right, kid, but when you lose all your money, don't get angry with me for not going back with you, she said as they paid the ante and the dealer started to deal. They were playing 2-card hold'em and Naruto had a 10 of clubs in his hand as well as a jack of clubs. He set his cards down, keeping a damn good poker face as he eyed Tsunade. All his time playing at poker night and cleaning house with all of his father's friends would give him just the experience with the game he needed to bring Tsunade in. Bets went around the table and the dealer showed the first set of cards. King of clubs, queen of clubs, and 9 of diamonds, the dealer said as he revealed the cards. Naruto kept his poker face as the next wave of bets went around. He looked at Tsunade and smirked. Tell you what, Tsunade-sama, why don't we make a little wager? How about if I beat out everyone at this table, you come back with us? And if I lose, me and my team leave here without giving you any trouble whatsoever, he said with a sly grin. Tsunade eyed him and watched the dealer place the next card. 5 of spades, he said. Tsunade smirked and looked at Naruto. Fine kid, you got yourself a deal, she said as the next round of bets went around. Several people folded, but 6 of the 11 player kept betting. Even when Naruto raised the pot a little. After the bets were done, the dealer showed the last card. Ace of clubs, he said as the last card showed. The last round of bets went around the table and Naruto and Tsunade looked at each other. People started showing their cards and there were some good hands. But they all looked downtrodden when Tsunade showed her hand. Sorry kid, 3 of a kind, she said as she showed a pair of aces. Naruto frowned and shook his head and let out a sigh. You know, when they called you the legendary loser, I thought you were just a bad gambler. But you are actually pretty good, he said with a slight pause. But it's just your luck sucks. Royal flush, he said as he showed his hand. The whole table went wide-eyed as they saw the hand. 10 of clubs, jack of clubs, queen of clubs, king of clubs, and ace of clubs, all on the table. Naruto took the rather large pot from the first hand and smirked at Tsunade. So, you ready for the next hand? Chapter 66, Extreme Gamble. So, you ready for the next hand? Tsunade was fuming. She and that damn blonde brat have been playing for 3 hours now and somehow the brat was able to knock 8 of the other players out of the game. It was down to her, the brat, and some poor sap who had only a couple hundred real left to his name. Tsunade herself wasn't looking too good in the money department either. She still had more than the one other guy had left, but it looked like pocket change to the amount of money the blonde brat had managed to squeeze out of all the other players. The dealer dealt their next hand and Tsunade hid a smirk behind her poker face. She had a pair of kings. King of diamonds and the king of spades. The blonde brat checked and she went along with it for the first round. When the dealer revealed the first 3 cards, Tsunade couldn't believe her luck. 5 of diamonds, 5 of spades, and king of hearts, the dealer said as he showed the cards. The one remaining player other than her and the brat was forced to go all in. Tsunade matched the pot and the brat moved the required amount of money into the pot. The dealer nodded, knowing no more bets were to be made. He then revealed the last 2 cards. 5 of hearts, and 3 of clubs. When the 3 showed their hands, the one guy had a pair of aces in his hand and had a full house with a high card ace. Tsunade went pale when she saw that the guy had a better hand than she did. She reluctantly showed her hand and the 2 looked to the blonde brat. Tsunade sneered at him. So, brat. What do you have? She snapped at him. The blonde just smirked and showed his hand. 2 of clubs and 5 of clubs, he said calmly. The last guy out of the peanut gallery face planted on the table, sobbing about demon children taking his money. Tsunade just stared at the hand he had. It was 2 simple cards, not even that good of a hand. But he managed to beat both of their hands with it. The kid had a 4 of a kind. 5 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, and 5 of spades. Tsunade gritted her teeth and reluctantly let the brat take his winnings. It was now down to just the two of them. Tsunade barely had enough money to make the ante and was dealt her hand. She looked at it and felt a little hope rise up. She had another pair of aces, but from what she had seen from the kid she had no idea if this hand would be able to trump the brat's luck. Right from the get-go she went all in. She didn't have enough money to match any of his bets anyway, so this hand was going to make or break the game. "So Oba-chan, ready to call this game?" her fellow blonde said cockily. She gritted her teeth and growled lightly at him. "Watch it, brat," she growled. "I don't want to have to explain to Sensei why one of his chunin turned into a stain on a wall," the slug Sannin said as she clenched her hands into fists. The blonde scowled at her, but his cocky smirk never left his face. "Watch it, Oba-chan, I'm no chunin. I'm a jonin, and a damn good one. Remember that," he said coolly as the dealer started to show the cards on the table. "Ace of spades, 2 of clubs, 3 of diamonds, 4 of hearts, and jack of clubs," he said as he showed the cards. Tsunade held her breath. She showed her hand and had a 3 of a kind. It was a damn good hand, but with the cards on the table, the brat could easily take her down with a single card. The brat sighed and showed his first card. 2 of spades. Tsunade became hopeful, but that all disappeared when she saw the smirk return to the brat's face. "Straight," he said as he showed a 5 of hearts to finally finish Tsunade off. The slug Sannin let out a frustrated sigh and watched as the blonde brat snickered at her while he took the last of her money. "Well, Oba-chan, looks like I won our little bet. It's time to return to Konoha," he said as he collected his winnings and stood up. Tsunade gritted her teeth and growled. She slammed her hand on the table, cracking it. "Hold it, brat! Double or nothing," she growled. The blonde turned and raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? What have you got left to bet, Oba-chan?" he said in a curious tone. Tsunade scowled at the boy and pulled out an expensive-looking necklace. "This. I'll give you this if you win. And if I win you leave me alone." "Deal," she said as she glared at him. The blonde looked at the necklace for a long moment. He got a faraway look in his eyes for a second. After it went away he nodded. "All right, but what's the catch?" he said with suspicion. Tsunade grinned at the kid. What a fool he was. "Well, since you think you're some big shot jonin, why don't we have a little spar? If you manage to beat me in it I will give you my necklace, and come back with you and your team. But if I win, you give up in trying to take me back, and I get your winnings from tonight." "Deal," she said with a sly grin and held out her hat for him to shake. The blonde looked at her for a moment, analyzing his chances. After a brief second he smirked. "All right, Oba-chan, you got yourself a deal," he said with a cocky grin and shook her hand. The two walked out of the building and prepared for a throwdown. Jiraiya decided it was time to call it quits when he saw Tsunade leave through the door of the building. He took the remainder of his money and followed after her, but stopped in his tracks when he saw his godson walking with her and felt the killing intent flowing between the two. "Oh no! What kind of mistake did you make, brat?" he mumbled to himself as he followed them outside. The two blondes walked into the middle of the empty street outside and stood 10 meters apart from each other. Tsunade was scowling up a storm as Naruto was casually stretching. Jiraiya caught up with them and decided to make his presence known. "So, what did the brat do to make you mad, Heim?" he called to his old teammate in a jovial tone. She scowled even more at him and huffed. "Should have known you were with him. The kid beat me at poker, so we are having a double or nothing fight," she growled as she looked back at the little blonde brat that conned her out of her money. Jiraiya gulped and felt a cold sweat coming on. He looked at Naruto with eyes that said do not fight her. The blonde Jinchuriki looked back at Jiraiya and simply waved him off in "I've got this kind of manner." The old toad sage sighed as he shook his head. He looked back to Tsunade with a slight pout. "Just don't beat the kid up too badly, Heim," he sighed. Tsunade grinned and cracked her knuckles. "No promises," she told her old teammate before glaring back at the blonde brat. "Okay, brat. No blades and keep the ninjutsu low-powered. Don't want to blow up the town." "You ready, brat?" she asked the little brat. Naruto smirked at her and nodded. He'd only need one jutsu anyway. "Then here I come," she yelled as she dashed towards Naruto with intense speed. Naruto instantly threw a Hiraishin kunai at her, but it went wide and missed her completely. Like he wanted. Tsunade saw the kid throw something but miss horribly. She first thought what in the hell was Sarutobi thinking making this kid a jonin. But then it hit her. Literally. Naruto flashed over to the kunai and delivered a heavy kick to the back of her head. He didn't stop there. As Tsunade flew through the air, he flashed back to his starting point and kicked her high into the air. As Tsunade flew up, he threw the kunai into the air faster than she was raising. Once she reached the apex of her flight, he flashed up to the kunai and delivered a final kick to her stomach, sending her crashing back into the street below. She landed with enough force to crack the ground, and if it wasn't for her inhuman endurance, she would have broken her back. She was surprised that the kid could hit that hard, but not as surprised by how he hit her. She was laying there in shock as she relived several spars with a different blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. "And in Naruto," she said as she slowly stood up, her voice trembling as tears suddenly came to her eyes. Naruto stood there looking at her in confusion until the woman dashed at him faster than he could react and snatched him in a bone-crushing huge as she wept his name. I thought you were dead. Sensei said you didn't survive." "Oh, Kami! You're so old now. I can take care of you like I wanted to," she cried. Naruto was stunned by what his fellow blonde was babbling. He looked over to Jiraiya, who mouthed out a single word. "Godmother." Realization struck the teen as he hugged the older blonde back. "It's okay, Oba-chan. It's okay," he said softly to her as he rubbed her back, trying to calm her down. Chapter 67, A New Enemy. Chapter 67, The Hidden Enemy. Realization struck the teen as he hugged the older blonde back. "It's okay, Oba-chan. It's okay," he said softly to her as he rubbed her back, trying to calm her down. "Konoha. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Get some rest. Later." Kakashi says as he shuns ends away from training ground 7, leaving behind a very tired-looking Sasuke and Sakura. He decided to up both of their training since they were the only ones from the team that didn't make it to the finals and weren't given a field promotion. Why he decided to finally take their training more seriously was, well, because he let Naruto beat his record. Naruto had become a jonin at 12 when he himself wasn't able to make the rank until he was 13. He couldn't let his little brother beat him out entirely. So what better way to give him some competition than to make his old teammates stronger and try to get them up to his rank as fast as possible, right? He had checked for their elemental affinities and was a little startled when he saw that Sasuke had a stronger Raiton affinity than his Katon. Usually an Uchiha was a Katon specialist, but for him to have a strong Raiton affinity was both weird and exciting. Since Naruto had a relatively weak Raiton affinity, Kakashi wasn't able to teach him any of his favorite jutsu. But with Sasuke here, that changes things. He started the Uchiha off by having him start on level 1 Raiton chakra exercises. He needed to make a spark between his thumb and index finger and be able to keep the spark for at least a minute. He also had Sasuke start learning Raiton, Raisho, Thunder Palm. A C-rank offensive Raiton ninjutsu that utilizes several sparks shot out from the palm to make a taser-like shot to anyone the user touches. Raisho was also the only Raiton jutsu Kakashi was able to teach Naruto because it was basically a high-powered version of the level 1 exercise. Now with Sakura, she had a rather strong Doton affinity. Kakashi started her out on the level 1 exercise as well. What she had to do was turn a medium-sized rock into 3 small rocks by splitting it and cracking it with just her chakra. It took her most of the day, but she was able to finally crack the rock almost all the way through. But it was safe to say it would take her a few more days to be able to break the rock completely. The silver-haired Jonin also had them up their physical training so that their chakra levels and stamina could keep up with the new techniques they were going to be using. And now, by the end of the day, both Jonin could say without a doubt that it was the hardest training Kakashi ever put them through. Kakashi appeared just outside of the market district in Konoha and started walking towards the Jonin bar, Ika in hand. He received quite a few angry glares from the women that passed him, but he didn't care. It was his hobby and he would do what he liked. He was the one putting himself in mortal danger every day. So he could read his prawn if he wanted to. It was a bit of a turn-off though. He often thought if it was his nonchalant attitude or the porn that kept him from meeting anyone worth settling down with, but he'd usually shrug those thoughts off and put his nose back into his book. As he entered the bar he saw Asuma, Kurenai, Genma, and Hey-8 sitting at the bar. "Hey," he greeted them as he took a seat next to Asuma. The man gave him a short wave as he lit his next cigarette. Kurenai nodded to him with a smile. "Hey Hataki, how's it going?" Genma asked as he took another drink out of his beer. Hey-8 nodded a quick greeting as he shot back a cup of sake. Kakashi sighed and ordered a bottle of sake for himself. "Ah, well, I can't complain. Just a little sad that Naruto isn't on my team anymore. I swear he gave that team more life than Kami herself could have," he said as the bartender gave him the bottle and a cup. He poured for himself and looked at his drink. Genma snickered and finished his beer. "Oh yeah? Are you sure you're just not jealous that the kid gets to hang around with the author of your little books?" Genma said with a sly look. Asuma snorted, which made Kakashi turn a glare towards him. "At least I had a gin and get promoted." He grumbled to himself and shot back a cup of sake. Both Asuma and Kurenai deflated at that and hung their heads. "Yeah, and he made Jonin at a younger age than any of us." Asuma whined as he stamped out his cigarette and ordered another glass of whiskey. Kurenai nodded sadly. "And I had to work so hard too," she mumbled as she poured another cup of sake. Genma and Hey-8 just had their heads down in defeat because they weren't even full jonins yet. Kakashi sighed and shot back another cup. All of the surrounding shinobi were still caught off guard by the fact he could do that so fast that they could see what was behind his mask. Kurenai hopped as she drank another cup as well. Asuma was about to finish his whiskey when a thought suddenly struck him. "Oh Kami, Guy had 2 of his members promoted," he said in shock. Everyone stopped drinking and froze on the spot. "Do you know what this means?" Kurenai breathed in shock. "That he can file for a new team," Kakashi continued for her. "And possibly make more mini-clones of himself." Genma and Hey-8 yelled in terror. Genma slammed his head down on the bar as Hey-8 was laughing quietly to himself as he rocked back and forth in his chair. Asuma dropped his cigarettes and joined Genma on the table. "I don't want to live on this earth anymore if any more of them show up," he mumbled. Kakashi just sighed and looked to his sake bottle and his cup. He threw the cup behind his head and started drinking straight from the bottle. "Same here brother," he agreed with Asuma. They sat there for about another 20 minutes drinking in silence when they suddenly felt something was off. Kakashi narrowed his eye and stood up. "Hey, Asuma, Kurenai, could you come with me? I think we have a problem," he said to the 2 Jonin senseis. They both stood and followed after Kakashi. "Genma, Hey-8, go get Guy for me," he said as he left the bar with the 2 other Jonin. The 2 Tokubetsu Jonin nodded and shunshined out of the bar. Kakashi didn't know what he was feeling, but whatever it was not good. "Hey, why do you think it was so easy to get into Konoha?" a tall man in a black robe with red clouds asked his shorter companion. The taller man wore a large straw worker's hat with long white tassels hanging on the sides. He also wore a large broadsword covered in white bandages on his back. His smaller companion wore a similar robe and hat, but had a necklace on that had 3 small rings on it. "I think it was because of the recent invasion attempt. Seal's barrier was shut down and hasn't been brought back up yet," the smaller man of the 2 said. The taller one merely gave a grunt in response as they continued to walk into Konoha. They were passing a large pond when the pair was stopped. "Don't take another step further," Asuma said as he and Kurenai appeared in front of the 2 robed strangers. "Remove your hat and show your face like a man, Uchiha Itachi," he growled to the 2 as he brandished his trench knives. The taller of the 2 chuckled and nudged the smaller one. "I think he figured you out there, Itachi." "Can I kill him?" he said to the now named Itachi. Itachi just removed his hat and looked at both Asuma and Kurenai. Itachi had long black hair and black eyes, all the signs of an Uchiha. His black eyes suddenly morphed into the red eyes of the Sharingan. "Bring us Uzumaki Naruto. I do not wish to fight you, but if you do not bring him to us we will force our way past you," he said to the 2 Jonin as his taller companion hefted his giant sword off his back and leveled the blade at Asuma. Asuma sneered at the 2 and got into a ready stance. Kurenai pulled out a kunai and followed Asuma's example. Heh, like we would give a trusted comrade to a traitor like you. Asuma growled at the two. The taller of the two decided that was his cue to rush the two jonin. He lunged forward with his broadsword and brought it up to attack, but was forced back when a third presence was made itself known. Raitun, Reijutsuga. Lightning release, lightning hound, Kakashi exclaimed as he jumped from the trees and a large hound made from lightning charged at the tall-robed man. The taller man instantly backpedaled away from the lightning construct, but it just chased after him. The man growled as he brought up his blade and struck the beast with it. After a brief second, the lightning began to be absorbed by the sword and Kakashi stopped the jutsu. The silver-haired jonin landed in front of Asuma and Kurenai and revealed his Sharingan. Like I thought, he grumbled. Asuma, Kurenai, be careful. That's Hashige Kisame. An S-rank criminal from Kirigakure and one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. The now-named Kisame removed his hat and laughed. So, I get to cut away the great copycat Kakashi. How could this day get any better? Kisame laughed in glee. Kakashi readied himself and pulled out his white light chakra saber that the Oracle O so graciously fixed for him. I'll handle Itachi, you two take on Kisame. Don't let your guard down for a second, understand? He asked the two behind him without looking away from the two Nukenin in front of him. When the two other jonin gave him an affirmative, he nodded. Alright then, good luck, he said before he charged at Itachi. Chapter 68, Underneath the Underneath. Kakashi readied himself and pulled out his white light chakra saber that the Oracle O so graciously fixed for him. I'll handle Itachi, you two take on Kisame. Don't let your guard down for a second, understand? He asked the two behind him without looking away from the two Nukenin in front of him. When the two other jonin gave him an affirmative, he nodded. Alright then, good luck, he said before he charged at Itachi. The clash of steel cut into the quiet park that surrounded a large pond. Kakashi was pushing Itachi back with his white light chakra saber as Itachi frantically blocked with a pair of kunai. Over the years, Kakashi's edge never dropped. With the insistence of a certain white-haired Uzumaki, the silver-haired jonin continued to train himself and not become rusty during the time of peace. And how happy he was to not have lost his edge right now. He never dreamed of having to fight against his former comrade in the middle of the village, but fate had a twisted sense of humor when it came to Kakashi. He first lost his father when he committed suicide to atone for something that wasn't even his fault. And then he lost his closest friend in the war. And then the cruelest thing Kakashi had to ever face happened to him. He was forced to not only break his promise to Obito, but he was forced to kill his comrade, and only friend he had left, Rin. After all that, he didn't think his life could fall any lower, but then that terrible night took the only father and mother figures he had left in the world. And now, 12 years later, he was fighting another comrade he had lost. It crushed him that he had failed so many people. Obito, Rin, Minato, Kushina, but he wouldn't fail here. He would not, could not, fail to stop the worst traitor to the village since Orochimaru. He would defeat Itachi, here and now, to make him repent for the crimes he had committed. After clashing blades one last time, Kakashi kicked Itachi away from him and started running through hand signs. Suitun, Surya no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, he yelled as he finished his hand signs. As Itachi landed and regained his balance, he noticed a large dragon made of water form behind him in the large pond. His eyes widened as the dragon roared and shot down at him. But Kakashi didn't stop there. He quickly formed a cage punch-in and the two charged at Itachi. Lightning began to transfer between the clone and the original until a continuous bolt of electricity was flowing their palms. Raitun, Raiden! Lightning release, lightning cable, he roared as the cable of electricity expanded as the two moved further away from each other to take up more space. Itachi had to make a choice. Brave facing the water dragon, or be trapped in lightning by Kakashi. The Uchiha grimaced when a solution came to mind. He quickly weaved through hand signs and took a deep breath. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu, he exclaimed as he jumped into the large dragon and released a ginormous fireball that quickly reduced the water dragon into steam. Itachi landed on the pond and quickly jumped back into the air to avoid the lightning cable. Itachi flipped in mid-air and set a kunai at Kakashi's clone and dispelled it, causing the lightning cable to disperse as well. Kakashi turned to Itachi and readied High Saber once again. He was panting lightly after using those last couple of jutsu. Fuck, this isn't good, he mumbled to himself. His reserves were getting low from using several BA rank jutsu in junction with each other. He tightened his grip on his blade and glared at Itachi. Why do you want Naruto? He asked the traitor. Itachi pulled out a kunai and readied himself. Naruto-kun is central to Akatsuki's plans. It is my mission to capture the Kyuubi by any means necessary, he said in his monotonic voice. And if that means I have to kill you, senpai, then I will. Itachi got out of his stance and stood straight and closed his eyes. Kakashi wasn't going to take any chances and threw a handful of shuriken at the stoic Uchiha. As soon as the shuriken hit, Itachi burst into a murder of crows. The hell! Kakashi exclaimed as the crows flew as one towards Kakashi faster than he could react. The crows all stopped before they reached Kakashi. Inside the vortex of birds, Kakashi caught a glimpse of Itachi's face. His eyes had changed from the normal Sharingan into its ultimate form. Instead of 3 tomo, there was now a 3-bladed fan, showing the evidence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami! Itachi exclaimed as the fan blades began to spin slightly and Kakashi's body stiffens. Kakashi's vision goes black for a brief second. When it comes back, he isn't in the park anymore. He is strapped to a cross in a red and black world. Where the hell am I? He roared as he struggled against his restraints. He stopped struggling and let out a scream of pain as he felt the cold of steel drive into his leg. Once he stopped screaming, he looked down to see Itachi standing in front of him with a sword in his hand, driving it into his leg. Welcome, senpai, to the world of Tsukuyami. This is the ultimate Jinjutsu, and it has now escapes. I control everything here. Time, matter, life, everything. And in here I will torture you for 3 days before I release you from the Jinjutsu. Now, where's Naruto-kun? He said to Kakashi with the same monotonic voice and pulled the sword out of Kakashi's leg, before 2 more Itachis appeared, both holding swords. One of them drove the blade into Kakashi's arm and he let out a loud grunt of pain. He stared the middle Itachi in the eyes. Why? He asked as another stabbed him in his other leg. Raph, why Itachi? Why did you do it? He screamed through the pain. The middle Itachi just stabbed him in the stomach. Every leaf falls when autumn beacons, he said as another sword pierced his stomach. Kakashi screamed once more and looked back into Itachi's eyes. You have 71 hours, 58 minutes, and 7 seconds left. Now. Where is Naruto-kun? Asuma dodged another swing from Kisame's blade and jumped back. Kurenai tried to trap Kisame in a Jinjutsu, but for some reason whenever she tried to force her own chakra into his system it just quickly disappeared. She gritted her teeth as she readied a kunai. Sorry, Asuma, I don't know why but my Jinjutsu isn't working on him, she apologized. Asuma tisked, damn, I was really banking on that. He's too good for me to get any good blows in while up close, and for some reason the wind chakra on my blades keep disappearing, he said as he got ready for another offensive against the blue-skinned man. Kisame chuckled as he rested Hai's sword on his shoulder. This blade here is Samahata. My sword has quite the appetite for chakra, you see. And one last thing, Samahata doesn't cut, it shaves. Kisame roared as he charged both Asuma and Kurenai. He was within striking range when he was knocked back by a green blur. Dynamic entry. Madogai roared as he planted the bottom of his foot into Kisame's face. The blue-skinned Akatsuki member was sent flying before he was able to right himself and land on his feet. As soon as he came to a stop, he brought up Samahata to block a swarm of chakra-enhanced Sanban. Kisame looked from behind his blade to see Guy, Heiate, and Genma standing with Asuma and Kurenai. Tisk, hey Itachi. I've got more incoming, he yelled over his shoulder. The group of Konoha nins looked past Kisame to see Itachi burst into crows and Kakashi fall into the water. Kakashi! Guy yelled as he charged towards where his rival fell. He didn't get very far because Kisame blocked him off. Oh no you don't. I gotta pay you back for kicking my face, you green freak. Kisame growled as he jumped into Guy's path and swung Samahata at him. Guy backed off and glared at Kisame. Who are you? I'd like to know the names of my enemies before I defeat them. Kisame growled at Guy. Guy got into his strong fist stance and scowled. I am Konoha's blue beast, Mato Guy, he roared as he dashed towards Kisame again. The blue-skinned man grinned and brought up Samahana to block Guy's kick and push him back. Kisame brought his blade up and sent several slashes at him in a quick combo that should be too fast to be used with a blade of its size. Guy, however, used his advanced taijutsu skills to deftly dodge all of the attacks and deliver a powerful counter by kicking Kisame in the stomach to send him flying. The former 7 ninja swordsman skidded across the ground before regaining his balance, only to be caught in a dense cloud of ash and gunpowder. Katon, Heizuki Sho. Fire release, burning ash, Asuma exclaimed as he clicked his teeth to create a spark and turn the cloud of ash and gunpowder into a roaring inferno. He continued the move by completing another set of hand signs. Futon, Rapu Sho. Wind release, gale palm, he said as he sent a strong gust of wind from his palms to enhance the fires. After a moment, Kisame came crashing out of the fires and landed next to Itachi, who walked back onto land. Kisame was missing half of his robe and shirt and had several burns on his chest, arms, and legs. He was panting heavily and was holding up his weight with Samahana. This isn't good, Itachi. There's going to be backup soon, and even with the 2 of us we can't take on all of Konoha, he said between breaths. Oh, how right you are, tailless tailed beast, a voice called from seemingly everywhere. Itachi and Kisame were on high alert and trying to figure out where the voice was coming from when it called out again. Guy! Go get Kakashi. I'll hold them back, it called as a heavy force kept the 2 Akatsuki members from moving. Well, what the fuck? Kisame roared as he was forced to a knee from the sudden increase of gravity. Itachi's eyes were wide as he feebly tried to stay standing. This is not good. We need to get out of here, he said as he grabbed onto Kisame. He took another look to the group of Konoha Nins as another man joined them. Goodbye, Senaru-sama, Itachi said as he and Kisame shunshined out of sight. Cole landed in front of the group of Konoha shinobi as Guy came back with Kakashi's unconscious form. Damn it, too late. Cole grumbled as he saw the 2 Akatsuki members flee. He turned to the group and started dishing out orders. Get Kakashi to the hospital. Genma, Hey-8, inform Hokage-sama that there has been a breach in our defenses. Asuma, Kurenai, start getting a siege team together, he said to the group. Genma and Hey-8 nodded quickly and left. Guy didn't even acknowledge and rushed Kakashi to the hospital. What will you do? Asuma asked. I'm going after them, no go. Cole was en route to finding the 2 fleeing shinobi. He was jumping through the trees following their chakra signatures and stopped abruptly. He looked to his left and saw Itachi appear out of the trunk of one of the trees. It's been a long time, Uzumaki-sama, he greeted in his stoic fashion. Cole glared at him for a moment, before he grinned. Too long, old friend. Do you have anything to report on the location of Akatsuki's hidden bases? He asked his old friend. Itachi smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, Oracle-sama. I have some information you will be very keen on knowing. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching in peace.